Shutters are a great option for a window treatment in that they're more practical than, for example, a roller blind in most cases, because it's not just open or closed. You do have the benefit of being able to close them for your privacy and also open them to allow light and air.
For a homeowner who's trying to get educated on what plantation shutters are right for them, the 4 things that I think are the most important are: 1, what material it's made out of; 2, the quality of whichever material you choose; 3, the paint finish; and then 4, the construction quality of the actual shutter itself.
High Profile is a solid timber product for a start. A lot of our competitors use a composite or what they call a laminated style or a laminated louver.
Timber is very inherent with distortion and bowing, so we engineer the product, we finger joint the product to get maximum yield from the material, plus also to reduce the distortion.
Probably one of the main differences with our product is it's actually a solid wood.
You can rely on the fact that what you're buying is not a veneer and it will not fall apart.
We then coat the material in a polyurethane top coat.
The benefit of the polyurethane is it's quite flexible and it looks great and it's very long lasting. So the product has the benefit of light control and privacy.
Whenever you're looking at your timber shutters, you want something that has been made from scratch and then finished as a whole unit. Will give you the best quality finish for the product as a whole.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small. Some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super. Because super is our middle name. Well, technically it's our first.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final round of Season 4 of the East Coast Supercheap Series, coming to you from the one and only circuit known as Mount Panorama. With me tonight, or this morning, I've got Mark Duggan. How are you, Mark?
Yeah, good, John. How you doing? Good to be here. Another sunny day in Bathurst.
Another sunny day in Bathurst, and of course, iRacing updates and computer going haywire and all sorts of things, but we are here, so can't argue too much with that.
Looking forward to some good strong battles around the mountain today. It always delivers good racing, so long day ahead for everybody, but should be some great racing.
Absolutely. Just trying to sort out some more little issues, so just bear with me for a minute, everybody. What we might do is we might have a quick look at this Bathurst layout. We'll jump on. I think Trading Paints has got everything loaded. So, of course, don't need to give everybody out there too much of an introduction. If you don't know this place, you don't know motorsport. And we basically start down at the bottom of the mountain on the main straight, where we head down into Hell Corner, called Hell Corner for the predominant name that what's in front of you is Hell. And we head up the fast, steep mountain straight up to the quarry, otherwise known as Griffin's Bend. So we go through turn 2, up through into the cutting, got to back the car right off, turn it up the hill, come up over the crest at Griffiths Mount into Reed Park, and then we sweep down through Frog Hollow into Solomon Park. We come through the John Hartsman Vista into McPhillamy, across Skyline, and then down through the Dipper through the S's. Very technical part of the track. And then into Forest Elbow, where we open up the throttle, run down Conrod, all the way down into the Chase, of course, and then out of Murray's Corner and back across the start-finish line. So it is a 6.2 kilometre circuit, 23 turns, and it provides some magnificent racing. So I think we're in for a ripper today.
Yeah, absolutely, John. This place always delivers, and anybody on the iRacing platform that races the V8s knows that this is the track that everybody aspires to get a win at. So yeah, looking forward to some good hard battling today. And of course, you know, this place throws up a lot of safety cars, it bunches the field regularly, so it's almost like 6 hours of intermediate, like mini sprint races.
Absolutely, and as everyone says, it's all about being there at the last hour, being on the lead lap, being in the pack. And then if you've got the pace and you've looked after the car, you can kick on and get the job done. So we've got some interesting team ups today, as one of the 95 Sim Sports boys puts it straight in the wall. We have some great lineups within today's race, which I'm really looking forward to watching. So we've sort of got a few of the fishy boys have all teamed up together, but the big one to watch out for is our championship leader by the slenderness of margins, Mr. Hobson, who I haven't seen his name show up yet. He's partnered with James Scott. So Hobbo rolling the big dice there for SSR to try and get the job done.
Yeah, I don't know who. Well, clearly Hobbo won paper, scissors, rock there, and landed James Scott as a co-driver. So that's a very strong combination, and that'll be a tough one to beat. But as we know, the Bathurst circuit bites hard, and you can blow a motor, you can end up in the wall, you can get caught up in other people's accidents, and you can be done very quickly.
Absolutely. And then the other one to mention as well, we have Adam Briggs missing with a broken foot. Apparently he decided to chase a cat around a couch and got his foot caught up in the couch. So that's pretty big as well for the lower orders of the championship. Let's have a quick look at that championship, so we can have a bit. So you can sort of see Hobson's just in front of Jordan Ross. Adam Briggs was sitting in third, so Adam Briggs won't finish today. Opens the door up for the likes of Ladder, Dyke, Morris and Warboys to get themselves up into the pack there. And then, of course, after that, we've got Chastity, Michael Whiting, Paul Young rounding out the top 10. Matty Stewart, Dengate, Coleman, Kirby, Smart, Freeman, Scott, Schultz, Whitaker and Roy Clark rounding out the top 20. So there's a lot to play for these boys still.
Yeah, absolutely. A shame for Adam that he can't be here, but yeah, we wish him all the best and a speedy recovery. But like I say, it opens the door for some other boys to get into the podium position in the championship. So there's a lot on the line for some of these guys today.
Absolutely. As we're still running through practice here, I think the boys have had to reset the server 3 times, so just playing a little bit of catch up with what's going on there today. I do know we have a very different qualifying format today. Everybody always wants to be in the top 10 for the top 10 shootout. So what Ash has gone and done for the boys for this race is everybody gets a shootout. So we're going to try and run 2 cars on the track at the same time. So we're not going to sort of get bogged down waiting for one to do a full lap. But everyone gets a 1-lap shootout to set their qualifying time.
Yeah, I think that's, personally, I think this is a great way to do it. It gives everybody the same opportunity. There's no drafting. It all comes down to driver execution. And I think it's a fair way to set a grid for a big, long race like today.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this because this is an opportunity where you got one shot to get it right. You get a 0x or a 1x, you're going to be starting down the back. No ifs, no buts about it. And as we know, if this race, you don't want to be starting down the back. You want to be sitting in a situation where you're not going to get caught up in everyone else's accident. And we've got a few new names also racing today. The boys have opened it up to the general public so that we make sure we get a few cars out on track. So Jamie Mashudo from Phase 4 Motorsports, a fellow we haven't seen much of before racing around in the East Coast Series. I mean, you see how Jamie goes.
Yeah, Jamie's a good, strong driver. Got a very strong I rating. He's quick. Him and Ben Morris, I think, are paired up, and they will be an extremely good combination today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to see what they can do. Some other big names, interesting names. Got a few boys coming in from vets, which is great to see. We've got Michael Power and Chris Blanchard jumping in with a couple of WK&P boys. We've got Chris Funky Miller and Scotty the Rattler Van Loon from Pecky Performance Racing. So it'll be great to see how the Pecky boys go. Particularly, I got a message late last night from the Rattler telling me he was struggling learning how to blip. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go today. It's going to be a long day with that one.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Sorry, I'm like you. I've got so many things going on with iRacing, updating and everything. It turned out to be one of them mornings.
Yeah, I think it has for everyone. A couple of other names to look out for, of course. We've got Cam Veacock jumped in with Luke Holland. So Cam quite well known with the SSR boys. Very quick driver. And another team that we've got jumped in as well from vets, of course, is Michael Quain. Quainy's brought the old Mates and Sons team in for the race, which will be good. So looking forward to that. And of course, we've got the usual group of boys from Fishy, and we've got this car on track, which is Brett Taylor at the moment. So Brett's from Valve Motorsport, but he's racing with Michael Stewart in the Balin Stewart Foundation entry. Great to have Michael jumping back in the East Coast Series. Good to see Michael bringing the Balin Stewart Foundation livery to today's race. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Going to be very interesting. We've got 20 cars. So a little bit, numbers are low a little bit because expect that being Christmas time. And we are just about going to qualifying soon, I hope. And good morning, boys. Michael Angus in the chat as well. Big shout out to Michael, who's shouted to be missing the race. Going to be a long day, as we said, but we'll get through it. And have a look at Chasty now. Chasty got the Banter Alliance boys. I believe he's teamed up with Paul Young, I think, so that'll be a tough entry.
Yeah, they've had a pretty solid back end of the season, them two boys, and yeah, they'll be a strong pairing today. We've got a few teams that are running individually in the series have paired up, so that's kind of brought the numbers down a little bit, but we're still going to be in for some good solid racing.
Oh, absolutely. And the other interesting one, who I was just going to have a bit of a chat about, just noticed we're not streaming properly on Facebook. We're still going on YouTube, so that'll do for me. And everyone keep pulling over. Jump on Michael Thomas Freeman. Of course, Thomas racing in the Fishy car today. Lost my train of thought now. Of course, that's what I was going to say. Warren Davis drew the short straw at the Banter Alliance, and he's been teamed up with Roy Clark. So a little bit disappointing for Warren. He's had a good season, so hopefully he doesn't get dragged down too much by Clark in the finish. Speaking of the Banter Alliance team, Mark, I don't know whether you've heard the news. It's very depressing. Dave Baldock is back in vets.
Did see Dave's name on the list, and yeah, I guess a season out, and he's probably been plotting your downfall, and he's coming back to execute his plan.
I heard he spent the whole season in a training camp.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if he was learning how to ride a horse or learning how to drive a car, but whatever he was doing, I'm sure he put 100% effort in.
Absolutely. It's good to have Dave back. There'll definitely be plenty of banter if I can get into split 2 this season.
Well, everybody's got to go through the pre-qualifying vets. So, well, apart from the top 20 in split 1 and the top 3 in split 2 and 3. So everybody else is thrown into the mix, and they got to set their best times at this place and Sandown. So, and a combination of their times, we'll see what splits they're in. So, interesting season coming up for the vets. But today we're focused on East Coast and our final race at Bathurst.
That's right, and it is going to be an absolute cracker once these boys start getting into quali, which can't be too far away. So basically what we'll be doing, we'll be reversing the order for qualifying. So I think we're sending out the slowest qualifier first. Sorry, the slowest car in practice first. Which I'm just wondering whether that's James Scott at the moment hasn't set a time. And I say that he lost him on the board there. James Scott hasn't set a time yet, so I'm wondering whether James is fishing here to go out first on track. We'll see what the story is there.
Yeah, well, James, these boys have got a lot of experience and they know how to work things into their favour within the rules. So, yeah, those boys have got a lot of experience and have got a lot of great racing minds behind how they execute their racing.
Absolutely. And of course, we've got a few different liveries today as well to just make it a bit harder for us to keep our eye on. So we've got War Boys and Dengate running around in the... Not Greg Murphy, I think it was Greg Murphy. In the Greg Murphy Supercheap livery from, I think, 2012, I think it was. 2009. And I've just noticed the Fishy Boys have all come out as well in their retro Bathurst liveries. So great to see them as well. So there's still quite a few guys running normal liveries, but yeah, it'll be a little interesting. Take our time to get sorted, Mark, on who's who again.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's going to be a little bit before we settle in, but I'm sure once we get qualifying over and done with, we'll be all good to go right around for probably about 6 hours of racing. So yeah, I hope everybody out there watching the broadcast is going to enjoy their day.
It should be good. As what we might do, while we're just waiting for practice to finish up here, we might just quickly jump into an ad for Supercheap Auto.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small. Some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super. Because super is our middle name. Well, technically it's our first.
They've just been told we've got another 20 minutes till we kick off qualifying. So, Ash Barella doing race control today. Seb's got some migraine issues. So we might just bring in Mr. Veacock. Cam Veacock, how are you, mate?
Not too bad, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I just heard you got 20 minutes to go, so I thought I'd come and have a chat.
How's things going over at SSR World? You're all set for this one, mate?
Yeah, mate. Been called up with Luke, who's complaining about my brake bias setup. So he's hurt the car a few times, and we've had to go through a few different shaggies so far. But we'll see how we go when it comes race time.
It'll be interesting to see how Luke goes.
Yeah, definitely.
Been one of the big improvers of this season, so a few of the big names of SSR missing today, so he's got some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, 100% right, he does. And as I said, I've been called into his car for the race, so it should be a bit of fun.
Yeah, it should be a bit of fun seeing you in a Mustang.
Yeah, let's not talk about
that. You're not alone there. I hear Hoffy's really happy at the moment.
I've already whined and complained about that this morning multiple times.
Just a tip, mate. You just need to teach Luke how to get into the pits.
Oh, look, Luke's having more issues than just the pit lane at the moment, but come race time, he'll sort those out, and we should be good.
It's all right. It'll be interesting. And so, what's the plan? Who's starting?
We still haven't worked that out yet. I had a chat to him before, and we're still up in the air. I think we're just going to rock, paper, scissors it, or flip a coin, or do something to work out who's going to start.
That's all right. Just I had some computer issues of my own this morning, and Mark's got JRT issues, and I think this last little update of iRacing's just gone and thrown everything, and my computer's gone and upset a few things here. I've lost my nose cam, but that's all right. We can still see out the front.
Yeah, iRacing did a lot of things, and I didn't realise I had an update this morning. I had to do a gig update that they pushed this morning. I didn't even realise.
I didn't even see them advertising for that one. Mind you, I didn't jump on. I only jumped on briefly yesterday to get OBS set up for today.
It was well, that's like my SDK went all weird as well. So I don't know. This could go horribly wrong at some point.
Could
go horribly wrong. I think Luke's handed the car back over to me, so.
Look out. Mr. Vcock will be on track shortly.
Could be very dangerous.
And sitting on a chassis at the moment, going across the top of Skyline. Absolutely nailing it through. He's definitely not going to leave anyone wondering what he's up to. Oh, hit the wall there.
Well, it's interesting because the track temp's starting to come up. So cars are starting to get a little bit taily.
Yeah, of course, track temp now is up to 23 degrees. So yeah, for some reason, something has changed on my computer this morning, so I've ended up with my work login on my rig, which I never have done before, so I've got some files in the wrong places and stuff, but hopefully we'll get it all sorted.
Oh, there's always teething issues after updates, isn't there?
Yeah. Anyway.
I just heard you mention before about a couple of drivers returning to vets. State is very sad.
It'd be good to have him back.
I'm sure they'll make it known.
He'll be on at some stage today, no doubt.
Well, good to turn up.
And he's Scotty Rattler Van Loon. Got himself out on track, which is good to see. So, still got about another 15 minutes or 10 minutes here of practice. As we've got the safety car on track. Or half on track. Hopefully Richie's not practicing crashing.
Oh, I'm sure there's a highlight for that somewhere.
We all can't be Insta-famous for it.
Oh, you know. Someone's got to do it.
Of course, car looking a lot darker than normal. because of the spec map update. So it's quite a few people out too with this latest update from iRacing for season 1 for 23. Oh, in car, no. Cam, you might as well talk us around, mate.
Oh, jeez, you put the blocker on me. I got Nathan in front of me, I think, at the moment.
Just be careful.
Oh, is he in the wrecking ball now?
Yeah. I was about to say car constantly stopping.
All parked in wall. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh.
That's that Mustang car. Oh, he's hit the wall.
What?
I'm getting Conrad. I'll give him a little nudge for you. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. Don't mind me. I had a bit of a...
That's all right. We're on board still, so...
thanks for that. I cut the grass on the outside.
That was a beautiful, beautiful display of how to take Conrad there, Cam.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? I was trying to give you a bit of a wiggle up in the back. But then,
I'm not saying the karma train jumped out from the side there and bit, but that was very entertaining.
Yeah, look, I cut the glass on the outside, and needless to say, it wasn't the finest.
Hoff was just like, "Who was there? What the? Where's he going?" It's like,
I was hopping the car.
My mirrors.
It was hopping the car. Oh, I think Luke's had enough of me now. He's taking the car back off me.
Oh, Hoffy's got the same problem you have, Cam, of driving a Mustang.
Well, he regularly drives a Mustang. I don't know what's wrong with him. But Luke and I are going to have a bit of an issue because we do run quite considerable different brake biases.
Well, good luck with that.
I'm a full degree down on him.
Whoa.
So, unless he changes it, which he didn't before and ended up straight into the wall in turn 2 because the rear decided to come around and meet him.
Yeah, that's going to be one you boys are going to stay on top of today.
Very much so.
But yeah, well, you enjoy. I'll pop back in here later as the day goes on and see how you boys are going here. But yeah, I'll jump back in there. I just wanted to compliment you on your style there, Cam.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
I come down through the dipper sideways.
That's all right. Hoffy had scraped the paint off the car through the dipper.
He did. The wax, obviously he didn't get out and wax his car.
No, it's Nate's car.
He doesn't take as much pride as he usually does.
Nah.
Yeah, no, hasn't. I need a new waxer. I need someone else to rub me up.
Hey, sorry boys, I'm back. Somebody had diverted the work phone to my phone and I had to take a couple of calls, so I've undiverted it and I'm back.
That's good, mate. That's all good, mate. Cam was just showing us how to drive down Conrod.
Or not drive down Conrod.
Just happened to be on board at the time, so it worked out really well.
Surely you're fast in a straight line, Cam.
I was incredibly quick in a straight line because I was pushing Hoffy down into the Conrod. Down
It
into
was
the
even
chase.
quicker on the grass and the braking.
Hey, we won't talk about that, alright?
That's don't worry, I had the notepad out. I was taking a few pointers, that's for sure.
You're taking some notes?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Too easy, chaps. I'll catch yous later.
No worries, Nath.
See yous.
See ya, mate.
Yeah, I'll leave you boys to it. I'll jump back over and
Yeah.
I'll I'll work out what our strategy is. I still don't know.
Panic.
So,
Oh,
Pretty
mate, you have
much.
a great day. We'll hopefully chat to you during the day.
yeah, I'll jump in there later.
Yeah, no worries, Cam. So still about another 10 minutes to go before we get into practice, I believe, Mark. But sorry, into quali.
Okay, well that might give me a few minutes to sort out some technical issues on my end.
Yeah, no, I've got a little bit of time still, so go for that. I'll sort some out myself as we go along here. Been a bit of a frustrating morning in some sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Might just quickly throw to an ad and we'll be back shortly.
Shutters are a great option for a window treatment in that they're more practical than, for example, a roller blind in most cases, because it's not just open or closed. You do have the benefit of being able to close them for your privacy and also open them to allow light and air.
For a homeowner who's trying to get educated on what plantation shutters are right for them, the four things that I think are the most important are: 1, what material it's made out of; 2, the quality of whichever material you choose; 3, the paint finish; and then 4, the construction quality of the actual shutter itself.
High Profile is a solid timber product for a start. A lot of our competitors use a composite or what they call a laminated style or a laminated louver.
Timber is very inherent with distortion and bowing, so we engineer the product, we finger joint the product to get maximum yield from the material, plus also to reduce the distortion.
Probably one of the main differences with our product is it's actually a solid wood.
You can rely on the fact that what you're buying is not a veneer and it will not fall apart.
We then coat the material in a polyurethane top coat.
The benefit of the polyurethane is it's quite flexible and it looks great and it's very long lasting. So the product has the benefit of light control and privacy.
Whenever you're looking at your timber shutters, you want something that has been made from scratch and then finished as a whole unit. Will give you the best quality finish for the product as a whole.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small, some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super. Because super is our middle name. Well, technically it's our first.
So, not long now until we get cracking here. So, down to about another 5 minutes, and then it is on for young and old for qualifying. So, quite looking forward to this qualifying session we're going to have.
yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting because you only get one shot and it's very easy to stick a wheel off the edge of the track, and once you do that, you're disqualified from that lap, and you only get one lap to execute your time. So you want to push as hard as you can, but you don't want to push too hard that you get disqualified from qualifying. So a lot of pressure on the boys in the cockpit today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how these boys are all going to handle that. It's not going to be easy for these guys to make this work for them. As we might just jump back on with Michael Stewart, who's on track at the moment. So, of course, Michael and the Bale and Stewart Foundation entry today. Just working through at the moment. Just a quick look to try and find out what our issue is with Facebook. Bear with me for a minute. Hopefully I haven't just lost our stream, but anyway.
Under 4 minutes to go in the warm-up session, so boys will be preparing to get out and execute their lap. Of course, if you last car out, it means you've been sitting there idle for a while, and that may well be difficult to get back on track and just get stuck back into it. You know, I think guys going out early have got an advantage.
Absolutely. I think also you've got to remember too, the track's going to warm up as we go through this qualifying session as well. So that's going to create another factor to be considered. Maybe that's why we're seeing James Scott sitting down the bottom of the list. A little bit of smart play coming in from the Synergy Sim Racing crew. There's the Kenneth Ladder entry sitting down the bottom there as well.
Yeah, like I said earlier, these boys have got a lot of experience, and they've got some very smart racing minds in that team, so they would have thought about this strategy, and yeah, credit to them for doing their homework on every aspect of the race today. I mean, saying that, it is a long day, and sometimes, you know, like it doesn't matter whether you really qualify in this race, as long as you keep the car clean and you just chip away and you're there at the end, like in the real world, you put yourself in with a good chance.
That's right, and it doesn't take much to get it wrong. Let's have a look what Michael Stewart just did a second ago, going across the top. Doesn't take much to hit a wall around this place.
No, absolutely.
Of course, James Scott and Brenton Hobson running the Synergy Sim Racing Holden tribute, with it being the last race for Holden last weekend at Bathurst. They've done a Synergy version of the livery. This is a smart looking car. Here boys now rolling out. Absolutely crystal clear skies at Bathurst for this race, unlike the real event that we had this season. There's Chris Blanchard racing with Josh Strage.
Yeah, Chris had a solid season in V8 vets. He was very consistent and finished inside the top 20, so he's exempt from qualifying. He makes it straight into split one in vets next season, so good to see Chris out here today. He'll do a good job today.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do running with the boys. Got quite a few of the WK&P crew out racing in the series. We've got Michael Power racing with his son Luke. Should be good as well to see how they go. And just, yeah, it was Adelaide, Steve. Just correcting a mistake I obviously didn't quite get right. As we now tick over to start off our qualifying series. So we will be coming through into our first car on track. So we'll just turn.
Car 707 with the time of 5:48. Can you please go to pit exit?
So the first car about to roll out. Kenny Ladder on track. Let me see what we.
You'll see. Sorry, John, but yeah, you'll definitely see the boys preserving their tyres on this out lap because it's a long lap, and in the iRacing format in the V8, you really need to keep the tyres as cool as possible and execute one flying lap because the tyres do fall away after one lap, so you want to keep them as cool as possible on this out lap.
Of course, Kenneth, no stranger to doing these big events. Regular Scops driver. Quite a regular good performer in this series as well. And did rock up and did do some of the vets races this season just gone as well, where I think he was a regular in the top 10 there too. So a very accomplished driver. It's Kenneth Ladder. Was partnered with Tom Freer today, so this will be a very strong combination. I'll be expecting a good result from. Maybe first car on track for quali, but I wouldn't underestimate a top 5 for these guys today. And the nerves are starting to rise a little bit now. And around the corner here, and it's go time. Once they're getting the power down, looking a little bit balanced here, Mark. Looks like he's not 100% on the edge.
No, well, I think, Kenneth's got a lot of experience and, you really cannot afford to throw it away here. So I think anybody that can get through, like you say, a good balanced, clean lap will be somewhere at the front of the grid. It's Kenneth's got a lot of experience and he doesn't want to give it away before the race starts.
As he rolls up, 220 coming down into the dipper. Pulls it back into second, rides it down. Back to 90 k's through the dipper. Nicely pulled up in the elbow. There's full power now down Conrod. Just the Chase and Murray's to go. And we'll have the time that these boys are all going to chase.
Yeah, it's looking nice and clean so far from Kenneth. Current track temperature is 24 degrees, so not too warm. Good track temp to set a good time.
It's about across the line here. And that sets a 2:03.7. That's a pretty tidy time to get us started.
Yep, yeah, good clean lap from Kenneth. Didn't overcommit. Sure he'll end up somewhere, in the top 10 with that time. That's a solid effort.
Absolutely. Pick up the next car on track. Next car coming down the mountain, of course, is the one and only James Scott. Hobbo sending the number 2 driver out to qualify.
Yeah, Hobbo's probably just busy signing autographs at the moment, so sends out his co-driver to do the hard work for him. Fantastic looking livery on the car today.
Absolutely. Hats off to Hobbo. He does a great job putting those together.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Certainly know which team that is.
Let's jump on with James. Speaking of the man, we've got Brenton Hobson with us here. Nice of you to stop signing autographs and come have a chat, mate. Let's see you working hard here during quali.
Yeah, mate. Pulled the super sub and letting James get the job done for us. Looks like a pretty good lap, to be honest.
It looks very solid. Very, very solid. And a 2:02.3, 1.3 seconds faster than Kenneth.
That'll do.
That'll
Not
do.
bad.
Didn't even raise a sweat there. What a lap. Very clean. Car looks great, Hobbo. Great livery you've done on it.
Yeah, thank you. I think it looks awesome and felt pretty fitting to replicate that Red Bull livery for this weekend with our own little flavour there. After they obviously took that last Holden win last week at Adelaide, so thought we'd follow it up here and stick the same one on our car for this weekend. Hopefully we can have the same success.
Yeah, good luck for the day, mate. Yeah, like I said, the car looks fantastic. One of the nicest liveries I've seen, I think.
Yeah, I think it's come up really well. It's obviously full credit to Peter Hughes and the guys that actually designed it in real life. I take none of the credit for the design, but it definitely came up pretty good in the sim. I think looks really good. This should be a good lap from Dylan too. I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
999, please leave pit.
Yeah, Dylan been one of the form drivers for the back half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll have really good pace today. So looking forward to getting out there and racing these guys. I think it'll be really good fun.
And I noticed a bit of foxing during practice to ensure that these guys were qualifying early.
Yeah, that was the big brain strategy, that one. Try and get yourself a good position in the shootout, hopefully a better track temp. But I don't know that it will make a whole lot of difference, to be honest. It's not going to be a long shootout. It's only 25 or something cars. So
yeah.
I don't know how much of a difference that will make.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a long day for everybody, and as long as you can keep your nose clean and get there at the end, then you give yourself a chance.
That's right. It's a long race. You don't need to be starting on the front row, you know. But I was quite happy for James to go out and have a full crack there on his lap because I don't think it really matters where you start today. So yeah, just it's more important to try and keep your nose clean in the race. You know, like quality's not a big deal, but the race you just want to stay out of trouble and be there at the end.
Yeah, as you know, like this place bites hard when it bites. So yeah, even for the most experienced guys, it's easy to get caught out here. And just like in real life, when it does bite, it hurts you really bad.
That's why we love Bathurst, isn't it? It's such a high risk around here all the time, and when you're on the limit, you just only ever a millimetre away from disaster, and that's why it's so fun to drive around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. Dylan's giving it everything you want. Here, he's purple sector
like
for sector 3.
A good lap, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, solid lap there from Dylan.
Yeah, that's a great lap. He's done very well.
Very, very well. 2:02.8. Be very happy with that one. Puts himself in front of the ladder entry.
Track temp's just crept up a degree since Kenneth went out on track, so definitely smart strategy to get out on the track first up.
Yeah.
I'll take zero credit for the big brain strategy stuff. Don't worry about that.
I mean, that's the thing about the sim and real life is, you know, you got to think about everything that you do, and you know how you can gain an advantage within the rules the best way you can.
That's right. You got to play the game. It's part of it, and sometimes that's the difference, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Got Damien Johnson on track at the moment. Damien, another very experienced campaigner and a great driver, great racer. So just I hope he can keep it clean and give himself a good starting slot.
Yeah, I'll be looking for these guys to get a decent result today. I drove with Damo in the Pro Series 1000, and we got a top 10 there. And him and Smarty, a safe pair of hands. You know, they'll steer it around for the day, and hope, you know, fingers crossed, all being well, they should find themselves somewhere there or thereabouts at the end.
Oh, he's hit the wall. There's a big puff of smoke there.
There's no mark on the car.
I think that one might have been a net code, that one. I do tend to see a lot of cars generate a net code hit there, because as you're turning across the right at the brow skyline there, you just point the car towards the wall, and iRacing, I think, gets a little confused thinking that you're going to hit it right as you tip it in.
The old iRacing net codes, gotta love them.
Yep, yeah. I think you might have generated one at the inside of the elbow too. I don't know if that was 0x or not, but it was pretty close.
We've got some paint missing there.
We'll see if it registers a time. You didn't die wondering, regardless.
No, definitely didn't do that. And of course, speaking of the Pro Series, mate, congratulations on being class of 22.
Yes, that was good. Like everybody, I think, in the Pro Series, we all set our goal to try and make sure we lock ourselves in, and yeah, I was very happy to get that achievement unlocked, I guess you'd say, for the season. So yeah, it's a good reward for a big effort.
It's no time there for Damien Johnstone.
That's a shame for them boys, but like you say, Damien and Christian are a very good operator around Bathurst, so they just got to bide their time today now and just keep out of trouble in them first kind of opening 5 to 10 laps, and then just start chipping away and get on with the job.
Yeah, that's right. The day will be made a little tougher, but like I was saying before, I don't think starting position is going to make a huge difference here today. If you can just keep out of trouble and make your way forwards, we know our car's going to be, like the SSR cars are going to be good. So yeah, they just got to, like you say, keep their nose clean.
Yeah, that's right. You just got to get through them opening 5 to 10 laps, settle in, and then just let the day unfold. You know there'll be safety cars. You're going to keep in touch with the bunch as long as you keep your car clean.
That's exactly right. And I think strategy is going to be really interesting today as well. We've got tyre supply limitations and things like that to look at. So guys are going to have to be pretty smart about how they play the strategy throughout the day, and it should see a few people who are thinking, about it, manage to make their way towards the front at the end.
It's going to be very interesting. Of course, we've got Cam Veacock on track at the moment. Cam been having a chat to us before, racing with Luke Holland today.
Yeah, these guys should be having a good day as well. I think they'll another same story, isn't it? It's just another good, safe pair of hands, and trying to keep out of trouble and find themselves towards the front at the end with any luck.
Cam was telling us how much he's enjoying driving the Mustang. I shouldn't pick on him. Damien Johnstone in the chat saying, damn. Yeah, it was a little bit frustrating. This is what one lap shootouts is all about. You got to get it right. But long way to go for the day. There's Cam looking really good here.
Yeah, Cam's executed across the top of the mountain nice and clean, so get out of the elbow here, and fingers crossed he gets through the chase and job done.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a hard thing too, like a full field shootout, the risk associated with that, like you saw what happened to Damo there, like you pay the price if you make a mistake. So it's a lot of pressure on a lap like this for some of these guys, they come out and not make a mistake and, make sure you set a time. So he's done well to get around.
It's been a big call to do it this way. It was a conversation that Ash and I had, and was kind of thinking you could do the old Scops style of qualifying with a top 10 shootout, and then spend an hour this morning juggling everyone back and forth to get get the grid set properly. Or we could just do it this way, which gives everybody a shot at a shootout, so to speak, and makes it a little bit interesting in another way. So Veacock comes in there with a reasonable time, setting himself up for 4th. And the next car on track in his first outing for WK&P is young Luke Power.
Yeah, to your point, that makes this a it's like for someone like Luke, it's a big moment, a shootout, a lot of pressure, and it's a first time out. It's a lot of pressure on your shoulders for your first proper lap in anger. So it should be good.
Should be. He's racing with his dad today, so Michael.
That's a nice thing to see, isn't it? Like you get to do a Bathurst race with your father. It's a nice thing to do.
Yeah, like Michael being a regular in vets for the last couple of seasons and joined us at the start of season just gone and from up Townsville way, and he's done quite a few 24-hour enduros with his sons in the past, and Luke's quite keen to get back in the rig and do a bit more driving, and we're hoping Luke will come and do East Coast next season.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the other thing about getting out early, Hobo, is the fact that you've just finished practice and you still feel like you got a bit of rhythm in the car. When you've been out of the car for 20 or 30 minutes and you get back in, you kind of lose that sense of rhythm you once had. So, no, he keeps it off the wall, but I think that's over and out for Luke, which is unfortunate. He'll not get a time set, I don't think, and he'll be back there with Damo.
That's
disappointing.
That's a really easy mistake to make, that one. Right as the car got light coming over Skyline and unsettled, just started to lose the rear by the look of it, and he did a hell of a job to keep that thing off the fence, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen cars in all sorts of different angles and on lids and all sorts of things like that move into the fence.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to once you get out of control at that part of the track, it's pretty hard to keep it out of the concrete. It's just one of those bits of racetrack where you're so close to the limit, you're so close to maximum speed. Once you get it wrong, and it's not easy to keep the thing off the fence.
Yeah, like you say, once you get in that position, it's unusual that the track doesn't feed you into the fence. So that was an excellent job not to bin the whole car there, but he hasn't set a time, and I guess that's a little warning shot over the bow for him for what he's in for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So jump on to the next car. So he'll be down the back with Damo. Next car on track is Michael Quain from Old Mates and Sons. They're just coming down Conrod now to start his lap. Of course, the Old Mates and Sons quite well known in the vet circle. But it's good to see Quainey coming and having a run with the East Coast crew. So another guy who's greatly improved over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Quainey does a lot of work with his team, and they've been getting a bit of training as well. So they got a pretty big team in the Vets series, and it's good to see they've joined in today to bring the numbers up in the field. And who doesn't want to race at Bathurst? If you can fit this into your day, it's a great fun event to be part of.
Yeah, definitely something special to racing.
To circle back around to what you were talking about before, Mark, I think you make a good point, especially for some of these guys that are running around at the lower end of the field, to come out into the shootout early and be able to keep your eye in, I guess, is the way to explain it. I think is a good point. You see the guys that have a lot of experience, and I think that shows. Someone like James, who didn't even set a lap in practice, is able to get in after how many hours since he last turned a lap and put a lap down straight away. Same with Dylan, and that's just experience and confidence, I guess. But particularly for some of these guys that are still learning and getting up to speed a little bit, to be able to come out and put a lap down pretty quickly after you were just out on track last is certainly going to help, I think, for sure, instead of a long wait between sessions.
Yeah, I mean, I think a long wait, you kind of can start overthinking things, and you end up, maybe getting a little bit nervous, before you get out there. And if you could have got out there first up, I think, while you had the rhythm from the warm-up and practice, that it would have been a good thing. But it's the same for everybody. You've got one lap to get your job done, and you just got to do the best you can with the tools you got.
That's right. I'm horrific at shootouts. I'm one of those people that just cannot turn it on for that one lap when the pressure's on, especially after not being in the car for a bit. But
As Quaney goes over and puts himself into 5th for the 206.1.
It's one of the things I admire about the guys in real life, though, that can just jump in, after hours out of the car and just set a lap, a heater. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that at Bathurst in real life. They sit out. They do a session in the morning, then they sit out of the car for 4 hours or 5 hours, and then they go out and do a slow warm-up lap, and then just go bang and turn it on straight away. It's super impressive the way they can do it.
It sure is. Here's Nathan. This will be good. I'm looking forward to this.
Of course, we held short from putting the Miley's Cyrus wrecking ball on the car last night. So we've left Lenny the bull on the bonnet still. So, of course, Nate's one who's been improving a fair bit too over the last couple of months.
I'm trying to remember which race it was. I think it was, I can't remember now. It was a race not that long ago. I think I saw him running around even near, was it in the top 10 or something at one point?
The NTE series, he was finished 3rd in, I think they do 450k races in that one.
That's good. It's good to see him on the improve.
Mm. Of course, moved out from living with Blake and probably got a bit more time to be a bit more serious about what he's doing.
That's worth a couple of tenths, yeah?
Yeah.
Probably for Blake.
And of course, Nathan racing with Andrew Hoffman today. So Hoffy in a Mustang would be interesting to watch.
Oh, gee whiz. I don't know how you managed to wrangle that.
I don't know either. I'm just closing my eyes here.
Hopefully Nathan's not.
He's had a good season in the kart too, Nate. He improved greatly and finished 5th in the Golden Power Series.
Oh, that's a good effort from Nathan in real life, but he's doing a solid job at the moment in the sim. And I think the thing to remember about this is you're here to enjoy yourself, and if something goes wrong, you just put it behind you and get on with the next session, which is the race.
That's exactly right. That's one of the greatest things about the sim is the reset button.
It is interesting though, because you do hear people talk about them being more nervous in moments like these shootout laps in the sim than in real life.
So Nathan puts himself in front of the old Mason Sons entry, coming into the 5th spot. So that's 205.39 that he's got there.
That's a good solid lap. He should be happy with that.
Yeah, well done, Nathan. Yeah, I think anybody that can get in a clean lap around here is doing a good job, because, like we've said, there's a lot of pressure for one lap. You don't get a second chance, and if you overcommit, you're out. But if you just stay right on the edge, and everybody edge is a little bit different based on skill and experience, you just got to, like I said, use the tools you got and make the most of them.
Absolutely. So next car on track is Chris Funky Miller. So this is Funky's first team race. So a little bit of a fun fact here from the Pecky Performance car. His teammate is Scotty the Rattler Van Loon. And I think this is Scotty's first team race as well. And I do know it's Scotty's first race with no iRacing aids as well. So these boys are in for a pretty good day, I think. I think they're going to learn heaps today.
Yeah, that's going to be a steep learning curve for Scotty. Chris has been a solid driver in the Vets series. He's improved a lot over the season, so I think Chris is going to do a good job, and I think Scotty Van Loon is going to learn a hell of a lot today, and he's just going to have to ease his way into things and not worry about anybody else, just focus on what he's doing. I think that's going to be a disqualified time for Chris.
Yep. Of course,
Big mark on the right-hand side of the car.
Definitely a big mark. It's going to be interesting for Scotty too, because my own racing experience against Scotty, I know he's a very nervous driver as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how he copes with the stresses of being at this place.
It's a shame that he just dinged up the wall there. If that's the case, I'll tell you what, though, I'm digging the colours on this car, the pink and pink and blue, looking good.
Yeah, car design done by Tim Nicol, and of course they're running the Quantum Tint solution on the banner on the bonnet, logo on the bonnet, as Quantum Tint's going to be their main sponsor for next season. So I think a big investment there from Sips into the Peckies team. So
Yeah, Tim's done a great job on this paint job. Tim, I think,
Tim
does
Nicol,
does professional photography. He does some great photographic work, and he's done an awesome job on the livery of this car.
And James has joined us. How are you, James?
Yeah, not bad, fellas. How are you?
Yeah, good. You still pretty chuffed with your time?
Yeah. Obviously, there was a few games being played in the practice session, trying to get the best track temp. But yeah, the lap was okay. There was still probably a bit more in it. I just wanted to make sure I got through the lap without brushing the fence or anything. Obviously, running it in the qualifying service, so if you brush the wall, you start down the back somewhere.
Oh, Warren, that's not the start you want. Sorry.
But yeah, as you've seen, there's been a few guys unlucky, brushed the wall. Chris, the last runner, just brushed the wall at Metal Great and didn't get his lap in, which was a shame for him. But
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You got a couple of boys that have done that already. So I think Damien Johnstone is back there as well. I think they got a 0x along their journey through the elbow.
Yeah, obviously for them though, it's a long day. So if you're going to do it at any of the races this year, today's probably the best one. So I'm sure they'll get through the field and see where they end up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, like the key to this is obviously you want to put a lap down, but if you don't, it is a long day, but then you've got the risk of getting caught up in someone else's accident, and then opening a few laps. So, yeah, I mean, you get a second bite of the cherry, but it comes with risks.
Yeah. I do know there's a couple of safety cars that the boys will have this week, at their disposal today, so... Oh, is that a brake lock-up, or was that a touch of the wall?
I think that was just a little pinch of the brakes, that one. In some ways, what's happened here for Warren with that coming to the green and running off the track there is actually, in some ways, it takes some of the pressure off for the lap. You feel like I've already made a mistake, so you can just sort of send it now. So we'll see what he manages to do, but it hasn't been that bad of a lap, other than that little error.
Yeah, definitely battling away nicely here. It's the first of our banter lines. I believe Warren's racing with Roy Clark, so we'll see how those boys go throughout the day. And I know we've got the Roy Clark, Nathan Brown battle to keep an eye on.
Yeah, the one and only.
Next we've got Michael Stewart on track. So Warren set a 206.175, so he's currently in 7th spot.
I don't know if Roy's actually listening. I don't know if he remembers. But fun fact is that Roy, my first ever team race on iRacing was with Roy Clark many years ago.
There you go. There's fun fact of the day.
That explains a lot about you, Brenton.
I don't know what year that was. It would have been, well, when team racing first came into iRacing, I guess. It was I think it was, I'm sure it was with Roy. It was a rough race at Monza, I think it was.
Roy loves rough racing.
It was before they had even released the Porsche onto the service. That's how long ago it was. Back in those days, we raced in the roughs.
Hey, Michael Stewart on track now in the Balin Stewart Foundation entry. Hypersonic Racing. And a few more names dropping in. How are you, Mr. Holland?
How are we, boys?
Yeah, good, mate.
Hey Luke, how are you?
Very good. How's the broadcast going so far?
Yeah. Well, few technical issues, but we're still here.
Still
I'll pop in and have a look while there's one of the vets drivers doing his quali lap.
Yeah, Michael Stewart, one of the all-round nice guys in iRacing. Been through a lot in his personal life, and yeah, he's just a great guy to have in the iRacing platform. He's just a genuine, really good guy.
Yeah, and we're pretty fortunate to have him in vets too.
Yeah. Inspirational fella.
Absolutely.
And of course,
so we see
racing with Bretty Taylor as well. So this is Brett's first team's race as well. So Brett was promoted out of Split 3 in vets this season. So
he had a good season in vets. So no doubt he'll be looking to just consolidate some of his good form and put in some consistent laps. And I think that's going to count for a lot today.
I think the focus for some of these boys today, as we've discussed earlier, is just race at your pace. Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. You'll pick up safety cars here and there that'll bring you back to the bunch, and yeah, just focus on what you're doing and not focus on anybody else, and you'll enjoy your day, and if you can keep it clean, you'll find yourself somewhere there at the end.
That's definitely our plan in Triple 3.
So
that gets him across.
205.339 for Michael, fifth spot. So yeah, solid job. Track temp has crept up 3 or 4 degrees since qualifying started. So the wise heads got out early and did what they could to exploit the track temp, which was very good thinking and smart thinking, and they've got a benefit from that, and just goes to show you got to think about everything when you're racing to win.
Yeah, well, we were there and we were like, it's going to be a relatively short quali. Surely the weather's not going to change that quickly. And it was actually young Harrison that threw the idea out in our team. So he was already thinking one step ahead, young H. And then, we're like, if it changes, it'll only be a degree or two at most. It won't get that warm that quickly. All of a sudden we've gone, uh-oh, you're right, H. This hasn't gone to plan.
I think we're up about 4 degrees now, aren't we?
Yeah, about 4 degrees, and I definitely think each degree is worth about a tenth or more.
Got to remember the air temp is going to affect your pace as well. So not only track temp, but air temp. Which I think that's gone up about 4 or 5 degrees.
Yeah, Mick's just hit me there. I didn't look at that until just now. I'll blame it on the temp of the track then. We'll go with that. That sounds like a good theory.
I'm going to go, guys. Have a good call in the race, and I better go get myself organised here for the start. And we'll looking forward to it. Should be good fun.
So what, you're not letting James start?
Mate, if it was up to me, James would do 161 laps of this race today.
Yeah, no, well, Ian, thanks for popping in. I enjoy your day. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourselves, and when you get a chance, pop back in and let us know how your day's unfolding.
Yeah,
that's the plan. We'll do. No problems at all.
Yeah, good luck, boys.
Yeah, I might do a similar thing and jump on down, but yeah, good luck with the rest of the call, lads, and we'll certainly be jumping up throughout the day.
No worries, Nato. You have a good one.
Enjoy, lads.
Thanks, mate. And Blanchy here having a real dip. I was racing with Josh Strage today.
Got to say, because I'm all about the liveries, I do really like this livery too, the Triple 8 livery that they've got going on here. It's plain, but it's, pretty striking.
Yeah, absolutely. It stands out. You can't miss it, and yeah, it's a great looking livery.
Hopefully for us, we'll be seeing the front of it in our mirrors rather than the back of it through our windscreen.
Of course.
Well, I mean, it's a long day, and like I said, you're going to have the chance to keep bouncing back as long as you don't fence the car. You'll be in with a shot.
Yeah, that's right.
205. Great job. There's Simon Chadwick, the next man to roll out.
Yeah, Chris is a much improved driver in vets and had a rock solid season and consolidated his split one entry with staying in the top 20, and he doesn't have to pre-qualify. So Chris has had a great season.
I think he's actually he might be having a bit of a hiatus because of the amount of rounds that he's going to miss this season. So we might actually we might see him a little bit in race control, helping out from time to time.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He's taking a season off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But no, he's keen to help out, and it's going to be good to have him on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, absolutely. Classic driver. Top bloke racing with Josh. And those boys will definitely be one to watch, I think. That's a good time where they've got themselves. And Simon Chadwick here is doing really well through first two sectors.
Yeah, Simon's a great guy, hard racer, loves competing. Raced with him in another series for a few seasons, and yeah, he really enjoys his racing and he loves to race hard. So Simon, I think, is paired up with Craig Schultz today. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what these boys can do over the course of the day.
Craig Schultz is a name that I'm seeing quite a bit in East Coast, so seems to be quite well. So between him and Simon, like you say, I think they've got a good shot at getting a fairly decent result.
Yeah, Craig's put a lot of work in over the last 12 months with his V8 racing, and he's improved out of side. He's in a very good team with Sean McNamara and the 9.5 Sim Sport squad. So yeah, these boys will have a good day today.
Definitely looking forward to seeing what they can achieve.
Solid job there from Simon. Done a 2:04.564. Puts him in 5th spot at the moment.
Absolutely. So next car on track is Dave Coleman.
All right, I've got to step away for a little bit. I've got a couple of things going on personally that I've got to organise. But I'll be back as soon as possible.
No worries. Thanks, Mark. I'll see you soon.
All right.
We jump on. This is the first of our fishy cars out. So the fishy boys playing a little bit of a different game. So Dave Coleman, race control for split 2 of vets last season, but also a regular here at the East Coast, and a very handy driver. One of the bigger improvers throughout the season as well. Running the retro livery here, which is great to see.
That's a good look too. Dave actually will find himself in split 1 race control for vets next season. So did for that, put his hand up. Thanks to him. He's helped out vets quite a lot in the last few seasons.
Yeah, appreciate. Oh, jeez, just hung on to that. Very loose going up through Reed Park. It's not going to leave us wondering. Come down into the dipper. You get it pulled up. Definitely gets through Forest Elbow. Definitely not going to leave us wondering is Dave Coleman.
Yeah, there's no point leaving anything out on track now.
No. I'm flying down into the chase. Get it pulled up. And crosses the line. A little bit loose getting across the line.
And I'm not sure his time has counted there. I think his moment just before the start-finish line has brought him undone. He's going to be pretty upset with that, I think, because looking at his sectors, he was on for probably about a fifth or sixth there.
Yeah, he was absolutely flying. So, next man on track is Mr. David Kirby. So, the next of our fishy entries. See what Dave can do here.
In some of the practice sessions during the week, he's got some pretty sharp times, so he's looking to replicate those now, I'd say, and secure himself hopefully inside the top 10. Of course, one of the other Vets drivers with a pretty strong top 10 finish last season.
427, you can leave pit.
Of course, we haven't got too many more cars to come out. I think we've basically got about another 3 cars, I think. Or another 2 cars to roll out after this one, I think. So, getting to the business end of qualifying. So, of course, the SSR boys were talking before about the strategy of going out early with the hot track and doing the driving during qualifying, during practice, and sort of being fresh in the car when they did do their lap. So it'd be interesting to see whether that has a negative effect, considering these later guys have been in the car closer to the point of getting the race started. So that'll be an interesting factor to watch.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of trains of thought. One is that spend doing 15 to 20 laps prior to the race. It could get you in the groove, and then the other school of thought is that it might hamper you a little bit, and you're better off just coming in fresh, and you're not as tired having already 20 laps under your belt. But obviously the track temps for the start of the quali session play a part of that. So. Some of the guys across multiple teams, they're trying to find that extra tenth or two, by coming out on the cooler track for their shootout lap.
And just reading crosses the line there with a 205 in time. So that puts that car in 7th, just behind the Blanchard Supercheap entry. And the next car on track is Mr. James Chastaneuf.
Yeah, pretty consistent performer for Banter Alliance. So we'll be looking. I think we'll be looking at seeing him right up in the pointy end of the shootout here. But of course, having, and Hobbo talked about this before, so much pressure. Having really only one shot at it with no backup or redundancy time to fall back onto, even the best drivers can. All it takes is one little moment or a lapse in concentration or a little bit of pressure where you normally wouldn't have it, and a 0x could end your shootout time and put you behind the rest of the grid. So even just to complete a semi-decent lap here is, I think, a pretty good effort.
Of course, Chasty's probably under a fair bit of pressure from team boss Dave Baldock for a good result here, though. Just reading in the comments, Steve Murray's written that Scott Gamble has said on my times at the tracks I could be 43rd in split 1.
Well, the way we're going, if we can just stuff up the service to the point where no one does any more laps, then you're guaranteed a spot in split one. So, Henry?
There you go. That surprises me. It's Chassis coming down Conrod here. Looks like being a fairly conservative lap from Chassis.
Yeah, looking at his sectors there, he's probably currently sitting in about 5th or 6th, but, he could have made up a little bit of time on that exit from Forest Elbow too, so we'll see in a minute how he pulls this together.
I'm not worried, Stephen. It should be all the boys in split one. They should be worried.
Okay, so that's a 2:04.085 for James Chastanerf and Paul Young.
That's a great time, that one.
I think given the fact that we're up about 5 degrees now, that's a cracking time.
Absolutely. So track temp now up to 28. So definitely increasing in temperature. And air temperature still only 22 degrees. So it's the sun getting on the track that's warming it up. As Blake Delaney is the next car on track. So Blake, another one of these consistent drivers, quite well known for his fuel saving as well. So these longer endurance style races will be right up his alley.
A lot of positions to be made with the right strategy and, fuel saving at the right times. With these last few guys doing their laps, I might love you and leave you. Head back to the pits. Might pop in during the race at some point.
No worries, Luke. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Appreciate.
Thanks, Johnny, and we'll chat to you guys later.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. And just going to read through as got Blake Delaney on track. It's been asked a question from Steve Murray. It's going to read through what we have today. So Dynamic Sky. Oh, he's hit the wall. That's the end of that one. Another one's fallen victim to the pressures of the shootout. Dynamic Sky, Dynamic Weather, Track State 100. We have possibly 2 or 3 fast repairs. I believe they may have been increased. Unlimited fuel, 6 compulsory stops with 7 tyre changes. Incident points is set at 25. And we're running the iRacing fair share. So I think you've got to do a maximum of 107 and a minimum of 54 laps for the drivers. And Cam just confirming it's 3 fast repairs have been set. And safety cars, as per race control sees fit. So that's pretty much what we generally run on these types of races. So as Blake Delaney heads through the chase. So that's pretty much the state of play with that part of it. As we just continue on the rest of this lap. As Blake goes straight into the pits, we jump on board with the big fish, Michael Whiting. He'll be the next car on track. Michael Whiting racing with Troy Maguire. Yeah, Steve, no aids. So you've got to use everything that the car has available. No any clutch, no nothing. So if you do stall, it makes it quite tricky to get the car started again. Continuing on. So getting down to the pointy end here. Michael Whiting, plenty of experience, safety car driver in split one of vets this season gone. Quite well respected amongst the iRacing V8 community in Australia. Doing a cracking job here. And continuing on, looking like a very neat and clean lap. $270, $280, maxing out at about $287, $290. Got to get all the way back to about 100 Ks. And Michael Whiting moves to P5 with a 204.223. It's been asked about track conditions. Track conditions at the moment still warming up. So it's up to 29 degrees. So we did start this session at about 23, 24. So definitely happening very quickly in that way. So the next car on track is Ben Morris. Phase 4 Motorsport. Ben's another driver that we've seen some good results from this season. Done an absolute cracking job. Let's see what he can do for his one-lap shootout. Turns and sends it up Mountain Straight. Ben looking very solid. Couple of good sectors there to get started. Oh! A little bit awkward coming out of the dipper there. Hopefully no contact on the wall. Didn't appear to be. Coming down through the chase. Only got Murray's corner left. I think this will be a reasonable lap time, considering the conditions. Nice exit. And goes P4 with a 203.85. So that's a cracking time from Ben Morris. I think he'd be pretty chuffed for that. So that puts him between Ladder and Chastaneuf. And the next car on track is the Blake Warboys entry. Partnered up today with Harrison Dengate. So young H. There's the co-driver. So Harrison's sitting just inside or just outside, sorry, just outside the top 10 in the championship. Blake, of course, running in 4th at the moment. So this will be a great little battle for him. See if he can set himself up. Of course, for those who don't know as well, as talked about before, the class of 22 for the Logitech G Pro Series. Blake Wallboy securing himself as a member of the class. A great effort from Blake, getting himself into the top 20 of the Pro Series. On Wednesday night just gone. So, looking forward here to seeing what Blake can do. Of course, track temp already up to 29 degrees though. And it is go time. So, Wallboys heading up Mountain Straight.
118.
So, this is our second last car on track. It's a little bit off the apex there, drifts a bit wide. That won't be the fastest line through Griffins. Ooh, that sounded like he clipped the wall there. Doesn't appear to be any marks on the car, so he must be all right still, hopefully. Come through McPhillamy into Skyline. Dropping it down into the dipper. Oh, a bit loose. That looked a little bit under control. And he spun. Wallboys into the wall. Oh, no. You won't be happy with that. Blake will be a bit disappointed with that one, losing it coming out of as our next car and our last car on track is Mr. Thomas Freeman. So Thomas, of course, partnered up with the very highly talented Jamie McKnight. So the SSR driver jumping in one of the Fishy boys to partner up. So that'll be quite interesting to see how he goes. As we head up Mountain Straight for what's going to be the last lap of the shootouts. definitely pushing through. Oh, Thomas right on the money here. He's having a real crack. A little bit. Oh, he's hit the wall there. Surely that's got to be a 1X. Still pushing, no? Drop down. Oh, a bit twitchy coming down into the elbow. Manages to hold onto it. Definitely not going to leave us wondering. We're pushing on. Coming down into Murray's. This is our last car on track. Where can Thomas Freeman put himself in the starting order? Yeah, I think he did get a 0X. So, oh no, he didn't. 203. Puts himself third. That is a cracking drive from Thomas Freeman. I don't think you can put it any more on the edge than what Thomas just did then. So that was absolutely
awesome quality session, guys. As shootouts go, there's obviously a few lucky ones and a few unlucky ones with a few 0Xs, but that's a part of the shootout. I'm going to forward the session now to a 35-minute warm-up. If you just want this shortened, just let us know, sing out, and we can change that. But have a warm-up and we'll get into it.
So we now go into warm-up period, 15 minutes, and then we'll be racing. So not long to go now. And we will start this Bathurst 1000. So in the meantime, we might just quickly run through a couple of quick ads.
Shutters are a great option for a window treatment in that they're more practical than, for example, a roller blind in most cases, because it's not just open or closed. You do have the benefit of being able to close them for your privacy and also open them to allow light and air.
For a homeowner who's trying to get educated on what plantation shutters are right for them, the four things that I think are the most important are: 1, what material it's made out of; 2, the quality of whichever material you choose; 3, the paint finish; and then 4, the construction quality of the actual shutter itself.
High Profile is a solid timber product for a start. A lot of our competitors use a composite or what they call a laminated style or a laminated louver.
Timber is very inherent with distortion and bowing. So we engineer the product, we finger joint the product to get maximum yield from the material, plus also to reduce the distortion.
Probably one of the main differences with our product is it's actually a solid wood.
You can rely on the fact that what you're buying is not a veneer and it will not fall apart.
We then coat the material in a polyurethane top coat.
The benefit of the polyurethane is it's quite flexible and it looks great and it's very long lasting. So the product has the benefit of light control and privacy.
Whenever you're looking at your timber shutters, you want something that has been made from scratch and then finished as a whole unit. Will give you the best quality finish for the product as a whole.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small. Some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, Other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super. Because super is our middle name. Well, technically.
Back on car again. We've got our rear views a little bit more back to what we're used to. So, apologise for that one. So, just been told from race control that at 11:30 we're going to kick off for the race start still. So, still running the 15-minute warm-up at the moment. So, we'll just keep continuing on here. What we might do is we might just jump on with Tom Freya here and have a bit of an onboard view.
Radio check, please. And then clear double 07. Base control radio check. Down and clear 919. Get a mic check as well, please, Dan. Down and clear 913. Radio check. Yeah, Ash, you got me. So, boys, starting to get a bit organised here.
sorting out some issues at my own end.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small. Some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive.
And jump back here. So not long to go till we get on the grid. It's very much been a dominating story by our championship leader, Brenton Hobson. He's teamed up today with James Scott. So the boys have managed to put themselves on pole position. As we just start running our way through now into the end of this warm-up session. So a few guys definitely getting themselves all organised. A couple of interesting matchups we've got today too. So a lot of the number 2 drivers out on track at the moment. So of course Brady Taylor out racing from Valve Motorsport. And he's running with Michael Stewart today in the Bale and Stewart Foundation entry. Yeah, so anyway, we're just trying to get this all sorted. So get ready for what I think is going to be an epic race. We're just taking our time here to get a few kinks out of the fire. Not sure what's going on there. I think we've just advanced the session, so it must be about to go racing, I think, very shortly. And we have, so Ash, not giving much of a heads up, but let's have a quick look at this grid while we can. So on pole, we have the one and only Brenton Hobson, followed by Sean McNamara, followed by Jamie McKnight starting the car in P3, Kenny Ladder in 4th, Ben Morris in 5th, James Chasneath in 6th, Michael Whiting in 7th, Luke Holland starting in 8th. So Craig Schultz will be out in 9th, Josh Drage starting in 10th for the Supercheap Auto WK&P car, Dave Kirby in 11th, Brett Taylor's going to start for Michael Stewart in the Balin Stewart Foundation entry in 12th. As we just roll through now to Andrew Hoffman in 13th for the Petters WK&P entry. Michael Quain from Old Mates and Sons starting in 14th. Warren Davis will be 15th. Christian Smart starting in 16th. Jamie Dyke in 17th. Harrison Dengate with Blake Wallboys all the way back in 18th. So we're getting back to these boys that clipped the wall during quali. So some fast cars in this part of the world. And we then have after that Paul Warwick, the doctor. Doctor's in the house. Richie Barella in a safety car. And then we've got Scotty Van Loon, the Rattler, in 21st. And in 22nd, we've got Michael Power. So that is our grid for what I think will be a bit of an epic race. Hobson's going to start the car. James Scott, of course, having some starting issues this season. So probably smart move by Hobbo to eliminate a little bit of risk there. As we might just have a quick look at the weather as well while we grid up. The track temperature's already gone up to 32 degrees. So you can see the day is definitely warming up for these guys. We might quickly get a few other things up. We can't be too far away from going green here, where we have a 3-minute gridding session. So not very far away at all. So looking forward to this one. This will be an epic start. I think it's going to be one of these races where I think you just need to keep the nose clean for these first couple of hours, and then after that you put yourself in a situation where you can then start the push a little bit, and then you just got to make sure you get your strategy right in terms of fuel and in terms of getting the car around the track. This is a rather difficult track to get around at the best of times. You don't want to be caught up in anyone else's. As we're about to start gridding here. Boys starting to warm the engines up. We're gridding. Watching the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lights are out. We're away. Oh, we've got a stalled car. Oh, that's not a great start. I'm not sure who that was. But I think it might have been Jamie McKnight stalled the car back there. As we can see, Josh Drage run out wide. But it's Brenton Hobson there getting the great start. Heading up the start. There's a few calls coming in the race control already. But it's Brenton Hobson getting a great start under a bit of pressure here from Sean McNamara. Can we get it all across the top of the mountain safely for the first time? So, Hobbo pushing it right out to the wall. McNamara tucked up behind. Some great battles already a bit further back. We've already got Luke Power and Michael Quain in the pits. I'm not sure what story is there. As we come down into Forest Elbow. Nice clean start from these boys. So we might just try and have a quick look what happened to Josh Drage. We did see he went wide. So great first lap out of the way. As these boys all start to settle in. Just trying to work out what happened to the 99 and 49 car. Might just have a quick look what happened to Josh Drage on the Supercheap Auto replay. Got pushed out wide a bit. And he's neatly got himself back in. Not sure.
And it will incur a points penalty.
Let's go back to live pictures. Hopefully someone out there might be able to tell me what's happened to Quain and Power, but yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on. The boys definitely battling away here. Sean McMurray will be smart. He'll be tucking in behind Hobson, saving fuel. Knows we've got 6 hours ahead of us here. It's going to be a long day for these guys. McNamara definitely tucked up here. Having a look on the inside. McNamara goes, I don't want to save fuel. Bugger this, I'm out of here. Catch me if you can, is what he says to Hobson. As Ben Morris sets the purple sector lap of a 2:05.037. So a bit of pace there in the back of the field. Let's just have a little bit look down the back. McKnight, of course, was that stalled car on the start line. He's managed to get himself going again, so he's running in 16th. Putting a bit of pressure on Warren Davis from Banter Alliance. Luke Powers managed to get the car out on track, so not sure what the story was there. Chris Smart is back in 7th. Great little battle. This is a battle for 8th and 9th. This might just jump back up the front. McNamara getting a little bit of space now. Front of Hobson. Hobson will still be in the tow. Still be dragging along Ladder and Morris. And Morris, of course, looking very racy here. And we did have a redress for car 307 for the incident with the 888 on turn 1 and lap 1. Great little battle here with Craig Schultz. So 9.5 SimSport driver definitely getting up and involved in there. So we might just grab Damien Johnstone, come in for a chat. How you going, Damien?
Hey boys, how you going?
Very good. Good, happy with the start?
Yeah, very good. Smarty's doing his thing, so I think he's already up 8 spots.
Yeah, I've noticed he's doing really well. Dave Coleman's come through behind him, he's up 10. Bit of a hectic moment there with Jamie stalling on the start line.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky for Jamie. You don't see that often.
No, I don't see it very often at all. So, and of course, McNamara getting past Hobson quickly, moving away a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. I know Hobbo's really good at fuel saving, so we'll see what he does here.
Oh, definitely. At this stage, it's about really settling into the day and getting into your rhythm, really.
Yeah, especially it's going to get hotter too, so I'll have some fun out there soon and try and get to that lap 100 and send it home for him. So.
And Chris making a move here on the fishy car. He's going to get it done. Oh, he's been tapped. Oh, no. Christian's been turned going into the chase. Manages to keep the car going. That's a bit of bad luck for you, mate.
Yeah, it's another bad luck moment. That's all right. Still got a long way to go.
And jumping on with Kenny, that was just a bit of an racing glitch. Had McNamara dropping down the table, but that's all right. That was just a few funny things going on today, the old computer. So Dave Coleman's now up 12 spots into 7th, so that's a great drive from Dave. But he's got a bit of traffic in front of him now. He's got another 5 seconds to get up to Cam Veacock. Veacock sitting in 6th. He's dropped off the back of Chastaneef in front of him. So the boys starting to spread out a little bit. And then Ben Morris, Kenny Ladder, just in front of Chastaneef.
We'll team up with Tom and Kenny. Try and keep the points alive for our team, so it should be good.
Yeah, it'll be a good team up, I think. I think they're doing reasonably well. It's got to settle in at the moment, sitting in 3rd nicely. McNamara has been the bolter. He's pulled out already 2nd lead on Hobbo.
Well, boys, I better get back down to Smarty, make sure he's all right, and have a bit of chat at the race control. So I'll come up again and have a good call. And
no worries.
See you later in the day.
Damo, thanks for dropping in, mate.
Thanks, boys.
All right, see ya. The old commentator's curse, when you come in to have a chat, your teammate spins. Anyway, still got a long way to go here. Only 5 laps down of 161. Definitely battling away, so not 100% certain what happened to Quaney. He's on track now. Anyway, we'll work that one out at the end. Nathan Brown, the man, the myth, he's on the move a little bit, but under a lot of pressure from Davis, McKnight and Drage. Doing quite well, and might just jump up Michael Stewart, sitting up in 9th spot. So Brett Douglas saying good start to Brett. I haven't put Brett behind the wheel yet, Bretto, so we'll see what he can do when his time comes. Of course, Warren Davis putting a lot of pressure on Nathan Brown in front of him here. Oh, Nathan getting real loose. Warren having a good look at the back of the WK&P Petters entry. Might just jump off this battle for a minute, have a bit of a look elsewhere. Craig Schultz doing really well. Jamie McKnight about to put a move on here, I think. Big dive up the inside of Davis. Oh, McKnight doesn't get the job done. Coming down into Murray's, will it happen? Oh, Josh Drage getting in there for the 2 for 1. Funky Miller getting in behind these boys as well now. And bit of action there with those boys. Might just jump back up, see how Kenny Ladder's getting on. They're still sitting relatively well in 2nd and 3rd. And we might just go back and have a look at that Ben Morris, Chris Smart incident again. I'm sure Race Control will be looking at this one. Oh, that wasn't that one, sorry. That was a big moment there for Ben Morris. And then we had this one. Bit of a tap there to Chris Smart, so let Race Control sort it out, as you tend to do. So situation at the moment, Sean McNamara is about 1.5 seconds up the road from Hobson, who's about 2 seconds up the road from Kenneth Ladder, who we're looking at the moment. All right, still a long way to go, only 7 of 161 done. Only been going for 15 minutes. Might just jump back. McKnight about to put the move, making the comeback here for that start. Teamed up with Thomas Freeman at Fishy Motorsports instead of the usual SSR livery today. Jamie, a big fan of the Fishy boys. Josh Drage now tucked up behind Brown as well here, so Drage on the move. Get a bit of a mistake from Ladder. It's a little bit loose there. It's caused Ben Morris to catch back up again. This gap's starting to close down a fair bit. Morris battling away. Nicely tucked in the slipstream. Are we going to have a look down here? No. Good hard braking. Kenneth Ladder in front of him there. I might just jump back here, have a look at this battle. This battle's all tightened up as well. Fair bit of pressure from Michael Stewart on Michael Whiting. Blake Delaney a little bit loose behind. as Morris just gets past the ladder. So he's been threatening for a little while. Got the job done. Gets himself into the top 3. Next target, of course, is Hobson, who's 3 seconds up the road. Just jump on with Harrison Dengate. So Harrison, of course, the number 2 driver with War Boys. So he's started. Car looking quite healthy there. Of course, got drive-through penalty for the OT5 for contact with the 999 on lap 4. That was the incident with Christian Smart. And Michael Whiting, of course, coming in for his drive-through. And Craig Schultz now putting all sorts of pressure on Dengate. So, big blow for Michael Whiting. That'll put him back a little bit. Have to fight his way back from there. As that drops him down past Davis, Whittaker, Smart. Just jump on with Nathan Brown. He's under all sorts of pressure still from Warren Davis behind. Of course, Nathan looking all sorts of serious. I think I've seen Nath look this serious before, to be honest. Of course, tucked up behind these boys as well is Matty Whittaker. It needs more than a 10, I think, Roy. A little bit clip of the wall there from Nate. Looking all serious with those glasses too is young Mr. Brown. They say fashion maketh the man. Anyway, leave your comments, boys. That's all I'm going to say. Right, driving quite well, Nath. Keep cracking along, mate. Dave Baldock in the chat. How are you, Mr. Baldock? Exactly, he does have a team shirt. It's a very good question. Going for the singlet look, I think. Anyway, we'll move on. Roy Clark will be getting quite nervous there, knowing that the brown car is in front of Davis. But anyway, Craig Schultz battling away here on the outside, our 9th in our top 10, chasing Dengate. He's up the road a little bit, but he's under a bit of pressure from Blake Delaney behind. And might just jump a little bit further up. Sean McNamara, our race leader. Hobson managing to hang on and staying in that slipstream. So great little battle of using what the best they can. There's Michael Schrader saying that he's showing his guns. Continue on. Kenny Ladder still keeping the pressure on Ben Morris, who managed to get past him before. So another couple running together here. It's about lap 12 now. Smallest gun in the world, yeah, I'd agree with that one too, Roy. And I'll admit, some things aren't suitable for television. A great little battle still going back here is Davis is now getting past Brown. We might stay with this group. Brown trying to make the car a little bit wider there. As Matty Whitaker gets involved in this battle as well. So Brown losing a couple of spots here. And I'd probably say Whitaker and Smart will be through. Brown hung out the dry through the cutting. But definitely battling away. Brown's been shuffled back. That's given the big jump there to Warren Davis. Moves him up into 14th. But talking big jumps, man, the myth, the legend at the moment, Dave Coleman's up into 7th, up 12 spots. That's a great start that I'm sure the Fishy boys would be very happy with. The old flying fish, Dave Coleman. Racing by himself though, so not great for fuel. Rattling away. That's all they can do at this stage. A long way to go. Only 13 is 161 done. And looking solid. He's Mr. Coleman at the moment. Let him punch away. There's Ben Morris and Kenny Ladder still working away together here. Just allowing Chassis to hang off the back there. Chassis about a second back. It didn't pop up in the SDK, but something's happened to Warren Davis. He's now been shuffled back behind Brown again. Great little battle going on with these guys. So we've had no early safety cars to get started. So that's definitely opened up the event so far. Ben Morris still in front of Kenny Ladder. And Sean McNamara still our race leader, still that second gap ahead of Hobson. He's got himself about 6 seconds ahead of these boys. Chasty nicely lurking in the background. battling away is Chasty, probably saving fuel here, making the most of what he's doing. Mr. Warboys, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad. A little bit of battling. The boys have all seemed to have settled down a fair bit, except for that Brown fella. Him and Davis are going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, been keeping an eye on all the boys. Nathan's in a good little battle there. Joshy had a little bit of trouble at the start, and Luke seems to have settled into a bit of a rhythm as well. So, yeah, looking good so far.
What happened with Lukey at the start, mate?
I'm not sure what happened at the start there, but yeah. H is chipping away, saving a little bit of fuel, making some clean passes, and making up for my mistake in qualifying. So, yeah. See where we finish today.
Just keep battling away. That's all we can do.
Yeah,
in these
exactly
big
right.
ones.
Yep. Yeah. But so far everyone's been racing really clean, so it will be interesting to see how the race livens up towards that last stint.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just continuing on here. Dengate sitting in 8th. He's up 10 spots. He's pretty much running on his own, so probably not easy for saving fuel.
Not the easiest at the moment, but the car's been tuned with a quite low wing, so it's a little bit easier to save a bit of fuel when you are by yourself. But he's always been quite good at saving his fuel, so, and we're running below where we want it to be, so it's, yeah, good stint for him so far.
No, that'll be very good. So, got Coleman in front of him. Bit of free love for Dave in the chat at the moment. With Damien Johnson coming out saying he's the most improved driver this season. And then Briggs and Tom Free are jumping onto the chat along with Paul Warwick.
Yeah, Coleman for sure. Definitely biggest improver this season, I'd have to say.
I was up 12 spots at the moment, sitting in 7th, which is a great start.
Oh, yeah. Perfect start. Couldn't really ask for much more, making up 12 spots. But yeah, definitely the biggest improver. His pace and consistency has been really well the last few rounds, and his qualifying pace is getting better and better. So it'd be great to see what he can pull out next season.
Yeah, definitely plenty of pace coming out of those fishy boys at the moment.
Yeah, and I believe a lot of them will be doing the qualifying series for the Logitech G Pro Invitational for next year, so it'd be good to see a few more fishy cars in that series for next year as well.
Look, Kenny Ladder's just had a bit of a moment. Just going to go back. I'm not sure whether Delaney was involved, but we'll go to Ladder first. So he's just clipped the wall coming out of the elbow, so might just try and do that on a different camera for everybody. The old helicopter didn't see it too well. Got wide coming out of the elbow, clipped the wall. Hopefully not too much damage there. And Mr. Delaney.
It'll be an interesting one.
Mr. Delaney trying to save fuel across the top there was interesting. Managed to catch it. Could definitely hear he was in fuel saving mode.
Yeah, Delaney's been in fuel saving since the start of the race. Being right in behind H, I've been listening to all the clutching action that he's been doing.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that at McPhillamy.
Yeah, he's been doing it in places I've never thought of. So, kudos to him. He is really good at his fuel saving.
Absolutely. Just recap: Sean McNamara, as you may or may not know, is doing next season in vets.
Yeah.
So I do question if the quality of his hair quality of his hairdo that he's probably a little bit too young for vets, but anyway. The boys have asked for a driver's license, which obviously been doctored up.
Oh yeah, he is definitely very quick, and it'll be very interesting to see how Mr. McNamara does next season in vets.
Yeah, of course, it's definitely becoming a very interesting field. The likes of Mike Taliancic now, and of course Kenny Ladder as well.
Yeah, well, you've got guys that are front runners of Scops, have been in the Enduros or been a part of the Logitech Pro Invitational, a part of vets now. So it is the series to be in if you are over 40. So if you are, definitely get involved.
Yeah, of course, 120 plus drivers over 3 splits.
Yeah, makes for some great viewing over the 3 nights of broadcasting.
It definitely does. Anyway, might just have a bit of a look back. Michael Whiting and Matt Whitaker. So a little bit of team orders here, I reckon.
And they seem to have pulled away from Nathan Brown there as well.
Yeah, definitely showing a bit of pace now. So, of course, lap 17, starting to get towards the end, or 2/3 of the way through these stints. Craig Schultz is the other one. He's under a bit of pressure from Michael Stewart behind him. So still a few little battles about on track.
Yeah, some few good battles. It'll be interesting to see how everyone does once the safety cars come out later today. Oh, H.
Of course, that's if we have a safety car.
It's Bathurst. There'll definitely be a safety car. I don't think I've done a Bathurst 1000 without one yet. Or even seen one for that matter.
The mountain, the place to be.
Lovely place. Lovely. Even when it's raining and muddy, it's still better than being at work.
So true.
As we come to the end of the stint, I might jump back in with H, see how he's going, and I'll get him to jump up a bit later, Johnny.
No worries, Blake. Thanks for dropping in, mate. And
no worries.
I'm sure we will see you on track at some stage pushing forward. So good luck with all that, mate.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see how my healing eye does after getting some metal in it, but I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yep. No worries, mate. All the best.
Too easy. Thank you.
Let's jump back up with Sean McNamara now. He's battling away here quite well with Brenton Hobson. Of course, as the points will fall at the moment, Hobson will walk away from this race as the Season 4 champion. So a lot to play for in the 88 entry. As we just had an incident, Luke Power. What's happened to Luke? Coming down into the Forest Elbow. Just hooked it up, just brushed the wall, got it going again. Not too bad. Live to sell another day as Nathan Brown seems to be progressing well. So is Chris Miller. So I'm not sure what happened to Warren Davis. He's dropped back a little bit there, I think. So SDK doing some funny things for me today. There's Craig Schultz here, under pressure from Michael Stewart still. There's and Blake Delaney just in front of these boys. And in front of these guys is Dengate. Dengate's now up 10 spots. So it's been a great little drive from Harrison. Stephen Murray, yeah, it was a good question. I'm not sure exactly what's happened as I've had not much pop up. So let me just see if I can find something. Not sure. Might have been a technical glitch, I think, because it was supposed to be a car pass this end, but there wasn't. So, not sure, Stephen Murray, what's happened. Bonneville and Brown dropped oil. Here we go. That's the answer from Roy Clark. With a look like that, he's obviously is a Bond villain. He's definitely no James Bond. Oh, Nath, what are you doing? Oh, jeez. It's going to test the incident points. And slow down. Jump back on with Cam Veacock. He's now under all sorts of pressure from Dave Coleman. Dave having an absolute cracking drive here for this first stint. Sure, some will say that was Dave, that was Nathan Brown waiting for Warren Davis. Big shout out to Matty McMillan, who's joined the chat as well. Coleman definitely all over the back of Veacock now. Of course, one of the other fun things you got with Bathurst is setting your car up that'll perform with a high fuel load and a light fuel load. With new tyres and worn tyres. And also remember too, we've got a tyre limit today as well. So the guys have got to be considering that into the equation. Oh, big lock up from Veacock. Dave Coleman keeping him honest here. Going to get a good drive out. Nicely tucked up in the slipstream here. Great pass there from Dave Coleman. Disposes of Cam Veacock. Definitely got his bit between the teeth, up 13 spots. Next man up the road by 7 seconds, Kenneth Latta. Get himself into the top 5. Long way to go though. There's might jump up. Sean McNamara, still our race leader. Sean battling away quite well. Hobbo's managed to hang on about a second behind him all this session. Yeah, might just jump down. Michael Whiting looks like he's the man on the move as well. Putting a bit of pressure on Christian Smart in front. Great looking liveries. The old fishy entry with Michael Whiting. Of course, Christian Smart spun earlier. When we had Damien Johnstone, Christian's teammate, in the chat with us. That was a bit of a disappointing. They were done very well. It started well, we're moving well, but definitely fighting their way back through the field here to get going again. But Michael Whiting definitely making Christian Smart work for this. As we come down now to complete lap 22. Sorry, start lap 22 for these boys. Jump on Craig Schultz, still under pressure from Stewie behind him. And Stephen Murray asking how Hoffy's getting on. Well, Hoffy's racing with Nathan Brown, so they're sitting in 17th at the moment. Just in front of Funky Miller and Warren Davis. So we haven't seen Hoffy turn a lap in anger yet during the race. Craig Schultz all over the curb here. Great footage here when you get the helicopter coming through. Sort of see how much slipping and sliding goes through across the top of the mountain, particularly coming down the hill. Nice bit of an exit there. Managed to get the jump a little bit. There's the only other battle on track, of course, is Michael White and Christian Smart one. This first stint, though, has been all about Sean McNamara. We've got the jump on Hobson on lap 2. Hobson had managed to hang on to him for most of the lap, staying within a second, but has dropped off in the last couple of laps. So the gap's opened up slightly. Yeah, Michael Power had an incident. So I'm not sure what happened to Michael. I might just have a quick look there on the replay as well. Might explain the car back in the pits again, I think. No, we saw that one. That was when Luke was in the car. SDK playing games with me. Back to Stephen Murray with Hoff, not a happy man about the Mustang, mate. Not a happy man at all. Particularly considering when we got Josh Strage out there in the same livery that Hoffy runs, minus a spec map. The old red livery. And just jumping on with Dave Coleman. Dave Coleman's the first one to roll the finger on the pit stop strategy. Coming in on lap 24. So maybe racing that a little bit too hard has not been good for his fuel economy. So I'll just keep an eye on that and just see if we have a team change. Whittaker's in as well. No, he's not, sorry. Or is he? No, he's not. Just a bit of a flicker in SDK. So Coleman's dropped back to 16th at the moment. Hobson managing just to stay there and abouts. You can see Dave Coleman back out on track. So Dave doing a double stint here, which is quite interesting to start the race off. So that's dropped them back into 19th. McNamara now peeling off into the pits. What does Hobson do? I reckon Hobson was sitting behind fuel saving, and he was. Hobbo continues on. And Ben Morris has rolled in as well. Ladder is going in. Chasty's going to continue on. What's Veacock do? Veacock, he's in as well. And so is Dengate. So Dengate done well to get onto the back of Veacock. I think the way Warboys was talking before, probably going to see Warboys in the car now. Delaney stays out. Delaney, of course, the master of fuel saving. And of course, Hobson stayed out as well. McKnight, Freer was in the car. Rashido, Hollands jumped in, Chadwick, Blanchard, Whittaker. So we're seeing a lot of the boys into the pits at the moment. So you can see what Hobbo does. Did he save enough to do two? Hobson peels in. Jump back out. Warboys back out on track, tucked up behind Luke Holland. Warboy's already passed Holland. That's Hobson still in the pits, so I've got to wait and see where Delaney goes. There's Whiting and Delaney. Delaney goes again. So he was doing a lot of fuel saving to get 2 extra laps out of it compared to everybody else. He's still fuel saving. Dylan Rudd's done well in the pits as well. He's come out in front of Hobson. So Hobbo a little bit further back there. Putting the pressure on. These pit stops definitely starting to battle out. Blanchard in the car for Drage, tucked up behind Freeman and Damien Johnstone. Troy Maguire jumping in for Michael Whiting in the 025 Fishy Motorsports entry. Let's jump up the front here. A little bit of a flicker. I'm not sure what's going on. Rudd definitely got the bit between the teeth. Trying to make sure he stays in front of Hobson. Hobson, of course, doing the double stint. Might just jump back on with Blanchard, getting passed by Johnstone. And Paul Young in the car for Chastity. He's under a lot of pressure now from Tom Frere. So Tom, one of the quick young guns from Synergy Sim Racing. Needs to show a bit of maturity and be patient. This is Frere. Be careful not to overshoot it. As we've still got to stop probably another 5 times to get home from here. Definitely a long, long day. Long way to go, and anything can happen. We've seen Bathurst throw up time and time again as Delaney's in the pits and Dykes jumping in the car. You can see where these boys roll out. But everybody in our top 20 has now made their first stop. So Dylan Rudd got himself out to a 3-second lead from Hobson here. That's a lovely bit of work there, jumping him in the pit stop to get that distance pulled away. Jamie Machuto has jumped in for Ben Morris. He's still tucked in 3rd spot. A little bit of a gap behind there. They're about 17 seconds back from Hobson. A bit of work to do there to try and catch back up again. Tom Frere is in 4th. Paul Young's jumped in for Chastity, sitting in 5th. Dave Coleman double stinting here. He's sitting in 13th, sorry, in 6th, up 13 spots. That's been a great drive from Dave Coleman so far. Warboy's taking over from Dengate, sitting in 7th. He's 9 seconds down the road from Coleman. But he's managed to already put 4 seconds on... on the Luke Holland entry. Jamie Dyke, he's up into 9th, up 8 spots, and he's tucked up behind Holland now as well. Poor old Luke being put under a fair bit of pressure here early. in his first stint.
Just say a quick hello. I'm back from my personal life interfering with my sim life.
All good. We've just been through our first round of stops. We've seen Blake Delaney stretch it way out, done really well, fuel saving. Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara jumped Hobbo quite early after about lap 2. Hobbo managed to hang on for a fair while, but Dylan Rudd managed to jump in a bit more in a pit stop. Hobbo's about 18 seconds up the road from Jamie Masciuto. Ben Morris and the Synergy car both battled away quite well together there for a while with Kenny Latta. Chasty managed to hang on to the back of that group for a fair while. Paul Young's taken over the car. Dave Coleman's double stinted. He was the first of our stoppers. Dave, of course, up 13 spots. Warboys has taken over from Dengate and moved forward a little bit more now, up into 7th. And Jamie Dyke is now up into 8th, up 9 spots. So Luke Holland and Veacock's been the ones dropping away a little bit.
Yeah, just saw Jamie put a move on Luke down Conrod Straight, and yeah, there's no point trying to block or battle too hard. You've got a long day in front of you, and the idea is to preserve the car and preserve your confidence and just push on for the remainder of the day, and then with an hour to go, see where you are, because I guarantee in that last hour we probably will see a safety car.
Well, I think we will see a safety car at some stage today. 888 unsafe pit exit. Got a stop and go pen. So big blow to the Drage Blanchard entry there. That'll explain why they've dropped back to 18th. And we just had Hobbo with a little off track, so might just see what happened to him. So might just go to the Supercheap Auto replay. Up through McPhillamy, gets it off, manages to hang on just.
Often you see that spear you across to the left side of the track into the wall there, but Hobbo's done well to hang on to that.
Yeah, showing all of his dirt track skills. Is that Warboys peeling off to the pits? I wonder what that's for. I was intrigued here. This is a stop for some reason. Not sure what's going on.
He's got a meatball flag, so I'm not sure if he's popped an engine on a change or he's
done
popped
something.
a cylinder.
Yeah.
But they do have 3 fast repairs today, so he's been able to use one of his fast repairs to
Get himself
get
going
the
again.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but he did have a meatball flag, which has disappeared off his name, so, yeah, not sure if he had a bad shift and popped a cylinder or what happened.
Well, that's out of the blue, but anyway, carry on. The field definitely starting to spread out a bit here at the moment. Okay, just been told that he backed it into the wall at the S's on lap 28. Unfortunately, it didn't pop up on my SDK, so I didn't see where that happened. Unfortunately.
Just going back, oh yeah, he's coming down off Skyline into the S's and Dipper. He's just got sideways and hit the wall, so easy thing to do around here.
Absolutely. So lap 30 at the moment of 161. There's still a long way to go today.
Yeah, a long way to go, and you know, somebody with Blake's experience and all the speed he's shown, finishing in the top 20 in the Logitech G Pro Series. Really good quality driver, and it just goes to show you even the fastest guys out there can still make a mistake, as we saw with Hobbo as well, just touching the grass, going across McPhillamy there. Easy thing to happen.
Absolutely, doesn't take much at this place for it all to go wrong. So might just have a quick look at Hoffy. He's battling away with Brady Taylor in front of him. I think he's just passed Brady Taylor. These two boys in their first outings in Mustangs. Whereas Hoffy goes a bit deep there.
Yeah, it's good to see they've finally found the right path and jumped into the Mustang.
Screaming and kicking, might I add.
Yeah, the Ford Holden rivalry still lives on in the iRacing world, and I've been a lifelong Ford supporter myself. My dad used to take me down to Oran Park when I was 6, 7, 8 years old, and everybody loved Brocky, but I always wanted the underdog. So great memories of Johnny Goss and Alan Moffat. Racing their GDHOs and Mustangs and everything. Yeah, great days.
It's good. It was good Oran Park for that reason. Tom Frere under a little bit of pressure here from Jamie Masciuto. Oh, he's managed to get past Jamie Masciuto, sorry.
Yeah, Tom doing a good job. He's moved up into P3. Jamie Masciuto, he's a good driver. He's very quick. He's got plenty of I-rating points. He knows how to steer a car, and he'll just chip away all day. And like I said, him and Ben Morris, I think, are a real dark horse today. Ben's been driving extremely well in the East Coast Series, and he's got a good co-driver. So, yeah, just watch out for these boys come the end of the race.
Absolutely. Tom here driving it right out to the edge of the limits. We're getting all the puffs of smoke from the net codes.
Yeah, Tom really pushing on with it here. Tom's a great steerer, and again, he's someone we've seen in the East Coast Series either not set qualifying laps or not get a time set in qualifying and starting in 30th and climbing his way up towards the podium in races at the end of the season. So Tom's in really good form at the moment.
Yeah, another one of the young guns coming out of Synergy Sim Racing. Of course, Adam Briggs missing today due to a broken foot. Of course, Adam, our reigning series champion, another one of the young guns in the SSR studio.
Yeah, shame Adam couldn't be with us today. Yeah, he's the pictures of his broken foot or toes look pretty painful. So hope you make a speedy recovery, Adam, and are able to get back on your feet quickly.
Tom definitely giving it everything he's got.
Yeah, Tom's not leaving anything out there. Seen the track temperature's risen to 40 degrees at the moment, and it's probably going to get even warmer than that. So pretty slippery, tricky conditions out there as the track heats up.
Of course, a lot of these boys are Scops drivers. They're used to the hot tracks.
Yep. Just saw Jamie Machado going across McPhillamy. Did the same thing as Brenton Hompson did. Just couple of wheels on the grass. So Jamie probably just needs to not focus on getting passed by Tom and just get back into his own rhythm. There's a long way to go. Just keep circulating, stay within touching distance of the guys in front of you. You don't have to be under their rear wing. You just want to be in touching distance, because once that safety car comes out, you're going to be under their rear wing again.
Exactly right. As much as jump on with Damien Johnstone. Of course, these boys are recovering from being spun earlier by one of the fishy cars.
Yeah, I didn't see the start, but again, Damien, a very experienced driver, very quick driver in his own right. Just tucked up under behind Simon Chadwick here at the moment, looking to make a move down Conrod. Simon definitely thought about fighting for that position, but then in the end probably realised that Damien's come from a bit of a distance back to get up onto him, and Damien's got the speed to go, so you're better off letting him go, try and follow him, get a tag, Toby up the mountain and down the mountain, try and pick up the cars in front.
That's all you can do. Settle in at this stage. Still a long way to go. Only on lap 33.
So Damien's climbed his way up to P10 at the moment. Next car in front is Thomas Freeman, so Thomas definitely won't be an easy car to get past. Like, Thomas is a good driver, fights for every position, and he's very quick in his own right. So Damien's got his work cut out now to get past these drivers currently in the top 10.
Definitely a good recovery for the Fishy Motorsports 118 after being stalled on the start line.
It sounds like I did miss a few dramas at the beginning of the race, but that's what Bathurst is it's not Bathurst without dramas.
Of course, Jamie McKnight very lucky not to be taken out by anyone in the field. Sort of allowed everyone to continue on without too much effort. So lap 34, still no safety car. Not your usual Bathurst start that we'll see.
It's good to have Jamie in the field. He loves this place. He loves his sim race, and he's puts a lot of work into the vet series. And I know everybody in the vet series is really thankful that Jamie's involved and puts a lot of work into the setups for 120 guys, and from a very broad spectrum of ability and skill and speed. And Jamie does a great job giving a setup that everybody can do the vet series in and produce great racing.
Very appreciative of it.
And of course, also, Jamie's sponsorship of, many teams, series, he gives a hell of a lot to the sim racing community. So anybody who's involved in the Australian side of sim racing knows how much Jamie puts into the sim community, and everybody owes a big thank you to him.
And Scotty Van Loon has had a reasonable crash on top of the mountain. Just looking at the replay of it now, he's managed to keep it going by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's lost his bonnet. Not sure what happened to Scotty, but he'll be able to get back down to the pits and use one of his fast repairs. Really need to kind of manage these fast repairs so you're not left at the back end of the race without anything and you're spending 20 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast repairs with your friends at the moment.
Yep. Scotty's still learning a lot about racing the V8s. He's a really nice guy. He a big participant in the V8 vets, and yeah, he's learning the ropes. We've just had a safety car, first safety car of the day.
Yeah.
Called. Yeah, Scotty.
Yeah, I believe we've got a kangaroo on the track, Mark. Just been seen bouncing up the mountain. So this will make it quite interesting to see what the boys all do here. Yeah, definitely bouncing up through Reed Park.
Now that the boxing kangaroo.
He's definitely bouncing away. It's got him
There
now.
we go.
Everyone diving into the pits here. As he's now up on Skyline. I'm just going to stop and have a look at a bit of the traffic here, I think, the old boy. But
That's amazing that iRacing has been able to put kangaroos in this new build.
Absolutely. It's definitely under safety car here, so everyone seems to be diving into the pits. I might just put...
Yep. Yeah, this is a free kick to a lot of drivers. Get another pit stop done. You got to manage your tyres because they are limited to tyre sets today, so you may not have taken tyres. You might have just topped up the fuel then.
Definitely an opportunity though to take a breath.
Yep, take a breath. Everybody gets a bit of a reset. Jump into a rhythm again, get back behind the car in front of you, give you a bit of a carrot to dangle out in front of you. Yeah, and just brings the field back together. So won't be the first safety car we see today, I guarantee you.
Still a long way to go. There's a few of these boys still getting past the safety car as we wait to pick up the leader. And at the moment, I think Hobson's still in the pits, so it looks like Dylan Rudd's back in the car.
Dylan was in before this safety car was called, I'm pretty sure, so Dylan's obviously stayed in.
Sorry, it was Dylan, my bad.
Yeah, what are we, lap 36? Well, they get 26, 27 laps out of the tank.
Yep.
Yeah, so Dylan's only 10 laps into his stint. I'm assuming Sean McNamara may have started.
Yeah, sorry, I did get it wrong.
Yeah, so these guys are only 10 laps into their stint, so yeah, you don't want to be doing another driver swap just yet.
So, just waiting for Rudd to pick up the safety car here. Safety car.
Yeah, just seeing race control cleanse the field at the moment, getting everybody back past the safety car until picks up, and I'm pretty sure Dylan is the next car behind the safety car, so this will bunch the field up. Dylan's got Nathan Brown behind him.
Yeah, I'd be worried if I was Dylan.
Yeah.
So these boys.
Pretty sure they did they do a driver swap?
Brown, yeah. I think they have, because didn't we have Hoffy in the car?
Yeah, I believe so. I did see on Nathan's feed, I've seen him slipping the gloves on, so...
Interesting strategy, as we were just saying.
So yeah, we just see Nathan Brown get a wave around from the safety car, so...
Of course.
Yeah, Brenton Hobson just about to pick up behind the safety car. Can hear it. Even after they're pitted, the boys are still clutching and trying to save as much fuel as they can till they pick up the safety car, because every litre of fuel is a half a second or so that you're saving. And
Yeah, race control, making sure the boys are all keeping their race pace up though, so we can get onto the back. And the next...
yeah, it's important the race control enforce the correct safety car rules. People have to get back to the back of the packers in a timely fashion. So Jamie Machado is about to pick up the safety car as well, and then we got a big bunch of cars now. Just
about to latch on. So interesting one is at the moment is Troy Maguire didn't stop from what I can see. I think everyone else, by my recollections, have all made 2 stops. Not that the graph's showing that correctly yet.
so who's Troy paired with?
Michael Whiting.
Okay.
Yes, Jamie McKnight in the chat, letting us know that his start was perfect. Not. What I want to know is how no one hit him.
Yeah, shout out to Jamie. He's always battling. He's still in the race. I didn't see the start, but sounds like it might have been a good one to miss. A big thank you to Jamie from me and all the vets community for all the work he puts in now that he's in the chat. So we've got Roy Clark, Chris Blanchard, Nathan Brown are about the only cars that need to latch onto the back of the safety car here.
Jamie just saying that he was talking to his wife. That's why he missed the start. Didn't see the light go green.
Sure, that was a deliberate plan.
And of course, Jamie putting a smile on my face, reminding me about a car I drove a Friday week. A nice 20B Rotary. A little bit of up and go. Let me see whether we go this time by. Of course, a few waiver rounds have occurred, so...
Yeah, well maybe, yeah, like just looking now that these other cars have been waved around, we're probably not going to see green racing at this lap. I think will be one more lap behind the safety car. Oh no.
No, he's going.
No.
Richie's off. Great sounding car, that Merc.
Yeah, beautiful car. Great fun to drive that car. Great fun. Sounds awesome in cockpit when you're driving that one. So Dylan Rudd's in control of the field now. As soon as he gets the word from race control that the safety car's in pit lane.
It's about to go green racing. Rudd carrying him all the way down to Murray's. And he's away. Oh yeah, green flag racing.
everyone away cleanly, which is good to see.
Yeah, good little start.
Because now you got to get back into that rhythm again, and you're probably coming from a situation where you weren't really battling with anybody to having the whole field on your rear bumper, and yeah, you just got to set your mind again and get on with it.
Definitely some good little battles back in the pack.
Dylan's got off to a pretty good start. Opened up a couple of car lengths on Brenton.
Absolutely flying is at the moment.
You got to keep your head and your wits about you after these safety car restarts, because you can certainly get a change of mindset where you think, oh, I can, jump a few cars here, and you end up pushing too hard and making an error that you don't need to make with, 120 laps still remaining.
That's exactly right. The old analogy, safety cars breed safety cars as well.
Yeah, you really got to kind of keep your wits about you and remember, how long this day is, and not throw your opportunity away just because you can see a car in front of you all of a sudden.
It's going back to Jamie in the chat. Yeah, it was a bit like that, Jamie. The genie was let out of the bottle, and yeah, it was a bloody good experience. Sort of thing you don't normally think you'll do, or you don't always think you're going to behave yourself and do the right thing. Or someone clipped the wall there. Yeah, it's not very often you sit in a weapon like that and go. I'm glad you loved it, Jamie, because I loved it too. It's a good little battle here. This is the battle from 4th all the way back to 10th. You've seen Jamie Mashudo pushing everything here. He's clipped the wall twice on this lap.
Yeah, very easy across from the cutting all the way to Forest Elbow to have some sparks flying off the corners of the car. Paul Young looking to put a move on Jamie. It looks like Paul Young's got the job done before he even got to the chase.
They're very balanced. Putting Jamie now under a bit of pressure from Troy Maguire.
Yeah, normally we see Paul Young and James Chaston, who both compete in the East Coast Series, and they're sharing the car today, and again they're another pairing that if they can stay out of trouble in the early phase of this race, they'll be another dark horse for a podium spot at the end of the day, because they've both been driving extremely well in the East Coast Series.
Yeah, I think Jamie Mashudo showing a little bit of damage there from when he bounced off the wall. We've got Michael Stewart in the chat with us now as well. How are you, Michael?
Mate, very good, very good. Kept it clean so far, so we're happy with that. So.
How's Brett going?
Yeah, man, he obviously his very first Bathurst, and first team event. Look, there's a lot of firsts, so he was quite nervy to begin with, but he's settling in nicely and getting a bit of a rhythm going. So yeah, we're happy.
It's good.
Yeah, good. Great to see you sign up and have a go, Michael. Yeah, I know Brett, like you said, it's a lot of firsts for him, but these are the days where you learn a lot about how to race against fast guys, how to push yourself on the edge of the limit for a long period of time, and I'm sure Brett will be a better racer at the end of the day come the end of this race.
100%. You know, at the beginning of the day, he's going, I'm consistent, but I'm slow, but, you know, my racecraft I need to work on. I said, well, mate, after 161 laps, your racecraft's going to get a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, he was pretty excited about doing it. Obviously very nervous, but, mate, he's doing a great job. So we'll see how we can bring the car home at the end of the day. So
yeah, it's really just about staying in your own lane, like type thing, focusing on what you're doing, not worrying about anybody else, doing your own thing, keep the car clean, keep circulating. You know you're going to pick up a safety car throughout the day. If you lose a lap, you're going to get it back. It's just about not throwing the car into the wall, doing something silly.
Yeah, 100%, you know, like I sort of said to him, I said, you know, I don't even contemplate having a hard battle with anybody until 30 laps to go, because, you know, if you do, when you make a mistake and you hit the wall and you wreck your car, well, then your race is over. So, you know, you gotta really think of it as a get there to the end and then race. So, you know, I've just told him if anybody pressures him, you know, just move aside, let them go through, and try and get in their wind a little bit for a while, and you know, just keep the car clean until the end, and then we'll go for it.
Yeah, great advice, mate. It's yeah, like you say, it's just about doing your thing. Don't worry about anybody else, regardless of anybody else's speed. Just stay in your line of focus, and like you say, get to that 30 laps to go, and then have some fun then.
Yeah, 100%. The track will be a bit cooler, will be a bit nicer, and you know, the middle stint that we're sort of reaching now has its challenges. As you know, in vets, we always run cold tracks, so you know, once again, a massive first for Brett. That, you know, I think it's 41 degrees now, and it's probably going to hit 50. So, you know, something that, you know, when you're used to driving on a track that's 24 degrees, it takes a whole lot of new skill and new braking markers, new lines, all the rest. So yeah, he's adapting well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course, you know, you've got the rubber build up on the edges of the track too. Like there's a lot of marbles out there already, and yeah, you just got to make sure you drive on the race line. Don't focus on other people. The track is going to be slipperier and slipperier. Yeah, it's up to 42 degrees. Like you say, it's probably going to touch 50 at some point. And yeah, just trying to feel what the car's doing and matching your driving to how the car feels.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, I'm not sure if you saw earlier in the stint with myself, I was behind Schultz and I had a couple of opportunities to take him, and I went, you know what, I could take him, then he's going to pressure me, so I'll just use him as a wind barrier and fuel saved a fair bit behind him, and it was still, like, I probably could have squeezed 27, 28 laps out of it, so I obviously saved a fair bit of fuel. And you know, on a long race like this, every drop counts.
Yeah, absolutely. The seconds you save in the pit stop, you cannot make up on the track. Like, you know, like you can make a few tenths here and there on track, but when you're saving 3, 4, 5 seconds in the pit stop, like, they're just free gains that, you know, without any risk.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's, you know, I've done probably only about 7 of these now, and yeah, well, you know, each one you learn a little bit more, and you know, it stops become a racer's race and it becomes an engineer's race. This 1,000 k's of Bathurst. So yeah, you really got to think with your head about what you're doing as far as, you know, overtaking, or do you stay behind and save a bit of fuel? Because as you said, it's 2.3 litres per second. So if you can say 4 litres, you got 2 seconds. That's a fair chunk in front of somebody that that you were behind. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, and it's free time without risk. So whereas if you try and make 2 seconds up on the track over, say, 10 laps, you're driving on the ragged edge, for them 10 laps, and there's a pretty fair chance around this place you're gonna clip a wall or spear off somewhere. So then 3 seconds you can gain in the pit stop is, like I say, that's a smart way to race a long 1,000 kilometre race around here.
Yeah, 100%. So no, I hope Brett's sort of enjoying his experience, and he'll learn a lot. We worked together a little bit yesterday, and I sort of gave him a few pointers on some techniques to help him through, and yeah, he's pulling them all together. So he's doing us proud.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Good. Yeah, it's great to see you open the opportunity up to anybody who wanted to jump in the car with you, and Brett put his hand up, and he's gonna walk away at the end of the day here with a whole lot more knowledge and become a better racer for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the way that I looked at it once I saw the name list, and when you've got people like James Scott in here, you go, well, podium chances are going to be only through pure luck, not through skill. So you might as well just come in it with the mindset of let's just get to the end and have a bit of fun along the way, and that's what we plan to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, the old Dick Johnson quote, to finish first you got to finish, and even the fastest guys in the field can end up on their roof after, making an error. So it's the same for everybody. You got to get through your own program and get to that 161 lap at the end, and the quickest guys in the field can still end up with a DNF behind their name. So you just got to do your own program and then worry about the results at the end.
Yep, 100%. It's good. Yeah, and thanks for you for broadcasting and the admin team and race control and everybody that's put it together. Without people giving up their time, us racers can't race, and it's pretty boring if you can't, race the race that you really want to do. So, Bathurst is the pinnacle. The 1000's the pinnacle of that. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
That's good.
Yeah. Seen a big battle here between Jamie Dyke, Paul Young, Thomas Freeman here, battling very hard, and we've got three Fisher cars and Damien Johnson and Paul Young. This is a pretty intense battle to be having on lap 44 here.
Definitely very intense what's going on. A few wall clippings as well. So these boys definitely pushing 10 tenths at the moment. So you're going to be interesting to see how these guys all plan out. We've also got Chris Funky Miller in the chat as well. So
hello lads, how are you?
Good, Chris. How are you, mate?
Good.
How are you boys travelling?
Well, we only figured out after about 10 laps how to crew chief in the black box, so we're doing really well.
Of course, this is both these guys doing your first Bathurst.
First Bathurst with no age, yeah. So there's a bit of swearing going on Discord, especially over Skyline. A few times there, I've gone in and gone to change, and yeah, next minute I'm flying through the S's. So good fun.
That's all right. Of course. Had to give the boys a bit of a hand of how to do a team setup, how to set a team and stuff up this morning. So, yeah. But we got you here. That's
appreciate
good.
that.
No, we got you here.
We had to put a call out to you for sure, because I said to Rattler, I said, I don't know how to do this. Do you know? And he goes, I'll ask John. It's excellent.
That's good.
The best thing about it is now you know. So,
absolutely.
Whenever you do your first, you learn a lot, and you're just going to go on and on from there.
The big thing that Rattler and I are talking about, because we only sort of started, took the aids off 2 days ago, so is it rates a lot better, surprisingly enough. Like it's not as twitchy in the rear end.
Yeah, well, because you're using the engine braking a lot more efficiently than what you are with if you've got an auto cost. Oh, we're just seeing
Paul Young.
Thomas Freeman. Yeah, Thomas Freeman and Paul Young. Looks like Paul's got a bit of damage there.
Lost his rear wing. Car's still going. I think that one will keep. Just jump on the replay for a second on the Supercheap Auto replay. Leave that one for race control to talk about.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one for race control. A bit of netcode there too, by the look of it, which is the horrendous thing from iRacing. You see it race after race where netcode's involved in incidents. Bad luck for Paul Young. They were doing a cracking job there. A little bit surprised people are battling so hard with still 110 laps or more to go. So
yeah, I noticed that too at the start. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's I guess racers want to race, and that's how it is. And sometimes you kind of forget that there's still probably 4 hours of racing left to go, and is it worth risking everything to gain one spot? But anyway, that's the way racing goes. I think Paul will have to probably use.
I found it off the start. I think I let 3 cars go just because of the, the eagerness and the pressure that they were going on. And weirdly, I went back to like 15th or whatever, and I came in at 9th, and I was thinking, well, I didn't actually overtake too many, so obviously those people have, sort of found the wall or done something. So yeah, it's always better to play the safe game. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
One
it's
thing
not.
Rattler and I were talking about is patience.
Yeah, it's not like an hour race or an hour and a half that we're doing on a Thursday night. You got a whole day's racing here, and the idea is to keep it as clean as possible. You want to save at least one fast repair for that last 30 laps, last 26 lap stint, and just stay in the hunt, because the safety cars are always going to bring you back to the field. So yeah, you just got to be smart about the way you go about things.
That was a very lucky safety car for us. I don't know, you couldn't have scripted it really.
The old kangaroo came out to play. Not much more to say, really.
I did mention that to Rattler. I said, "Oh, Jesus, safety car as we're coming in. Look at that. Isn't that nice?" With no
yeah,
font.
you're lucky, Ducks. No, that was right in the middle of our stint. Well, actually, in the early part of our stint, and it was like, oh no, not now.
We were
you
quite
win
happy,
some,
I'll
you
say
lose
that.
some.
Oh yeah. Well, I know Rattler was, because he was apologising for about 2 minutes on the radio for losing the bonnet. And, but yeah, like that's what we're just enjoying it and getting used to the blips and all that wonderful stuff that all you boys are probably second nature. But we're nowhere near as quick as most of the boys here, so it's just a matter of getting some laps in. And
Yeah, I think you boys will walk away from this at the end of the day and just go, that was a hell of a lot of fun. No, like, it's a hell of a lot of fun. We learn a lot, like you're gonna make mistakes, and you're just gonna learn that, like when to push, when not to push, like who you're racing against. And yeah, you just got to take away all the experiences from the day, and then next time you come out and do one of these, you're going to be in a whole lot better position.
it's the biggest thing Rattler and I have both been in it for only a little while, but the biggest thing for us is just that racecraft, racing around with other people.
Yeah, and like racing people that you're not used to racing with is another, within vets you're in a certain split and you're kind of racing the same guys every week, and their strengths and weaknesses, and you kind of know, like who you feel safe around, who you don't feel safe around.
Who's crazy and who's
yeah,
not.
yeah, and
100%.
And you kind of just got to take, your focus back to yourself. So So yeah, no further action on that incident with
Yeah.
Paul Young and
Yeah.
Thomas Freeman. Yeah, you just got to focus on what you're doing, and like you'll enjoy the day. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you finish. It's about learning what to do, what not to do, and especially if this is your first time, then like next time you come, you'll be even more eager to get involved, and you'll just enjoy it more and more and more.
Yeah, I think we just set out to finish the day. That's pretty much what we wanted to achieve. So
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this will improve your racing in vets as well. Like you're going to learn a lot today over the whole day, and I think you'll find next time you get on that cool track in the vets races, you'll think, oh wow, I found a bit of speed here.
that nice 20 degrees, yeah. You don't
Yeah,
appreciate
exactly.
it until you're driving around on it.
Of course,
Yeah, wait until the track's 50.
Oh, she's 43 at the moment, and we've just gone past midday, so...
Yeah. You'll get nice and slippery, and then, for you guys, it's your first. Whatever you do, don't go offline. Those marbles will kill you.
Yeah, there's a heap of marbles on the track at the moment. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as the day goes on. We're on lap 48, so getting close to a third distance. And yeah, it's just going to get slipperier and slipperier for the next probably hour and a half, and then we'll probably see the track start to cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna run, guys, but I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, the Cricks Auto Group. That's the major sponsor of the Boland Stewart Foundation. They've been amazing. Kook Media have been amazing, and Helm Accountants, who pretty much does all of our paperwork. So just wanted a quick shout out to those guys, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, great work, Michael. You're a real inspiration to all of us fathers and older guys who have got to battle through life at times, and you're a real inspiration, mate. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Have a good day, and next stint that I have off, I'll drop back in for a little bit with you.
Sounds
all right,
good,
cheers,
Stewie.
mate.
All right, see you, boys.
See you, mate. So just a bit of a quick recap. We got Dylan Rudd still out in front, still got Hobson nicely tucked up behind him in fuel-saving mode, staying within that second gap. These boys have got themselves out now to a 4-second gap from Tom Freer. Tom Freeman in the 118, the car that's stalled on the line, has worked his way back up into 4th. So that's a great recovery for those boys. And he's managing to pull away a little bit from Jamie Dyke, Damien Johnstone. Warboys is up 11 spots into 7th. So Blake's managed to recover a bit from having it backed into the wall at the Forest Elbow earlier. Maguire, it's about 3 seconds back off these guys in 8th. Jamie Mashudo 2 seconds back in 9th, and 10th is Simon Chadwick. And Luke Holland battling away in 11th. And Dr. Warwick is got himself up into 12th. So he's about to put a move on Holland shortly. And on lap 49 or 161. So that's pretty much the sit rep at the moment of where our race sits at the moment, after only having one safety car in the first 50 laps.
Yeah, that's pretty good going from these guys. Quality driving to only have a safety car due to the kangaroo on the track. Yeah, so there was no driver error that brought the safety car out. It was Mother Nature. So boys, the whole field's doing a great job.
Perhaps the next safety car can happen just as we're coming down Conrod, maybe. Who knows? Those kangaroos are nasty buggers.
Yeah, they're breeding pretty strongly at the moment up Bathurst way. So yeah, we might see another one hop on.
Oof. All right, boys, I'm going to jump off. I better go and get ready for mine. But thanks for what you're doing. It's good stuff.
And just tell Scotty I've pulled the pin.
Nah, he's dead set. He reckons there's a sewing needle in there now. So
no worries.
I'll tell him to pop in and see you.
No worries. Sounds good. See you, Chris.
just saw Troy Maguire have a bit of a spin at Forest Elbow on lap 49 there.
Let's have a quick look at the replay.
Didn't damage the car, I don't think. Don't think he touched the wall, but he's lost a heap of time to the cars he was battling with.
All right, nicely kept it off the walls. Did really well with that.
Yeah, he's lost. I think he lost 2 spots there, but yeah, kept the car clean, which is the main thing. And of course, you know, once you do that in these cars and you light the tyres up a little bit, it takes another lap or 2 for the tyres to recover. So you really don't want to be pushing the car hard once you've already had a spin, because if you do, you probably find yourself in the wall again.
Of course, that track temperature is still climbing.
Yeah.
Still sitting on 43 degrees.
Of course, that's given Simon Chadwick a bit of incentive to put a bit of pressure on Troy, which he's been able to do, and he's been able to get the move done heading up Mountain Straight into Griffin's Bend.
Damien.
So good move there from Simon.
Absolutely. Done that one, and Warboys now all over the back of Johnstone.
Yeah, Blake showing some very good pace in the middle of the of his stint here. Yeah, he's all over the back of Damien, and they've got Jamie Dyke not too far in front of him with Tom Freeman, yeah, in front of Jamie Dyke. So these boys are in a pretty tough battle at the moment. Conditions not ideal for racing. Track's at 43. We may not see the track get much warmer, I'm not sure.
We're just past midday, so probably a little bit. I wouldn't expect it to get to the 50s, so that been bantered around.
No, I think we might see 47 or something, 46, 47. I'm not a weatherman.
Well, boys, looking quite racy here.
Yeah, very racy. Because Damien is a pretty tough competitor himself, so he's not going to lay down and let Blake take this for free. He's going to make Blake work for it.
Maguire obviously ducked into the pits here as well, so he must have sustained some damage. Well, boys has to think about it and gets it done. Just shows he's going wide, those marbles we were talking about. Oh, great little move there.
I've got to step away again for a work issue. Sorry, John, I'll be back in a minute.
You're right, mate. And just going to have a quick look. Luke Holland, I had an accident. Not sure what was involved there. Whether it's just an SDK twitch. No. Oh, he's found the wall. He's hit it hard. Oh, has he got it going? That's not the greatest part of the world to be parked. I'm sure VCOC could be giving him a serve at this stage, but he gets the car around safely without interrupting anyone else. Go back to live pictures. Let's jump back on with our leader, Dylan Rudd. Still has the champion-elect Brenton Hobson tucked up behind him. Hobbo doing a double stint here, which is interesting. Of course, these boys are battling away quite nicely. Just taking the opportunity to throw a quick ad up for our sponsor.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
And people who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, Some people tinker small, and that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name. Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super.
So, of course, big thank you to Supercheap Auto. He's been our main sponsor of this season of the East Coast Series. Greatly appreciate what they've contributed, and also I'd love to say a big thank you to our other sponsors that we have in the series, of course. Wouldn't be where we would be without them. So sort of talking about West End Motor Group, DC Shades, the Pool Guys, Barilla Cabinets, and of course the team here at WK&P TV that do the broadcast as well. So very appreciative of everybody that helps out with this series. Lots of fun. Everyone's starting to spread out a little bit. Still some good battles. Chris Blanchard has managed to get himself up into the top 10. So Blanchy doing quite well here at the moment. They've been a good drive from the 888 entry. A little bit of an incident on turn 1. I pushed out wide when Josh was in the car. But Blanchy definitely doing quite well with this stint. Might just go have a look as well. Up 12 spots, we've got Jamie Dyke and Warboys in 5th and 6th. And Jamie battling away, trying to hang on to the back of Tom Freeman in front of him.
Okay, I'm back on deck. Yeah, I see Blake Warby is cleared. Damien Johnson. Did Damien pit or... What did I miss there?
What short up in the Damien? I don't think he pitted. Actually, no, they did pit, sorry.
Yeah, Christian Smart's in the car now.
Yeah.
Because Christian, another great driver, competes in the Vet Series, tough competitor, always quick around here, solid driver. Yeah, so Christian will be looking to make some ground here, get into a rhythm.
Absolutely, and of course the man we were just picking on before about parking backwards in the dipper. Mr. Holland, how are you?
I'm alright. I thought I'd try a reverse park, and it's not the greatest spot, unfortunately.
All right, you did well, mate. I've seen so many people get cleaned up facing that direction there, so...
Oh, I think I was just a bit fortunate with, the gaps in traffic. I think one of the WK&P cars came close to taking me out as I hit the wall and bounced, but back out on track now. We had a bit of damage, and the car is... I don't know if it's just the fact I'm slow or the fact that, the anywhere off the racing line is just absolute ice skating. But, yeah, it's definitely not like practice out there. So the guys that are pulling in these big times, yeah, that's bloody well done. I'm about a second slower than what I was in practice.
Well, I mean, the track temperature is probably 20 degrees hotter than what it was when you were practicing. And
I did some practice at about 48 degrees, and I'm about second and a bit slower than we are now on a 44. So hopefully Cam can just bring in a few consistent laps and get us some positions back.
Yeah, a lot of rubber build-up, a lot of marbles on the track as well, so not surprising that you're a bit slow. And you're also, when you're practicing, you're not under pressure to not throw it away. You know, you can just go reset, get a new car, and come back out again. Whereas here, you don't have that opportunity. So there's a lot more pressure on, you know, the way you have to approach your driving.
Yeah, you're dead right. I had one of the fishy boys behind me for about 5 or 6 laps. Just showing me the nose, and it didn't really bother me a great deal. But I think I found, that just going over the top. I think they might have a much higher wing because they're really catching me over the top, but unable to catch me on the straight. So it does apply a lot of pressure, and you don't have to be far offline to make a big difference to how you enter the dipper or across the top, really.
Yeah, that's right. Like the dipper, like it swallows even the best drivers at times. So, like you say, you've only got to be a fraction off where you need the car to be, and I'm talking, a few centimetres, and all of a sudden it's all over for you.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but we used a fast repair. I think we might have actually had a bit of rear-quarter damage, but it's hard to tell. From very early on, it's hard to tell if it's really affecting us or not. Stuck in a lot of other cars, and you don't know if it's just the track or the heat that's causing it to feel really slippery. So, we'll see how we go. We've got a clean car now, and that might make a difference for us. Makes us feel better anyway.
Yeah, you really need to save, them fast repairs as much as you can. I think, like I say, I think the difference, like you get in race conditions, and it's a completely different mindset to doing, a practice session. So the racing mindset, you're in preserve mode. You really want to survive the day, and when you're practicing, if you bin it, there's no real consequences. But come race day, you bin it, and it can ruin the day for you and your teammate.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we battled with about 55 seconds of optionals in that first pit stop, and that went down a little bit, and then after the safety car, we dived in and got that down a little bit again. And so, that's always hanging over our heads too. You're thinking, do we stop and wait and try to, repair the car now? Do we wait, use a fast repair when we really need it, which we obviously did. So, but, if there's a well-timed safety car, it probably won't affect us too much. We're off strategy a little bit, but it depends how they fall and how we run for the rest of the race.
Yeah, that's right. It's a thinking man's race too, isn't it? It's not just about what you can do on track. It's about what you can gain off track, and you really got to kind of have a crystal ball at times and plan out how you're going to tackle things. And like we said earlier, the second you can gain in the pit stop, you just can't gain on the track without risk, and you pick up them seconds in the pit stop with zero risk involved. So
yeah, and there's you can see that some of the guys in the top 10, I know one of the fishy cars is just the entire way over the top, he's clutching it. I think it's Delaney, and you talked about him being great at fuel saving. If he can do that and still maintain his track position, he stands to benefit quite a bit, come that last pit stop cycle. So see what the benefits are of that for him when time comes.
Yeah, look, Blake does that race in, race out in the East Coast Series, and he's probably one of the best fuel savers I've come to watch. And yeah, it's incredible how much he can get out of a tank of fuel.
Oh, credit to him. I can't clutch the way he does, and then I find it dangerous to just pull the clutch out just before the braking zone. But he's mastered it, and it does. He does well. So
yeah, absolutely.
Credit to him.
I don't think I've seen anybody who can save as much fuel as Blake can, and like you say, yeah, full credit to him to be able to maintain speed, track position, and still save fuel is it's phenomenal.
Yeah, 100%. Well, boys, I'm going to go. Thank you for the chat.
No worries, thanks for
I'll pop
popping
in
in.
later.
No worries,
No worries, mate.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Luke.
Catch you, boys.
So just check on Roy Clark. Roy Clark running around in 14th at the moment. So he's up one spot. But the interesting thing in that battle, of course, is Nathan Brown is up in 11th. So great little drive from Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan doing a great job. We still got Dylan right out in front. He got just over a second, I think. With Brenton Hobson behind him. Then we've got Tom Freer, who's fallen back a fair distance now. Back about 10 seconds. So, Tom and I'm sure Kenny Ladder will be having a strategy of not risking anything at the moment, getting to the end of the day and playing their risk cards in. But I think their strategy at the moment is we'll be on the lead lap, don't do anything silly, safety cars will pull us back to the front of the race, and we'll see where we unfold at the end of the day. So they're doing a solid job at the moment. The Fishy boys are all doing good jobs. Thomas Freeman, Jamie Dyke, Paul Warwick, Dave Kirby. Got a big entrance from the Fishy boys, which is much appreciated, and they're all doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Fishy boys, very, very good drivers. Good, solid team. They all get behind and support each other quite well. So expecting some movement through the field from a few of those guys still, but have them sort of 4th and 5th. But don't rule out getting the next car up a bit higher in that group.
Yeah, I think, well, we've seen Thomas Freeman in the East Coast Series in the last half a dozen races of the season perform very strongly. So I think, you know, Thomas is at the top of his game. He's a great driver, he's fast, and he's a hard racer. So I expect to see them boys, you know, battle hard all the way through the day. And yeah, they're a real chance at the end of the day.
Looking forward to see what they can achieve. And just definitely the boys all spread a bit at the moment, but we've still got this Thomas Freeman battle. Scotty Van Loon parked up in front of him. Nice gets out of their way.
Yep, smart driving from Scotty, doing the right thing by himself and the guys he's racing around. Scotty's learned a lot today, and yeah, he's just got to keep his wits about him, focus on his job, and yeah, doing a great job there, just using his head and racing smart.
Absolutely, of course. Thomas Freeman here teamed up with Jamie McKnight. So this is a great little recovery story after the start that we saw.
Yeah, hard to believe Jamie's wife took the keys out the ignition, but them things happen.
In fact, what we might do is, if this works for me, we might go back to and have a look at that start. On the Supercheap Auto replay. And you can see the car just didn't go. Jamie Shootout managed to get around, and a little bit of a clip by the Petter's car on the wall. How nobody...
That was amazing that everybody...
Just got past.
Yeah, they just brushed and brushed and brushed, but... yeah, great driving from everybody, and yeah, the boys are making an exceptional comeback at the moment. Of course, Jamie's a great fuel saver as well. So, yeah, like those boys will be looking to make up seconds in the pit lane as well as on the track. So, yeah, Jamie's one of the best in the business as well at fuel saving.
And doing reasonably well. Just had an incident with Michael Schroeder. I might just have a quick look just to see if there's anything too major happening there. As coming up into the cutting. And just got a little bit deep coming in, but kept control. Surprised that even came up as a crash.
Yeah, a little bit deep and just a fraction offline. It just goes to show you how slippery it gets, you know, like Yeah, it doesn't take much at all to send you off here.
We've got Ash Barella's jumped in and joined us from Race Control. How's it going down there, Ash?
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty quiet, which is always good.
The boys have been very well behaved today.
Yeah, few little incidents, but you're always going to get them. But other than that, it's been some pretty good racing so far.
Absolutely. Boys are spread out a fair bit, but we're definitely still going to see some battling, I think. Jamie Dyke definitely under a little bit of pressure from Blake. Sorry, the other way around. Jamie Dyke putting a bit of pressure on Tom Freya now.
Looks car 86 had a black flag. I think he might have had an unsafe pit entry or exit. Had a stop and go.
86, Andrew Hoffman. Well, Nathan Brown, it would have been at the controls. Hoffy back in the car. No, this looks like a really good little battle here at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of fuel saving going on in these two cars at the moment. So, yeah, we've seen Tom drop a fair way back from where he was after the last safety car restart. So I think their plan is to save as much fuel as they can. Not worry about what's going on around them. Stick to their own strategy and own plan.
Definitely what you need to do. And just going back, like I mentioned before, West End Motor Group. Of course, for those who don't know, that includes Too Easy Finance, Parramatta Mazda, Parramatta Isuzu Utes, Parramatta Peugeot Professional Vehicles, Parramatta City Haval and GWM, Blacktown Mazda, Blacktown City Haval, GWM. So West End Motor Group, fairly large consortium in the western suburbs there of Sydney. So if you're in the market for a car, make sure you go out and have a talk to one of those outlets. Of course, very big supporters of the Australian V8 iRacing scene and a very big supporter of our series. So wouldn't be doing broadcasts and series like this without their support. So big thank you to the team out at West End Motor Group.
Yeah, absolutely. Great supporters of this series and many other series in the V8 scene in iRacing. So, yeah, big thanks to the West End Motor Group. Jamie McKnight just jumped in the car after pitting. Thomas Freeman pitted. So, he's got Christian Smart coming up towards behind him. Who's actually a teammate in general, but Jamie's racing with the Fishy Boys for this race. And yeah, Jamie's had a slow start to the race, but got it going, and yeah, they've battled their way back into a solid position. So you know, them boys are going to be right there at the end of the day.
Absolutely, doing really well. Really well. Warboys has rolled in as well, and so is Jamie Dyke, I think. No.
Yeah, so we're going to start seeing these another round of pit stops here. We're on lap 61 at the moment. Jamie McKnight's jumped straight in the car and gone into fuel saving mode straight away. I could hear him clutching already. Chris Blanchard just about to enter the pits. I think we're in that phase of the race where everybody's going to have to come in and take fuel.
Absolutely. You boys
Paul Warwick in, Harrison Dengate in.
Oh, we've got Dave Kirby's jumped in and joined us as well. I thought I could smell something fishy in the comm box.
How are we, boys?
Good, Dave. How are you?
Yeah, good day, Dave.
Well for a Sunday.
How's your day unfolding?
Not too bad. Had a bit of an incident earlier coming down that hill into the S's, through the S's into the dipper. So bit of damage, so slowed us up there a little bit. So we decided to bring it in early, get a fresh car, and put Witsy back in the car. And yeah, he's driving mega today.
Yeah, doing a solid job. That part of the track has bit all of us, I think, at some stage. It's easy for it to happen through there, especially on a warm track and a lot of marbles down. So, but you're in the fight still, and that's the main thing.
Oh look, yeah, we're still circulating, and that's all we can do on the lead lap. So obviously leaders just come in now, so that puts a bit of a gap. So there's no pressure from behind. So we'll see how everything shakes out after everybody's made the third stop. But yeah, we didn't take tyres on that safety car, so yeah, they were a little bit older than everyone else. So, and as you know, if you get a little bit offline around now, sort of it's a bit slippery, a little bit less grip, which is good. But yeah, it just caught me out, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's tough work now that we're starting to get these marbles showing up. And the track's still fair temperature. Like it's now climbed up to 45, so it's definitely getting up there now.
It is, and I think that's a great update that iRacing have put in. They, where you do go offline, it does you do lose the grip level. Brings a little bit more realism into it, and I think that's all we could all ask for. I think.
Absolutely. James Scott's back in the car. Sean McNamara's back in the car. Kenny Ladder's back in the car. Blake Delaney's back in the car. So all the starting drivers jumping back in.
I think it's Scott's first laps for the Arvo.
Yes, it is. Sorry, yeah.
First laps for the Arvo. So we'll see what Scott their plan is for the rest of the day. I think Scotty might drive for the rest of the Arvo. I think.
Of course. James being the super weapon here to help get the championship home to SSR for Brenton Hobson. Of course, no Jordan Ross today, so that opens the door up for a fairly easy exercise, but they still need to finish.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing signed, sealed and delivered yet. We've still got 99 laps of racing, so anything can happen yet.
That's exactly right.
Well, one around on Exeter Murray's.
Looks like might be Luke Power, I think. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, he's got it going again.
It's a little bit deep. Of course, Luke, I think, hasn't done too many outings in the V8. Just lost him altogether, so come back on though. Yeah, no, Luke hasn't done too many outings in the V8, so trying to find his way.
Yeah, not an easy car to jump into a Bathurst 1000 and learn how to race it. It's probably the hardest car in iRacing to drive. So, Luke doing a great job.
Absolutely.
Already looking at James Scott looking to make a move on Sean McNamara, which he's already done. So James made his intentions pretty clear from the get-go.
I think.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop back down. So have a good rest of the call, and hopefully we're kept quiet for the Arvo.
No worries, mate.
Any more wildlife coming, Ash?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
This is Bathurst. Anything can happen.
Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, guys. Good luck.
No worries. Thanks, Ash. And we've got Seb in with us as well from Race Control. How are you, Seb?
Look, I wish I was feeling better. I've been sick most of today, so I haven't actually been in the race control, but I just wanted to jump in and say a quick hello and say I've been watching the broadcast and really enjoying seeing the boys out there putting it on the track and doing it good. So good day racing.
There have been some tough battles, up and down the field, and of course, this place is the biggest battle at this place is yourself and keeping focused and lap after lap, keeping your mind on the job. It's always hard when you've got a car behind you, but this place is all about how you approach it yourself and keeping your mind on the job.
Oh, and this place will bite you very, very quickly. I've had a few sob stories around Mount Panorama. I absolutely love the place, but just never seem to get any luck with it. But no, it's actually really quite enjoyable watching these guys putting out there and racing hard. So good day of racing and a perfect way to finish up what's been an incredible championship from the race control side of things, from where we
Young Hoffy, bit of a spin. Michael Whiting's involved in something as well, I think. Hoping it's not the same incident.
Yeah, that's an awkward place to find yourself stuck. So hopefully you can get out of there cleanly. But but just again back to that point.
That wasn't clean. Yeah, you clipped Michael Whiting, unfortunately.
Oh, race control might be having a look at that one. I feel. That's that's a tough one. But yeah, overall the season has just been incredible. The quality of racing that we've seen this season has really grown, and the guys are out there and they're racing each other fair and hard, and week after week it's just been such an enjoyable season. So what a way to finish it up with the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, definitely been a tough season for a lot of these guys, and it's been good to see the points come down. So we still have a bit of a battle between a few of these boys here at the end.
I believe it's double points today, is that right?
I believe Enduros were. I've just got to double check that. But I believe, yeah, it's 300 points on the line today for the race winner.
Is Jordan out there racing today?
Jordan?
No, Jordan, you couldn't make it today, unfortunately. So that's given Brenton a bit of a free kick. But like John said, you've still got to finish the race. So, you know, like it's still possible if something goes wrong with them that he could find himself losing the lead in the championship at the last round. So them boys have got to stay focused for the whole day as well.
Yeah, so just having a look. Adam Briggs, is he?
Briggs is out as well.
Ladder?
Kenny's out there, yeah.
Kenny's out there. Okay, so Kenny's definitely still within reach. He's only a bit over 60, no, right on 60 points behind Hobbo. Dyke is not far behind as well. So if Brenton Hobson has a DNF, there's a number of guys out there that could quite easily jump up and take the win right at the end. So
let's go fishy.
I was going to say, does anybody want my iRacing account number, and credits will be accepted.
Back in your box, Roy.
Well, at least I'm not the only one who went with the dumb strategy of running those tyres for so long. You made me feel better, Dave.
Yeah, no, that's right. Anytime, mate. That's what I'm here for. Keep you entertained.
There's a potential coming out the other end and paying off, though, Roy. So.
I did, and that was the whole reason I went, nah, we'll just run the tyres, even though Nathan was driving away from me. But thankfully, you know, Nathan's done Nathan things, and we're now in front of him now, so it's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nathan's done
Nathan things.
I don't think you can say it anymore, Nathan.
Came in like a wrecking ball.
At least he's not in here trying to commentate while driving, so that's a bonus, I guess.
He did too well with that, though. I must take my hat off to him. That wouldn't be that easy.
No. Alright, boys, I'm going to drop it down and see how the 307's going.
Dave, thanks for popping in, mate.
No, I might as well try and send one of the other guys up to see us as well. So.
No worries.
Thanks, boys. Have a great call, and we'll talk to you later.
No, thanks, Dave. Yeah, there is no double points. So that.
Oh, there's not. Okay.
Still, with 150 on the cards, there is still a mathematically a number of guys that are in with a chance. So
yeah, I mean, as we know, this place can make your day go pear-shaped very, very quickly. So you know, you can throw it away yourself. You can come around a corner and find a car on its roof. Anything can happen around here in real life and in the sim. So you got to stay focused for the entire time. And I'm sure Brenton Hobson will be reminding James that, you know, 202s are great, but they don't have to be done every lap.
So it's not till you get down to 6th in the championship that you get guys that are mathematically out. So Jamie Dyke, Kenneth Ladder are both definitely in it with a shot if Hobbo doesn't have has a DNF of some sort.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it doesn't matter where you are in the championship points. You want the opportunity to jump anybody in front of you that mathematically you can. So that's the whole idea of getting out here today and doing the whole race, trying to get as doing it as cleanly as possible and being there at the end of the day to make as much ground as you can.
Well, actually, there's second and third place honours too on things with Jordan Ross and Adam Briggs not racing. Could see a number of guys jump up onto the podium in the championship as well. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately for Adam breaking his toes and his foot bone, that's put him out for this race, he's going to lose that podium spot in the championship, I think.
yeah, I did see the pictures of that. That looked quite painful. So
Yeah.
it is unfortunate, but that's the nature of it, isn't it? And it happens in the real world too.
Yeah,
Drivers get
absolutely.
sick, they hurt themselves, all sorts of things. So
Yeah. So, Roy, how's your day unfolding so far?
It's been pretty good, just trying to keep a steady pace. We're probably running a bit more wing than a lot of the guys at the moment, so just taking it easy and just see what happens towards the end of the race. Hence the reason we went with that, not taking the tyres at the safety car.
So the tyre, what is the tyre limit for today?
It was 8, so you got 7 changes you can make. So it's still plenty, but I think just having a spare set up
Up your sleeve, yeah.
Yeah.
it might come and pay dividends if there's a late race safety car or something like that.
Yeah. And look, we're running towards the back, so something like that will be handy for us to just throw it at the car and see what happens. So.
Yeah, especially in the afternoon when the track cools. If you've got a new set of tyres, that could be a big benefit at the end of the day.
Yeah.
See, Hoffy's in the pit with no rear wing, so he's going to be using a fast repair, I'd say.
Yeah, that would be from that one we saw at the cutting earlier.
Yeah, I'm unhappy to see people get slowed down, well, except for maybe the 86 car. I mean, I love Hoffy, but it's all about me and Nathan and, our battle of the season so far, and I need to
Your
make
guys'
sure
rivalry will go down in history books, won't it, Roy?
I know. At Spa, we both got a time penalty, and we're trying to pass each other up the straight while burning a time penalty on the second last lap.
Slowest overtake in history.
Oh, it was absolutely. How slow can I go, still burn my time penalty, and pass him at the same time? It was great.
Fantastic. All right, boys. Well, I might jump out and go back to bed because I'm definitely not feeling it at the moment. But enjoy the rest of the call, and I will be watching on and cheering the boys on. So good luck.
No worries.
Cheers, man.
Seb.
See ya, mate.
A little bit wide there in the background from Blake Delaney, so managed to keep it
Blake's
going.
made a couple of little mistakes but I think this new polished track that they talked about is really impacting everybody. I noticed it a lot in the Logitech series. Anytime anybody was slightly offline, they were spearing off the track and things like that. So
Yeah, I think the like you say, the new polished track, the way they're using the tyre model and the marbles and the build-up offline is something new, and everybody. I mean, the marbles have always been there, but I think they've given it a little bit more beef that punishes you if you're offline.
Oh, absolutely, because I'm just seeing people who don't normally make mistakes make little mistakes just for being that couple of mil offline basically, and that's it.
You're talking like centimetres, aren't you? It's not like you're talking car width, you're talking centimetres offline, and you're really getting punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that was our big thing, Warren and I were, let's just finish the race and, we'll putt around all day, see where we end up, and then we'll worry about it at the end of the race. I mean, our only objective was the 86, so that's what we're working on.
Yep, keep it clean. The safety cars are going to bring you back to the field, so you just got to make sure you don't ruin your race by doing silly things at silly moments.
Yeah, that's it. Or Roy things at Roy moments, you mean? So yeah.
Or Nathan.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. We all do it like it. That's it. It happens very quickly and very easily, and You know, just like in real life, you got to be 100% focused 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we got Adam Briggs has jumped in. How's the foot, mate?
I currently have it in an elevated position, watching in comfort with a beer in my hand.
Sounds really good, actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
You could have used a handbrake, mate, and you would have been right.
Yeah, I did a meme event using I was left foot braking and a combination of left foot accelerator and using some clutch paddles for accelerator. So, which was max bounce. That was just yesterday. I mean, I only did 4 laps and ran up the back of somebody, so that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, but that's max bounce, so you know what that's like anyway.
Oh yeah, perfect. I mean, if you're gonna be in an event where you basically don't have one working foot, that's the one acceptable event you could actually do that with.
Oh, B Cox had an accident. Okay, the replay.
I better duck down then into my room. I'll catch you guys later.
No worries, Roy. Best of luck.
All right, cheers, Roy. Thanks for popping up.
Oh, you got whacked as well. Going up into the cutting.
No, that's no good. A lot of damage on that car, so I know Luke was in here earlier, said they'd used one fast repair, but that's looking like it might need another one.
It's not looking too healthy.
That's big implications.
Yeah, Craig Schultz has also got a meatball flag, so
that
there's some. It's really unusual because there's some high-level operators out there travelling today around, so we haven't had too many incidents, and that just goes to show the high level of quality and concentration people are putting in.
yeah, absolutely. We spoke about that earlier. That if it wasn't for the kangaroo on track, we wouldn't have had a safety car yet. So it just goes to show you like the effort that's going into keeping it clean and keeping your focus on your race by all these drivers today.
Yeah, it's as good as you'll see.
But James Scott has jumped in the car with after that last pit stop with Brenton Hobson, and we're already seeing the speed of James just slowly creep away from Sean McNamara. So yeah, it's going to be a tough day for anybody now that James is in the car to pair him back.
Yeah, I think Robbo definitely won the lotto when he was lucky to get James on board with him. And just to put that in perspective, Macca's managed to hang on 4 seconds behind him, but Macca's already pulled out a 22-second gap on Kenny Latta, who's just in front of this pack here.
Yeah, we've got a real tough battle pack here with Kenny Latta, Jamie McKnight, Christian Smart. Who else is there? Blake Delaney. So, yeah, this is going to be some tough racing for these boys over the next 10 or so laps. Track's crept up to 46 degrees now. So getting warm. You can still hear Blake clutching down Conrad there into the chase. So, yeah, Blake saving fuel and looking to make passes in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think the big headline's going to be saving tyres too, because I think people want to. I mean, we've still got potential kangaroos, wombats, and other incident type safety cars that might happen as well. So I think people are really, really keen to keep sets of tyres available for those sorts of maybe the last safety car of the day or anything like that. So
absolutely. Yeah, you want a clean pair of boots for that. You know, that last stint before the flag drops. You know, like you don't want to be in that last 26 laps on a set of tyres that have already done 20 laps on them. So, yeah,
Well, even imagine this. Imagine a safety car's called with 15 to go and you're on a set of tyres that are already 10 laps old and someone else has a spare set to throw.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know how nice the car feels with a brand new set of boots on it compared to something that's 20 laps old. Yeah, you can hear Blake Delaney behind at the back of this battle pack here. He's just saving as much fuel as he possibly can.
Of course, Blake, an absolute expert at doing that.
And we got Christian Smart putting a whole heap of pressure on Jamie McKnight at the moment.
I think what would be cool is if we knew, or if there was a graphic to tell the viewers who's used how many tyre sets so far. That would be nice, but iRacing I don't think has a telemetry channel available to the SDK type sort of things. So
yeah, there's a few things on that side of things. I think iRacing could certainly improve for broadcasting and viewer information. Yeah, lots of little things that they could do, but I guess, you know, like it's a big platform for them to keep running, and the amount of users, the amount of cars, the amount of tracks, probably a pretty low priority for them at the moment, but it would be nice, definitely.
yeah, I mean a really good sort of talking point would be at that last safety car who put on a new set of boots and who didn't. I mean, you can sort of guess it a little bit. Like, I think maybe the 118 might have used a set of tyres where some of the other contenders didn't, for example. So that might be an interesting story point as the race progresses. So, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely makes the complexities to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it raises a whole sort of race within a race, who's on tyres, who's not, sort of conversation. So what's unique to this 1000 compared to some of the other 1000s is the limited tyre sets. So
yeah, we've had a couple of people come in and say that they've run their tyres right through, you know, like pretty much for nearly 2 cycles. So trying to save, you know, make sure they've saved a set for the end, and you know, they've paid the price for it early, but hopefully they get the gain later.
Yeah.
Of course.
So
just tried a couple of things different. Sorry, Adam.
All right, yeah. So it changes the complexity of things, or the complexion of the race completely, just with that. So it's good.
Yeah, it's not just a case of arrive and drive. You got to think about how you're gonna, you know, you kind of got to get to the end of the race and work your way back, kind of thing, and work out where you can use different parts of your strategy to make gains. So yeah, it's not just about being out there driving and being quick. You got to think your way through the race as it unfolds.
Yeah, and I think that's what the boys are trying to do. That's like going back to qualifying with everyone getting the lone lap instead of doing the let's juggle everybody around to get a grid set. Yeah, I think it just creates another element that the boys have got to think about going into the day.
Yeah, well, we've seen the experience of James Scott and Brendan Hobson playing their cards to not setting a good time early, and getting a qualifying slot while the track was still cool. So, you know, like everybody's got to think their way through the same conditions, and sometimes, you know, like you can miss a little particular point, and and you see somebody else take advantage of it, and you go, oh, what did I think of that? So yeah, there are a lot of interesting elements to the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've just seen Hoffy make a bit of a mistake there as James Scott passed him. He's got back on track now.
Yeah, went a little bit deep into the chase there.
Yeah, he kind of looked like he let James through nice and cleanly, and then realised that he didn't have the pace to stop him, or the brakes beyond him to stop himself.
Yeah.
So probably was more focused on letting James through cleanly, and then realised he was going too fast to pull it up for himself.
I'm just going to step away for 1 minute, Mark. I've just starting to rain here, so I want to close the window.
Oh, I can't see a cloud at Bathurst.
Coming soon. What they keep telling us.
Yeah.
Actually, going back to I think you're talking about the track polishing, and also the what they've also done for the soft surfaces or the sort of skirt around circuits is they actually account for a little bit of small amount of sinking into the surface too. So if you're on the grass.
Yeah, I noticed that in the racing's release notes for the last build that, like on the grass, the car's going to sit down a little bit and bite into it.
Yeah.
So, like the track polish and the marbles seem to be having a bit of an effect on people's, you only got to be a few centimetres offline and it's really affecting your ability to regain control of the car.
Yeah, even if cars get off into grass or gravel, even retrieving themselves back onto the circuit will be more difficult, because if they're really low on the ride height, the chassis might get into the grass or get into the gravel, in which case you're dragging the car through it.
Yeah, interesting. Like especially like in sand traps and that, if it really sinks down, like you say, and it bogs into them rear wheels, how different it's going to be to try and drive out.
Yeah, so I think that'll be in a race this sort of length. We're not quite halfway, but there's still another half and a bit of this race to go. If we get some people who end up in sticky situations around the circuit, they might not be able to recover themselves, which then gives cause or rise to safety cars. So that's a potential thing. Like anything with iRacing though, when they implement a new feature, they do tend to maybe overdo it a little bit. They've done that a lot over the years, where I know they've had to scale back how slippery a hot track is several times because they got a bit excited and made the metric a little bit too effective. And that's fairly typical. So I think it's perhaps a bit exaggerated, but that's only going to show the new feature really. So
yeah, I think like credit to iRacing, they're always working on making the platform better. And like you say, like sometimes like they might get a little bit over eager, but when they do get it wrong, they do work to realign it and fix it. So they work really hard on giving us a great platform to race on.
Yeah, they bring in new features all the time, and that's all credit to them. And I think sometimes how all the different cars, all the different tracks, it's not always obvious how a feature will scale.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Of course, like the iRacing's big focus, as we know, is NASCAR. Like that's how the platform started, but they have given us a great road racing base, and like for Australian people with the V8s, like they're probably the hardest car to drive on iRacing, but a hell of a lot of fun to drive, and we're getting new tracks. The cars will be updated to Gen 3, I guess, next when Gen 3 comes out in real life. So a lot to look forward to from the V8 side of things in iRacing.
I think even there was some talk about Pukekohe as well, which will be unreal.
Yeah.
I think from a community standpoint, our community's very, very passionate, but when you consider the size of, say, GT3 or NASCAR, it's remarkable that we have the number of tracks and assets that we do have. So
yeah,
we're very, very lucky in that way.
Yeah, I think from the Australia, New Zealand side of things, the V8 community is quite strong. For Europeans and Americans, not so much. The Europeans have got their GT3s and their endurance races, but still, there's a lot of Americans and Europeans that do love to get in the V8s and are very good in them. But yeah, the Australian New Zealand series and community is very, very strong and very passionate about what iRacing does, and they're quick to speak up and let iRacing know if they feel like something not right. And iRacing is generally pretty good to the community and the way they listen and try to implement things to improve the way the V8 series is run and the way the cars handle.
Yeah, they're always tweaking stuff, and that's part of, I think it's so different to what it was. I mean, 10 years ago, sort of the norm was that you buy a product and you might receive one patch or maybe two patches if you're lucky. iRacing's a continuous march forward, and that's the norm now. But when they started that level of service, what was it, in 2008 or whatever it was, that was very rare and unusual. So yeah, they really pushed the whole edge of making sure things are continuously updated, rectified, improved, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think like the thing about iRacing is they try and generally steer away from the arcadey style of things, and I hope they stick to the platform that like we want to be racing as a simulator, not as an arcade game. And yeah, they've done a pretty good job at keeping that system in place, and let's hope going forward that that's what they do as we see Christian Smart pull into the pits. I'm not sure if Damien will jump in the car here or Christian will do another stint, but
yeah, that was the end of a 24-lap stint for them, so that's probably somewhere between 24 and 26 laps is probably your scheduled running time for each sort of stint, so that's probably on schedule.
Yeah, looks like Christian staying in the car at the moment.
I think the other key thing that a lot of people will be keeping in mind is their driver time. I think the minimum's 57. I'd have to check my round notes, but I think that's the case. So a lot of what's going on now will be 54, sorry. So a lot of what's going on now is making sure that people are ticking them off. And then from there, once they've got their minimums out of the way, or the minimums ticked off, they can sort of concentrate on other things from that point forward. So
yeah, keeps your options open. Once both drivers have got their minimums done, you can kind of roll with anything you want.
Yep, 100%.
So lap 76 at the moment. James Scott out in front, followed by Sean McNamara, Kenneth Latta, Blake Delaney, Jamie McKnight, Harrison Dengate. Ben Morris is back in the car for Phase 4's Motorsport. Fishy Motorsports, Paul Warwick in 8th. Matt Whittaker, another Fishy Motorsport in 9. Josh Drage doing a good job for the Supercheap Auto WK SimSport team in P10. So I'm probably going to see that shuffle a little bit in the next couple of laps as people cycle through another pit stop phase.
Definitely a very interesting stage of the race. There's just about half race distance now. So definitely starting to see guys starting to set themselves up for what they want the last half to look like.
Yeah, Matt Whittaker under a lot of pressure here from Josh Drage at the moment. Both of them looking like they're pushing to the limit. A few slides here and there. So Matt just got to look out the front of the car and try not to drive in his rear view mirror. Easy to say in the commentary box.
Always the aim. Use the front pane of glass and forget about the others. But yeah, there'd be a few calculators that are probably being set on fire at the moment.
Yeah, without a doubt. But again, we're 77 laps in of 161, and we've had one safety car due to Mother Nature, and the drivers haven't given us anything to complain about with the quality of their driving. They're all doing a sensational job out there.
Giving us no reason to believe that won't change either. Like,
I'm looking at it and thinking, you know, we might not get a driver-initiated safety car at all today, the way it's going, which is super unusual for this place.
Yeah, so pesky kangaroo. That's all we've had.
Yep. Yep. Might be another animal welfare one before the end of the race, but I can't imagine so.
Sean McNamara, James Scott he's out to about nearly 12 seconds now, so it just goes to show you, you know, the quality of James's driving. He's super quick. He's about a second a lap quicker than Sean McNamara at the moment. So yeah, the boys have got their work cut out for them to unseat James and Brenton from P1.
Oh, power stuck in the wall, I think.
Yeah, we may have.
Yeah, we may have got a common. Oh, he's trying to get.
He's trying.
Yeah.
This is live. I don't think he's going to get out of that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a safety car produced by the commentator's curse here.
Yep, that'll be me. I said I see no reason, and then they went and did a reason. So,
The old catching the fence.
yeah, that can happen. I think iRacing's interpreted that the front bumper has clipped over the fence. So therefore they can't really unhinge themselves, unfortunately. But
yeah, very frustrating when that happens, when you're in the cockpit. It's kind of like, what's going on here? And yeah, unfortunate for Luke. I think he's going to have to call for a tow here. And of course, Luke may not know what to actually do in this situation, because he doesn't normally drive in this series. He doesn't normally drive in this car, and
It's Mick in the car at the moment.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, same thing again. Mick's never been in East Coast. He's only done a couple of seasons of vets, so. Yep, so heard the call. I haven't seen if Richie's come out yet. Yeah, safety cars on the track. We are under safety car. It's going to be interesting.
Control, this is for car 99.
yeah, there seems to be a few people in chat in game seems to be asking the question of RC about whether it is. I mean, cars are queuing, so
yeah,
it must be.
Yeah, safety car's on track at the moment.
Yeah, I just heard.
Control, is the safety car on track?
Yeah, I can hear drivers asking race control for clarification, but I'm not sure.
Sure what's going on with race control at the moment. They're both there, so.
Well, I think if I'm to understand the situation a bit better, I think the safety car has not picked up the reader. It has picked up 707, but the 88 and the 951 have managed to.
There we go. Wave round's happening.
Yeah, I can hear Richard. So I'm not sure if the boys in race control having communication problems, but Rich, Barella and the safety car doing a good job to clear and cleanse the field. So clearly there's some communication problems with the other boys in race control at the moment.
Yeah, look, it's understandable. It happens in real life too when they want to scramble a car for safety reasons. Scramble an SC, they might not have time to pick up the leader. So, I mean, this sort of thing happens in real life just as much as well.
Yep, it'll unfold properly once we get things sorted. Everybody will get a pit stop done, and yeah, we'll get back to racing.
I think the other thing too to consider as well is like this series, like today we've only got 2 guys in race control, and they're doing race control, stewards, safety car. It's a fairly hectic when your safety car does come out, and yeah, never easy. Not like the Pro Series where we've got a team of people looking after it.
I mean, in real life, it happens in sim. It's a good reflection of either.
As long as I don't have a Michael Massey's moment on the last couple of laps, we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Hubbo's back in the car.
Oh, that's interesting. So I guess Hobbo will get this stint done, and then we're probably going to see James Scott possibly take it through the end, although it'd be nice to see Hobbo in the car at the end.
So Hobbo's more than well completed his minimum number of laps, so I'd say this will probably be
his last stint.
If I was a guessing man, this will be his last stint before James takes it all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Other cars, like for example the 951, both their drivers are yet to complete their minimum, so there'll be at least one more driver change happen before the end. So. Or at least 2 more, sorry.
Well, it's just ticking over the halfway point of the race, so it's still at least 3 stops required to get home. Or sorry, 2.5 stops required to get home from here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people with that early SC would have probably done their little partial stint then. So, so this is probably timed at another awkward point in the proceedings as well.
Alright, so I can hear race control, they're back communicating with everyone. Simon Chadwick just hit the wall at Forest Elbow under safety car conditions.
On camera. He's bounced off it, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, so this is another thing that driver swap, you're getting into the car, you haven't been having to focus for the last hour or so because your teammate's been in the car, and you've got to get straight back in the car and you got to be 100% focused right from the get-go, even on outlook. You've got to make sure you break it, so it's very yeah, so you got to have your head screwed on right from the get-go. So, with the track away, it's quite warm, plenty of marbles.
Even the small things, when you get in the car, your pit limiter might not be on, you might have to reset your brake bias and your bars. So even doing all that stuff before you get to the end of the lane, and making sure you don't exceed the pit lane speed limit is all little things that you got to manage as you get in the car. So it can be quite a juggle when you first get in.
Yeah, it kind of takes your mind off the focus off what you're trying to do in the car. As we can see, Simon Chadwick just... Oh no, he's got a wave around. I was watching and thinking he's coming up on these guys really quickly. But he's just scooted past the whole lot, and he's going to get back on the lead lap, I'd say.
Here we go. We can ask James himself about Hobbo jumping back in.
Yeah, he had done his laps, but it was probably just giving me a little bit too much to go all the way to the end. So get Hobbo in. There's still probably more safety cars to come, so he'll run this one, and then it should be good to go to the end.
That's good. The car's still running well?
Yeah, the car's pretty good. We've just been sort of cruising around, really. Neither of us have really been pushing. Just trying to make sure that the car stays clean, and just get to the sort of last 2 stints, and then go flat out.
Track conditions, how'd you find it out there, James?
Yeah, it's pretty slippery. It's pretty hot. So, but I'm sure that we're probably getting to or just past the hottest part of the day. So hopefully it doesn't get up too much more. And obviously, once more rubber goes down as well, the track will be pretty gripped up. So it's probably the worst conditions at the moment, but should only improve from here.
Track temp's at 46 degrees at the moment, so what you're saying, can they get better now? I think they're just ticked past 1:15, so can't see the day getting much hotter.
Yeah, exactly. Usually sort of around this time. Maybe this stint might stay around the same temp, and then should start to cool off from there. So it's a clear day, so there shouldn't be much cloud cover, but it should still probably cool off a little bit.
And it looks like there's a lot of marbles offline too, so that's probably adding to the slipperiness of the track. If you even if you get a few centimetres offline, it's catching a few people out.
Yeah, 100%. There's a hell of a lot of marbles outline. I forget someone I was trying to pass one of the lap cars. It went off pit line and was pretty slippery for the next few laps. So you can see how people are getting caught out with that, but and that's only going to get worse. But hopefully we can keep it on the rubbered line and should be all good.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing iRacing's trying to work on the tyre model and the marbles and the off track where the car's going to sink into the gravel and the grass a little bit more and make it a little bit more lifelike. I think it's a good thing iRacing are working on it. They might not get it all right at once, but I'm sure they'll continue to work on it till they get it where they want to be.
Yeah, for sure. It's only this seems to be a pretty relatively new thing, so I didn't find much of a difference. As long as you keep it sort of on the racing line, it's only when you sort of go venture pretty wide off that racing line you can notice a bit of a difference. But makes passing sometimes a little tough, but I'm sure they'll get it right.
We've seen most of the field now catch up to the safety car, I think, and it's all been cleansed, so all the lap cars are being waved around, and I think we'll see at the end of this lap we'll be going green again.
One interesting point is the 999 car from Christian Smart. He's in his 7th lap of his stint at the moment, so he pitted a little bit before the safety car happened, whereas everyone else pitted with the safety car. So they're about maybe 4 laps out of sync in comparison to the cars around them. So that's probably a little interesting side point. But yeah.
Yeah, it could definitely play out a little bit different towards the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, when John stepped away, it was when Christian went into the pits. So I think we worked out they did about 24 laps in that stint and then they pitted. So yeah, they're just slightly out of cycle with the people around them. But Christian and Damon doing a fantastic job.
Could work to their advantage later on in the race if things fall their way.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting to see if race control's going to call the safety car away.
It's about this time. Yep, there we go. On the money, Mark.
Right on cue.
Yep.
I'll let you know once the safety car
So this time around, we've got Brenton in the car leading,
Dylan.
Sean McNamara. Oh no, Dylan's back in the car.
Yeah,
sorry.
Dylan's back in.
Bit of a reverse from the last safety car restart where Dylan was in front.
Yeah, the safety car's come out at a pretty tricky time. It's sort of 3.5 stints to the end, without further safety car intervention. But at the moment, 3.5 stints, it's a bit tricky. So we have to see how people play around with their fuel and especially their tyres.
So Hobbo's gone a little bit early, and Dylan's been able to jump with him.
And that's green flag racing. So Dylan nicely tucked up under behind there. Got a very good jump on the boys. Jamie McKnight back in the car in third place. And under all sorts of pressure from teammate Christian Smart.
Yeah, Christian firing it straight up the inside there, getting the job done. Good work from Christian.
Of course, Christian's predominantly been Jamie's teammate at Bathurst for quite a few years in Scops and other events.
Yeah, surprised to see Jamie in the Fishy car, but clearly Thomas needed a driver and Jamie stepped in, and they're doing a great job, Thomas and Jamie at the moment, especially after Jamie's problem on the start line. They've bounced back well.
Yeah, you can see Dylan usually a bit racy after restarts. So I'm interested to see if he has a crack at Brenton here. You can get a good run on the Conrod.
Yeah, Brenton's showing pretty good speed at the moment. They've already put a little bit of a gap to back to Christian, but Brenton doing a rock solid job as he always does. Big gain under brakes there from Dylan. You know, the smart thing for Dylan to do here is stay tucked under that wind and try and roll that clutch in and try and make some ground in the pit stops. But as we always say, racers want to race.
Exactly. You've got to let them race.
Yeah, these two boys showing incredible speed at the moment.
Got to be careful though. Got to remember we've still got a long way to go. We're only just past half race distance.
Yeah, it's not like the flag's in sight at the moment. There's still a lot to play for, and you don't. Oh, Dylan.
I think Dylan just rubbed the wall.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It was a decent touch too. It wasn't like just a couple of sparks. A big scrape up the right side of the car.
Yeah, it's very hard to follow across the top when you're so close behind another car with the dirty air.
Yeah.
Very easy to understeer straight in the fence.
Yeah, you got to be so careful with that.
Still loving the paint job livery that Brenton's got on that car. Looks so stunning out there.
Yeah, he's done very well, Hobbo. Very, very talented with doing a lot of artwork. Does a lot of the artwork for the Logitech G Pro series. So very, very talented person.
He did a lot of the website building for that series too, which is immaculate. If people get a chance to check it out.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Yeah, very talented fella, Hobbo. Everyone's still fairly bunched up. Kenny Ladder under a bit of pressure. At the back there. Or putting a bit of pressure, sorry, on War Boys. No. Jamie tight. This little battle here as well.
Interesting, like Tom Freer and Kenny Ladder. I know last time Tom was in the car, I could hear him saving a bunch of fuels, and they've lost a couple of spots in that cycle, so be interesting to see how Kenny approaches this this current stint he's in. Jamie McKnight in front of this battle pack under all sorts of pressure.
Absolutely.
Doing a good job, but it's kind of that phase of the race where everybody, you know, can lose their focus and forget that it's only halfway. So everybody got to tread a little bit carefully here and not throw your own and somebody else's race away.
Why would you remind us that there's still so long to go? Hi all.
How are we, Nath?
We're getting there. Not too bad. How are you guys going?
Yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad.
Not
going,
too bad.
Going well in the broadcasting land.
Yeah, things are going good. Had Roy Clark in here earlier, giving us the lowdown on your driving and strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were his thoughts? We're nailing it.
Yeah, he feels like he's got you covered at the moment.
Yeah. Well, there's anything's possible. We're still at the moment we're one lap down, but we've been having a few Hoffy's unfortunately been having a few shifter issues, so sometimes he'll be going into a corner and it won't downshift, and then last time, I'm not sure if you saw it or not, but when we were pointing the wrong way, it was because it did a quick double shift on him on the way down and just locked up the rears, and around she goes, so
that's no fun.
Yeah, hopefully it goes away soon, but yeah, we'll get his laps in and see how we go from there.
Yeah, I've had that issue before myself where the shifter, and so is one of my teammates, where it double shifts, or you know, you shift it and it doesn't shift at all. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, so it's like he's doing a very good job, Hoff, at the moment. Like he's certainly got the ability to fuel save and do it all and mix it up with the boys that are here. So it's great to get him into the league and having a crack at it. But yeah, it's one of those things, and he said it a few times, that it sort of plays on your mind, like knowing that it's there. He's like, oh, I just don't want it to, I just don't want it to, you know, affect the race anymore. So he's half anticipating it's going to happen, which is naturally messing with his lap times or consistency. So
excuse to get out of the Mustang.
Yeah, look, there has been a few comments about the Mustang, mate. That's for sure.
It's the only car it should be driving.
I feel like this could open up a whole nother can of worms up here too.
It's been open.
But no, it's another thing I've just noticed too is that technically Roy Clark is the next car on our list. There may be a couple of Ks in between us, but going off, if you just look at the positions at the moment, we're after them. They're there. They're the next car ahead. It's on.
Yeah, only 7Ks up the road.
Yeah, look, and anything's possible.
Blake looking a bit racy this time.
Who? Blake?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing. Once he sort of got there, he mentioned he had a bit of a whoopsie early in the race. I missed it altogether, but yeah, now that he and H seem to be getting into a good rhythm and groove, they're feeling pretty confident where they are. So pretty happy and pretty comfortable. They're just doing their own thing, and just like I think a lot of the or all the boys up the front, I don't think anyone's really fighting for sheep stations yet. I reckon they're all just shaping up for the last quarter to third of the race and see how we go in the last stint or two.
It's pretty much the strategy, I think, of most guys at this stage. Be there for the last 30.
Yeah, they go, just keep swimming, just keep swimming.
No, that's the fishy cast, Nathan.
Sorry. There's too many of them around. I gave into peer pressure. I went to the fishy school of puns. It was a real sink or swim moment.
Yep.
Yeah, look, we may have been practicing a few of our puns in there. It's Hoff has a bit more of a not quite so PG rated joke that he might tell you later, but it's a good one.
Oh, Blake with a...
Oh no,
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Just taking Dyke out.
No, that's... Blake will be upset with himself there.
Yeah, that's...
Not pretty.
No, not pretty. That's going to be an interesting one for the stewards to,
and I think
have a look over.
McKnight is involved here somewhere as well. I think he's got a little tap.
Yeah, I think Jamie might have been involved in the afters of that.
Yeah, it's... Wow. 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass, no pass.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
They both got... I think Mr. McKnight got very lucky not to wear a car there, I think.
Yeah, that's not a mistake Blake will be happy with there. He's certainly not a driver that goes out and intentionally does anything like that. It was just a mistake under brakes, but race control will be looking at that and seeing if they have to issue a penalty.
But like you said, as not too long ago, is still a long way to go on the race. So even if something does happen, they're still a fighting chance of bringing their way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, it probably takes your focus away a little bit, and you got to, you got to refocus and get your mind right again and get back on with it.
Let's jump back here to the Zushi train where we've got Maguire, Kirby and Dyke, all nose to tail.
Yeah, I'm sure Jamie Dyke probably feeling a little bit frustrated after that.
As long as he doesn't start driving like a fish out of water, I'm sure he'll be all good.
Yeah, he got a little bit of damage on the car, but hopefully that doesn't affect his straight line speed.
Yeah, it's that front splitter area which can be quite... It's a bit hit and miss as to whether it affects or not. So,
Yeah, what we have seen over with iRacing, it can be damaged like that, and then all of a sudden 10 laps later the meatball flag comes up. So anyway, it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much now.
What's your thoughts on all this new, like the damage model and the updates that have come out on all of in the supercar, Briggsy?
Not too many laps, owing to the fact that I've got some broken bones in a very important place for the supercar. It's really hard to heel and toe when you got 2 toes that are fractured. So,
Owie.
looking at the Pro Invitational Series last week at, well, just Wednesday just gone, which was when the day after the new release dropped. It was very difficult to pass down the inside going into Honda, which was offline. So I'd say it's had a pretty big effect. In the small amount of running I did last night in a bit of a meme event in a TCR, it was very difficult to get a front wheel drive car off the grass. So so I think it's made some differences in those two areas that I've noticed. I think today the talk is a lot more about just how much of a struggle it is on old tyres. So maybe the polishing effect has maybe created in some cases a bit more of a, particularly at a 100% track state, a bit more of a lino, to borrow a Dick Johnson expression, a bit more of a lino type sort of situation going on. But and that happens in real life with go-karting. If you get to a certain track state where there's a lot of rubber down, it actually starts being detrimental in terms of grip. So so maybe there's a little bit of that going on, but I guess we'll all find out more as the next 12 weeks of season progress.
Yeah.
But, that's my initial sort of observations from the outside-in perspective. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I just have it's a lot more of a novice summary of that. It's hard.
Yeah.
That's about all I got. It's hard.
Yeah, it's just another facet. I mean, me and Mark were talking about it earlier. You know, it's a constant march forward with iRacing, adding in new elements of realism, new facets of consideration, and it's just another element they've added to an already complex picture. So.
The joys of it all, and we still keep coming back.
Yeah, that's it. I think this is the reason why. It's just something else to overcome, and it's a reflection of, you know, I think the evolving nature of iRacing and esports in general with simulation is something that is almost a direct reflection of what it's like in real life as well, just in a different way.
Yeah, I think you've definitely hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, summed it up beautifully. Simon Chadwick still battling away with Chris Blanchard.
Yeah, just looking. Brendan Hobson also, he's been able to open up the gap a little bit now to Dylan. He's got nearly 2 seconds on him, so.
There you go, there's the word on the street, straight from race control.
Yeah, Blake Warboys, drive-through penalty. No surprises really. It was a mistake from Blake that caused that incident, and yeah, probably he won't be happy with himself, and he probably knows himself it's a penalty that was coming. He was just waiting for confirmation.
Bit bigger of a booty slap than he wanted.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of having, you know, a live race control. If there was no race control, you'd get away with that and just keep on racing, and you wouldn't have, you know, the standards we have. So the beauty of race control is it keeps people in line a bit and weeds out people who are just here to wreck, and you know, then people are weeded out of series pretty quickly. So and that's why we all love doing league races with you know, that has got a race control involved, because it does get rid of the element that people don't care about what they're doing, and they don't care if they wreck other people's races.
Yeah, I think not that Blake's anything like that, but having a series with, but having a series with consequences, even if it is unintentional, is also, you know, part of the reason why this sort of style of racing, league racing in general, is so attractive.
Yeah, for sure. Like you know, like even in real life, you know, you don't see people just deliberately driving up the rear end of it. You know, there's a lot of Morse code and you know, stuff Rubbin's racing, but there's never any deliberate action, and you know, not certainly Blake. You know, that was just an error under brakes. He probably was carrying a little bit more speed than he realised with the draft, and car didn't pull up the way he was expecting it to. And you know, as you know, like it doesn't take much in these things in iRacing to spear somebody off track.
And we're just talking about the track polishing, so I think it's even easier these days than it ever has been. So
I mean, it's always been a little bit over-exaggerated, and yeah, it's probably even more so with the latest update.
Yeah.
Dylan
Couple of
Rudd's
key things.
in pits, which is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Yep. And the 707 overtook Christian Smart in the 999 as well, while that was all going on.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy call from Dylan Rudd. He's got carrying a fair bit of damage on the side of that car, so I don't know if he was losing straight line speed, and they felt like they needed to get that repaired.
So did Dylan Rudd and Sean Macca just drop out? Got a little flag to their name.
No, I've got him.
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's on the jacks.
Yep, but both drivers have disconnected from the event.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Seeing that now, yeah. Definitely.
That's a massive shame.
Yeah, because they were right up there with it. Like, I'd almost tip them as, being in the mixer towards the end.
I'm not sure. Might be a disconnect. They can still come back in, get back in the car and get going.
I mean, what timing for a disconnect if it was, because they've entered the lane under their own power, and then the disconnects have happened thereafter. So, I was about to make the point that most of the leaders tracking on the average of say 25 lap stints have a little 8-lap stint right at the end of the race. So perhaps they were working backwards from that, but and taking service now rather than having that 8-lap stint at the end. But yeah, that them disconnecting sort of mutes that conversation point.
Yeah, it's a real
shame.
Unravel them.
There you go. Let's put Blake right in the mixer of that battle pack back there.
Yeah, Blake's going to have to show some real patience now.
Yeah, well, thanks for the chat, lads. I'll jump back down with Hoppy. Seems to be going okay, but I'll jump back down and I'll definitely try and have a chat with you boys throughout the afternoon if I'm not in the car.
And one job, Nath, get past Roy.
Oh, don't worry. He's the next car in line. We're catching him. We're on a roll. You wait for it.
And according to Luke Power, you've had pun of the day too, mate. So.
Oh, perfect. I'll take that. Small wins where I can get them. Too easy. Well, you chaps enjoy, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Nate.
Cheers, mate. Enjoy your afternoon.
Well, boys, got himself back into the top 10 here. Chastity's the big surprise. He's up into third. Dylan Rudd disconnecting.
Yeah, there's no sign of Rudd and McNamara reconnecting at the moment, which is a shame for the battle at the front.
Yeah, definitely a little bit disappointing, but anyway. Looking back at that, though, this Kenneth Ladder sitting in second is the man with the biggest gain here.
Yeah, well, championship-wise, if Kenneth can hang in there and circulate around that spot, he's going to gain some positions in the championship, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd definitely see him probably jump himself up in front of Adam and Jordan. which will put him up into second in the championship. So
I guess that's one of the horrors of sim racing is relying on Australian internet.
Yeah.
Happens to all of us at some stage. Very frustrating, but just the way it goes. And yeah, it gives Brenton Hobson some pretty big breathing space now.
Well, absolutely. I'd be taking some deep breaths as he's out the 16-second lead from Kenny Ladder. But in saying that, the day's not over yet. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, we've still got 65 laps to go. 64. So yeah, as we know, this place throws up plenty of mysterious things, and yeah, like curveballs come out of nowhere around here.
Here we go. Car 951 has had a computer wheel issue.
That's a real shame for them boys.
Yeah. There's Jamie Dyke and Michael Stewart hit the pits. Dave Coleman up 13 spots, sitting in the top 6 at the moment. And great drive from Dave today.
Dave doing a real good job. Always a fierce competitor. Really good guy. Does a bit of race control for the vet series, and yeah, gives back to the community, which is always nice.
Yeah, greatly appreciated. Battling well here with Jamie McKnight in front of him.
Yeah, Jamie doing a good job in the car. Had a difficult start to the race, and but was fortunate enough to get off the line in the end cleanly without any damage. And him and Thomas Freeman have battled back all day, just kept chipping away. Thomas Freeman done an excellent job in the car earlier, and yeah, they've climbed back into the top 5 at the moment. So yeah, good recovery from these boys.
Shows Bathurst is a long race, a long day.
Yep. Track's still sitting at 46 degrees, so it hasn't started to cool yet.
Yeah, temperature's still up at 24. Christian Smart's just had an off. I'm just not sure what's happened there. Let's have a quick look at the replay. Got a bit loose coming through the chase. Takes the Kostecki shortcut. Jake Kostecki and his brother went off there something like 14 times over the Bathurst weekend.
I'm going to quickly step away and grab a snack while I can, and
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
No worries, Mark. Definitely some good little battles still here, but this McKnight-Coleman one, it's probably the closest one we've got on track at the moment. War Boys now putting a bit of pressure on Maguire. After his drive-through, Blake's probably have the bit between the teeth here and some bit of chasing down the straight. Probably not the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, the draft effect around this circuit is pretty massive at the two main straights, so I guess a bit of an effort there to see if they could break it up a little bit.
Yeah, don't normally see that happen. As you see, it usually costs you in front a bit of your time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very MotoGP, isn't it? But it's yeah, it's one of those. I mean, you can weave, but then you're travelling for the distance, right? So
yeah,
it's a bit of a sometimes it's a bit of a futile exercise.
Yeah, I think Blake looks like he's got his head down and a bit between the teeth here, trying to recover from his little indiscretion from earlier. So he's got himself now back up into 7th, but he's still 10 seconds further back to Dave Coleman. Let's see if that gap closes a little bit. Speaking of that gap, Jamie McKnight still under a lot of pressure from Dave Coleman. And Christian Smart's not that far in front of them either, so still a couple of little battles going on.
Temp seems to be sort of about 45 degrees at the present moment, so it's pretty slippery. What are we in sim time? It's almost 2 o'clock, so yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see in the next hour it'll start to drop off a little bit, which will make it a bit interesting. Not much wind today though either, so that wouldn't be cooling the track off either.
Yeah, no cloud cover either, so there's not much passing shade to dip temperatures momentarily either, so
Alright. No, definitely been a good drive from Brenton Hobson though. He's got that gap out now to about 19 seconds. Quietly confident coming to the end of this stint, where he'll hand the keys over to James Scott to finish off. Jump down, Jamie Masciuto is chasing Lou Collin. It's been noticing this gap's been closing up a little bit. And of course, Jamie driving with Ben Morris, who's had a cracking season. Back after this season, he's been a fairly consistent driver in the top 10.
not to mention how good those Phase 4 cars look. I think that's quite a nice livery job. Whoever's put that together.
Yeah, no, they've done quite a good job of those ones. And of course, the new modifications to the spec map of adding in the blue channel creates a bit more work for everybody to get their paints to look really good. Just another one to make it more difficult for everyone painting stuff though. That McKnight gap is starting to close up a little bit. Somebody with Dave Coleman might be looking to make a move shortly.
that's been ongoing for the last, well, since the last safety car. That those guys are just nose to tail, and they're trying to use every lap and every opportunity to sort out the running order there, but they're pretty locked together at the moment.
They're definitely not giving each other much of a gap. Coleman definitely tucked up behind McKnight.
Pretty good illustration of who the consistent runners are. If you look down the timing tree at the moment, Hobson, Ladder, Chastanov, Smart, Knight, Coleman, Boys, even down to Dave Kirby. You see their consistency throughout the season. It's evident, and today it's also evident as well. So good string of consistent running from those guys, lack of incidents, that sort of thing.
Oh, the quality of drivers we've got in this series, I think, is extraordinary. And just, you know, no animosity towards each other, a bit of banter. You know, just fairly flow running in that sense. So at the moment, this is what the official running order will be in the championship at the moment, Hobson. If we finish where things are at, it'll be 17.23. Ross will stay 16.84 and Ladder will be 16.57. So I think Ladder's got to get himself up another spot if he wants to knock off Ross. But that's still, for SSR, that's still a lockout of the podium for the series, which I think would probably have been one of the goals going into today.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've been looking at it from the, being a member of SSR myself, I think everyone's just been looking at it as using the series as a great way of keeping up consistency and a great way of doing really valuable race miles, which you just can't replicate no matter how much you want to. And the series provides a fantastic, even great sporting platform for that sort of thing. So so I think that's the goals have definitely been ticked off as far as that's concerned, I'm sure.
Oh, and that's what the series was started for, was to give a spot where we can have some good drivers, good consistent racing. You know, and we'll encourage anyone to come in those early days just to get the numbers up, and now we've capped it at the 50 driver mark and the standard of driving, and we sort of use we talk about the vets a lot, but we use the vets as a bit of a base model of what we're trying to achieve, and it's a compliment to these guys, the drivers, really, for how good this series has become.
It's a compliment. I mean, when you look at vets being, and it is, I'm sure, the highest participation V8 league on iRacing, I think that's a pretty fair comment to say. I think I heard earlier saying that you had 125 drivers across 3 splits, and I don't think there's any other league that's got that level of participation, so it's a credit to everyone involved. If you use that as a good model, that's a fantastic starting point for any other league structure that might want to be created from that. So
as Christian Smart's peeled off into the pits, yeah, that's the idea. The idea is just to have a good league, open everyone where everyone can jump in, and a place where good drivers like yourself and James and Brenton and co, they can come in and, like I said, get that track miles or racing miles under the belt, and enjoy yourselves as a team and enjoy yourselves racing against others in a league.
Yeah, you can't replicate race miles. No matter how much emphasis you want to put into it, you can't replicate a race type situation. So it's really important to, I class it as important to get to do these sorts of races, because it's if you're a process orientated person, it's every bit helps. So
yeah. And I think doing 500 laps of practice by yourself, or even in a practice session with others, that doesn't replicate what you get when you actually physically race. Doesn't replicate that first lap scenario. Doesn't replicate having to be consistent and look after the car, and it doesn't give you that ability to get down pat. No, you just send it moments when you got to pass people without taking them out.
Yeah, and that's all and then the other thing too is your official series doesn't create any sort of safety car situation.
No.
The official iRacing series, so you can't. There's no practice in that, even with the official races. So yeah, this is the best form to do.
Yeah. Of course, you're our Season 4 champion. Should be passing the baton on to Hobbo if things go the way they're going at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, Hobbo's had a great season with lots of consistency, and I've had a couple of drop rounds just through real life commitments and other things, and he's had much better results consistency than myself as well, and he was leading it coming into this event as well. So yeah, he's done a fantastic job all year, all season. So that's what it's about.
Yeah, he's done well. So a few more battles. We'll just go back up. Kenny Ladder still under a bit of pressure from James Chastanove.
Just came back at the back end of all that conversation, and the message is for kiddies, keep the dream alive. Vets is there for everyone eventually.
True.
Yep. Yeah, it's the high. I was just saying, it's the highest. I believe. I'm sure I'm accurate on this. It's the highest participation V8 supercar league on iRacing.
Oh yeah, I mean the vets is it's like when I look at the numbers, it's staggering. Like it's it's
active
and
participation
it's a great community. It's like everybody loves racing, but like it's good, clean racing, and everybody's there to help each other. Everybody realises like their limitations and their expectations, and yeah, I mean it's just an awesome run series. It's a little bit different format to other leagues, but that's what makes it what it is. Like everybody's on the same setup, everybody's got the same tools available to them, and yeah, I mean it's great for everybody. Like I'm 59 and I still love getting in there racing on a Thursday night with the boys, and I'm as competitive as anybody and love doing well, and yeah, it's awesome fun.
That's right. And then you sort of got guys at Mark's ability, and then you got guys at my ability all the way back in split 3, and exactly the same thing. It's everyone treats each other with respect as you'd expect in a league, and you race just as hard, and it's
yeah, I mean the racing just as fierce in split 2 and 3 as it is in split 1. Like the great thing about it is that you're matched around drivers with your ability, so the opportunity to make and lose places on track is kind of equal for everybody.
Yeah, that's what people want at the end of the day. They don't. Not everyone's going to be Fangio, but people want to enjoy a good race and a good battle.
Yeah, there's nothing like getting it. Like even if you don't win, there's nothing like getting out of the car and think, man, that was a really tough race, and it was a lot of fun. So
that's all you want.
And that's why we do it. Like we do it not because we're real life supercar drivers. We're just guys who love motorsport, and this is an outlet that allows us to spend $50,000 on a sim rig instead of $150,000 on a race car. No, not that much. But you know, you get to a stage in life where you can afford to do some things that you probably can't do in other areas, and you know, it's a lot of fun for everybody.
Well, I mean, I look at it this way. I mean, you can spend quite a bit of money on a couch that does nothing other than be comfortable, or you can spend, you know, a fair amount of money on a sim rig, and they're getting more and more affordable all the time too. The difference between a really high-end rig and not a high-end rig is closing every day. I think having an active piece of furniture in your house as a sim rig or whatever, it's a pretty, it's when you start looking at it like that, it's not a bad investment really.
Oh, for sure. I often say to my wife, "Feel how comfortable this seat is."
Yeah, and you can do stuff in it. Whereas
it's a workstation, it's a race car, it's a broadcast commentary booth. It's a lot of things all in one.
Yeah.
And as I said, as long as she doesn't sell it for what I told her I paid for it, life will be great.
Yeah, I mean, I've got mine set up in such a way where I can do productivity type work tasks at it too if I wanted to. I'd rather go to the office to do that, but yeah, they're a marvelous, versatile bit of kit these days. So.
And you know, like sim racing has, with COVID, has become such a big platform across PC, PlayStation, Xbox, everything. You know, like it's such a big market now, and there's so many companies that have come into the market that have made things a lot more competitive. There's a lot more products, like a big product range of different style of rigs, wheels, pedal sets, you know, like from the very basic to massive high-end stuff. So, you know, like it's been a massive growth, you know, for the whole, you know, the business side of sim racing over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I think we've gone from people being maybe unaware that it even existed. You know, maybe the word obscurity might apply to spoken about constantly on mainstream motorsport broadcasts.
Exactly.
So it's changed the game. Excuse the pun. Completely.
Yeah, absolutely. Changes people's perception of it as well.
Yeah, and like you hear how important it is for F1 teams to have a quality simulator driver that can, you know, point the car in the right direction for setup wise before they even get to a track. So, you know, like the sim world has changed massively in the last decade.
Yeah, I think it's seen less of a. I mean, it still is a game, but I think it's seen more of a diverse tool that happens to be a game, rather than just purely something that's for a game. So.
Yeah, and you often hear of drivers, you know, who, for instance, you know, might find their way into Formula One and come to Melbourne and have never driven on the track, but they'll say, I was able to jump in the simulator and learn the track, you know. So, you know, like it is a more than a game. In some respects, it's a tool that's available to real life motorsport to give drivers an idea of, you know, what direction they need to drive the car in at a track that they've never visited before.
Yeah.
There's Hobson and Chastity rolled into the pits.
Yeah, I've noticed Thomas Freeman's jumped back in the Fishy car, the 118 car that Jamie McKnight was steering earlier. So yeah, Thomas be looking to make some ground. Damien Johnson back in the 999 car after Christian Smarter just pitted. Tom Freer back in the car as well.
A few changes.
Yep.
Yep. Some drivers doing 26 laps, some doing 25. So the stint length is starting to lengthen out now and they're probably projecting that sort of 8-lap gap at the end of the race. So I imagine some people would probably look at that and want to bring that down as much as they could.
They're begging for a safety car.
Interesting one. The 707, which is the car I'm meant to be spotting for, is back in the lane again after 1 lap. So
Not sure what the story is there.
I don't know. I can possibly find out. I might let them
No, he's
run
got a
through
black
the
flag. It must be an iRacing black flag.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what it'll be. Naughty boy coming out of the pits.
Or a naughty boy coming into the pits.
Mm.
Oh no, he would have had to serve it straight away if it was coming in. So,
Yeah.
yeah, possibly leaving the pits. It's a shame for them boys. That'll make their afternoon just that little bit tougher.
There's still a long way to go. Only 106 of 161.
Yeah, we're at the stage of the day where fatigue and your mental preparedness is probably starting to wane. So, yeah, you got to keep focused, especially this place.
I might jump down and have a chat to them because I was probably meant to be there to coach them through some of that. Anyway.
Tell them not to speed in pit lane.
No worries, Adam. Thanks for dropping in, mate.
Yeah, thanks,
Catch you
Adam. It's always good to have your insight.
Yeah.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, cheers, mate. Wallboy's into the pits now after leading a lap. And James Scott about to come around and take the P1 back off him.
So we've got 55 laps remaining, so there's still a hell of a lot of racing to go on here. I think the final 2 spots on the podium are looking very interesting in terms of how many drivers are going to be battling for it. I think we're going to be in for a very interesting final hour of this race today.
Wayne's just asked us what do we think of the new paint scheme. I reckon it looks quite good. I did pick it up early on. I think in lap 1 or lap 2 had a bit of a chat about it. It does look quite striking.
Yeah, I really like the new paint job. I think it looks sensational. I love the matte black on it. And yeah, I think you've done a great job, Quaney. Well done, mate.
Yeah, and it's good to see the matte black. Like a lot of people go and do all the chrome stuff, but they don't realise that you can go the other way and make things matte, and it just comes out just as striking.
And that's another interesting thing out of the latest iRacing build is the new texture layer they've brought in.
The blue channel, yeah.
Yeah, which I haven't really wrapped my head around or looked at yet, but certainly has made my paint jobs look a little bit different to what I was used to.
Yeah, you just got to go change your blue layer to white, I think. I did a few of ours. Where's Blake? Did a few of ours this week as well. And Harrison's in the car. No, not in that car. Who else have I got? The other one's gone. Yeah, so it's not an easy thing to do to get them to look right. But once you get your head around it, it's pretty straightforward. Jamie Dykey about to be passed by Damien Johnstone. Oh, big hip and shoulder. Doing the right thing, redressing.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that stage of the race now where the gloves are going to start coming off and people are going to start really fighting for position, because we're at a point now where track position is going to become king, and you really want to fight or defend as hard as you possibly can. There's a lot of racing to come, but you really need to start making ground from here on in towards the end, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You've still got a long way to go when you start thinking about it. And we've got Hoffy in with us at the moment. How are you, Hoffy?
Oh, I'm spent, mate. Absolutely spent.
You spent?
I am, yeah.
I heard you're having some shifter issues.
Yeah. I had some shifter issues into the cutting there, and then under safety car it double shifted down, and so it's just be cautious and run to a fuel number. So I've exceeded what I wanted to do in fuel, so happy days.
That's good. You giving the keys back to Nathan and told him to finish it off, have you, or is he going back in?
No, I'm not going back in. I don't trust me shifter.
That's fair enough.
It's never any fun when you're second guessing what might happen, especially coming across the top of the mountain or down into the chase. Is it going to select the gear I need and want, or is it going to do its own thing? That's a tough thing to overcome mentally every lap.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And it's just added stress on you.
You have to let Nathan know, teammate, that black singlet, white arms and glasses doesn't work.
Oh, right, okay. and just so you know, I managed to get about 3.87 per lap in that last stint.
Well, that's all right.
Wow.
That's pretty good going.
That's a massive fuel save.
Yeah.
Because normally it's about 4.6 a lap around here.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit higher even.
Yeah, I was just running to a lap time and fuel, sort of fell into place, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that's good. Just see Damien Johnson just got past Jamie Dyke.
Johnson got his way back in front of that.
Yeah. Thomas Freeman is past Paul Young, so Thomas will be looking to march forward towards the back of his teammate's car next. And I spoke earlier about the recovery I had after the start, or the miss. Jamie forgot to start the car at the on the line, and got swallowed up by the field, and they've been able to just chip away, and currently sitting in 4th spot. So been quite a comeback from these two boys.
Done very well. Thomas showing plenty of speed.
Yeah, the track's really dirty. I found it really, really dirty and slippery.
Yeah, well, a few drivers have come in and spoke about the track condition. It looks like offline there's a lot of marbles built up, and yeah, just everybody's coming in saying that with that update from iRacing last week and the few changes to the tyre model and the track state and everything, it's throwing a few curveballs that people probably weren't quite ready for in terms of an endurance race like this, but everybody seems to be coming to terms with it okay.
Yeah.
The track temp's now dropped, was up to 46, it's now back to 44, so we've reached the peak of the track temp now, so things starting to cool off a bit.
I think...
Sorry, off going.
I think Nathan's had a bit of mischief going on.
He's disappeared.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find Nathan. I can't find him at all. Yeah. I don't know whether
his webcam has paused as well, so I'd say he's had a disconnect.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And he might be able to get back in. Or we've already seen Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara drop out of the server, which is a shame.
Yeah. Should reset the car back to the pit, doesn't it? Not sure. Anyway.
I know, he's still heading around.
He's disconnected from Discord as well, by the look of it.
Yep. It's Ben Morris putting all sorts of pressure on Harrison Dengate.
But then he's back on my screen, so I'm not sure what happened there.
He's back, yeah. That's a weird one.
the beauties of
modern technology.
Yeah, and the internet. Anyway, good to see him back out here.
Well, Ben Morris was one of the quicker guys in the earlier T stints. So he's fighting his way back through, getting past Dengate now.
All right, boys, I might leave it with you there and go back to the team.
No worries, Alfie. Thanks for dropping in, mate.
Chat, mate.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so Ben Morris is back in the car, doing a good job. He's climbed his way back up to 7th. Thing that I'm still astonished by is we've had only one safety car implemented by a driver error, I believe.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so the standard today of the driving standard today has been super high.
Yeah, very impressive. Still a long way to go. Still got 50 laps left.
Yep, still all to play for.
It's still battling. Damien Johnstone under a bit of pressure still from Jamie Dyke. Gap hasn't opened up very quickly.
Thomas Freeman just slowly edging his way towards them too. About 3 or 4 tenths of a second quicker than Jamie Dyke on that lap, so probably another couple of laps and I'll see him right on the back of these two, so that'll spice this little group up.
Yeah, definitely.
Paul Young not far off the back of Thomas Freeman either, so Paul Young and James Chastanup are still fighting hard, currently sitting in 5th spot, and 50 laps to go. They're still within striking distance of jumping on that podium.
And car 86 has a meatball flag apparently as well, so not sure what completely happened there with the Nathan Brown entry.
Yeah, it's got a fair bit of damage up the side of it, so I don't know if that happened when he was having internet issues. Hopefully they've got a fast repair up their sleeve still and they can cycle through the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely hope they can recover that. It's had an incident. Let's see what the Rattler's done.
Yeah, I see he's stationary on Mountain Straight at the moment.
Going slow. And he's got issues. Or was letting people pass. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Got
it going again?
Yeah.
I don't...
Bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, it looked like he was struggling to select a gear or something there. He couldn't get it going forward, but he's back going now, so hopefully whatever it was is sorted and he can continue on. That drive-through penalty that Tom Frio got, we think for speeding in pit lane has really hurt their day at the moment. He's sitting back down in 14th place and got a lot of work to do.
Definitely got a lot of work to do. racing by myself at the moment as well. So next car about 20 seconds up the road. Nathan Brown had an incident on lap 108 at the Fujitsu sign, where we're going through at the moment. That's what's happened to him. And just to answer Ben Anthony's question, they had computer issues, which took them out, which was a bit disappointing to lose the 951 car.
Yeah, some sort of hardware problem. So yeah, it was a real shame that we lost them.
Yeah, they'd been battling in that top 4 or 5 spots all day, so it was a bit disappointing. But the race goes on. Yes, got Ben Morris from phase 4 battling away through as well. Finishing to pull away a little bit from Dengate now. And the other little battle that we've been following has been Jamie and Johnstone and Jamie Dyke.
Yeah, the Fishy Motorsport boys have currently got 5 cars in the top 10, which is a hell of an effort from that team.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty impressive. Very strong team. You see them versed in scops. You see them, like I think they took the top 2 or 3 spots in split 2 of these vets this season as well. So they're definitely a very competitive team, the old Fishy boys.
I think we'll definitely see a few more Fishy boys in split 1 of the vet series this year. I know Paul Warwick is very, very quick and a very competitive driver. He raced in split 2 because he didn't do the pre-qualifying at the beginning of the season, but I expect to see Paul in split 1 next season and be competitive there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Doctor will be quite interesting to watch how he goes to split 1. Like, did do a split 3 race as his first race of the season, which was rather entertaining for us back in split 3. But yeah, sort of broadcasting split 2 last season a bit. The guy can drive, real likeable fella.
Yeah, he's a great driver. I know he was away from the sim for a little bit, and he's come back, and he's come back with a vengeance, and he's absolutely got his eye back in well and truly. And I think, well, looking at just where they are now, they're currently sitting in 6th spot, so he's out there doing the job for the team today.
Steve Murray saying he might actually be doing race control next season. He did actually say that in the lounge, that he was thinking about doing it. So,
that's a shame for us in a driving perspective, but it's a gain for the series, because it's always great to have drivers come in and give back. I've done a few bits of race control for different series, including the vets, and I mean, sometimes, it's just good to be able to give back to a series that has given you the opportunity to go out there and have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes I think, drivers need a different perspective of, what it's like behind the scenes of a series. It's not easy getting a series off the ground and up and running, and being in race control, and being on the wrong end of drivers' wrath, which I've done at times, which I regret. But I've also been in race control when I've felt that wrath from drivers. So it's a difficult thing to do, but it's a job that needs doing to have series like this, and vets and scops, and the Logitech Pro Series. You need them people in race control to keep things clean, and it's just an important part of the integrity of all series.
That's right, and you learn so much doing those rolls as well. That's the big thing. Like, I look at my involvement with the Pro Series and, you know, sitting in that race control environment and stewards environment, and yeah, just dedication and work gets put in by those guys, and, you know, as you're saying, it can be a thankless job.
Yeah, it is an absolutely thankless job, but you know, like I say, like we all get involved in sim racing because of our passion for motorsports, and you know, it's a great hobby if you love motorsports. So yeah, I encourage anybody that is out there in a league at some point, give back to that league, or at least another league, to help the sim community keep growing, because without volunteers we don't have leagues like this running.
No, absolutely. Ben Morris now has caught up to Paul Warwick. Didn't take him too long to close that gap.
No, just scrolling through the field, and haven't mentioned James Scott for a while. He's just out there setting quality lap times, and a fair bit quicker than anybody else on track at the moment.
Yeah, last lap at 2:05.3, and everyone else is doing 2:06s and 2:07s.
Yeah, and yeah, high 2:06s, mid 2:06s. So yeah, he's currently, you know, about a second a lap quicker than everybody. So it just goes to show you the quality of James's drive, and he's a peak performer.
Absolutely. As Ben Morris has got the job done there, 6 seconds up the road's the next guy. Jamie Dyke starting to creep into this battle a little bit. Thomas Freeman starting to close up as well.
Yeah, Thomas Freeman has chipped away lap after lap to get to the back of this battle. And I must say that Fisher car looks absolutely spotless at the moment.
Well, that's what we're looking for when we get into these last 30 laps.
Thomas done an outstanding job here. Found a good home at Fishy. He was solo operator there for a while, and yeah, found a great home at Fishy with a good team, and yeah, certainly helping take that team forward.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job.
$45 laps to go, and we've had 2 safety cars over the day. One was a kangaroo on the track, and the other one was a car stuck in the wall. And it's quite amazing that we've got through 117 laps with only 2 safety cars.
Yeah, it's a real compliment to the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah. So Damien Johnson was able to get the job done on Jamie Dyke fairly early in this stint, but he has not been able to create a gap at all, as we see Thomas Freeman starting to make a move up the inside, heading up Mountain Straight. I don't think, well, he might get there. Jamie's given him plenty of racing room. Probably wise, knowing that Thomas has been making steady ground on him lap after lap. So Thomas has got a little bit more speed in the car by the look of it. And, Thomas going to set his sights on Damien Johnson next.
Doing quite well. definitely having some speed advantages over him, so should be able to close that gap a little bit. Bad strike, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure Jamie's thinking that he can use Thomas to maybe try and save a little bit of fuel.
I'll just have a quick look at how Warren Davis is going. This is a lap back, these boys, but you can see Nathan Brown, I think it's a lap down, tucked up behind him still. These boys are hunting down Brady Taylor in front, so it doesn't matter where you are in the grid here, there's still someone to battle with, which is good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like we were saying earlier, it's a lot of the time you just want to have a good race. You want to be, you know, working hard and battling with the guy in front and the guy behind, and getting out of the cockpit going, well, I really enjoyed that stint, and I'm sure a lot of these boys are going through that today.
Absolutely. Another one for you, Richard.
Yeah, sorry, Craig Schultz from 9.5. Haven't mentioned Craig much today. Car 957, currently in 11th spot. He's doing a really good job, just outside of the top 10, and still looking to make his way forward. He's paired up with Simon Chadwick today, and both the boys have done a great job. And the sister car, Sean McNamara and Dylan Rudd, we saw drop out with a hardware issue before, which was a real shame because they were leading the charge for the team. But these boys are flying the flag for 9.5 Sim Sport and doing a mega job.
Yeah, it's been awesome. They've had a good season, these two boys as well. Craig always drives a hard race.
Yeah, Craig's a hard worker. He's a good clean racer. He is another one that has given up a lot of time doing race control and doing work behind the scenes for different series. And yeah, it's good to see him out here enjoying himself, getting some driving after a long stint of giving his time up for behind the scenes work in different leagues.
Okay, let's have a look. Paul Warwick, that Harrison Dengate starting get dropped off by him here.
And not a lot in it between these two. Paul just starting to edge out a fraction, but what we've seen over the day is the different strengths in the cars. Some people are running really low wing and they're paying the price going across the mountain, and other people are running a little bit higher wing and they're making big inroads across the mountain but losing a little bit on the straights. And I guess the key is if you can tuck in behind someone on the straights and you're running a bit higher wing, then overall you're probably going to gain a little bit.
Till you drop off the pack.
Yeah, the moment you lose that draft, of course you're going to suffer. But yeah, if you can stay tucked under the wing behind someone, you can make some good gains. Just looking at Paul Young from the Band Alliance Racing, currently coming up towards the back of Nathan Brown, so Paul will be hoping to clear Nathan reasonably quickly. Paul's currently in 5th spot, I think.
Yeah, Paul doing relatively well. Up 2 spots from where he started.
Yeah, he's got a great co-driver as well in James Chestnut. Them boys have, like I said, they've had a really strong back end of the East Coast V8 series. Got a win or two in the sprint rounds, and they've been super competitive all season. So good to see them out here battling for a podium in the final race of the year at the mountain.
Definitely battling hard. Still a long way to go. We still have some safety cars. We could still have some disconnects. Anything can still happen here.
Leader and current lead driver with his co-driver in the car leading the race at the moment. Hobbo, how's the day unfolding for you?
Oh, it's going well now. I'll sit down and relax.
Well, you'll be happy to know that you have completed 120 at the end of this lap. You've completed 75% race distance.
Yep.
Which will mean
it's a long day.
Which will mean you'll qualify as a finisher.
Oh, excellent. Yep.
Which means that pesky Jordan Ross can't knock you off.
Yeah, was he? I can't remember. Was he in front of me in points coming into today?
No, he was behind.
They wouldn't have been able to pass me anyway, would he?
10 points behind, I think.
I got one up on the team boss then, yeah? That's
Yeah,
good. I'll be telling him about it every day for the next 12 weeks or however long a season lasts.
Yeah, shame Jordan couldn't join us today.
It is, yeah, and obviously Briggsy as well with his broken foot.
Yeah.
No favours, so that's a bit of a shame that it ended the way that it did, the championship, because it was shaping up to be a good race this week if we all could have joined.
You'll still take the championship.
I will. Yeah. Yes, I mean it's more than one race, isn't it? You got to turn up for all of them and put your best foot forward every week. And it was a weird championship because it was never really on my mind until the last couple of rounds when everyone started talking about it. So, but it's been fun. It's been really good, and I've enjoyed battling with those guys. You know, like between James dominating every time he turns up, and then the rest of us squabbling over what's left. It's been a good fun championship.
It's a good series.
Yeah, James is certainly a tough competitor to deal with. He's got phenomenal speed and great racecraft. He's had a few incidents of bad luck this season and a couple of disconnects, and I think towards the end of the season he finally started nailing his race starts.
Yes.
So yeah, like James is going to be in any series, you know, you got your work cut out for you if he's on the grid.
No, he's extremely competitive. He's been very fast in everything he's raced in. He was very successful this year in what he did drive, be it V8 Scops or Pro Series Enduros and East Coast as well when he's turned up. So if he turns up, you got you're up for a fight. And he's had a bit of a rough season, like you said, a little bit of bad luck, but he got a new computer early in the season. He had some technical dramas and things like that that took him out of a few races. So had he been able to make every week, I don't think there's any doubt that he would have been good enough to win the championship here. But you got to take the good luck and the bad when you're people like me. And I've been a little bit fortuitous, I guess. But sometimes you're better to be lucky than good.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you've been able to get to every round. You're competitive in every race. You're thereabouts in the top 5 pretty much every round. You got a race win last race out, I'm pretty sure, and you earn every point that you've got. So it's the same for everybody. Everybody's got a chance to get the same amount of points, and so far you're the one that's got the most in the championship.
Yeah, that's right. And I've ended the season strong. Like you said, got my first win of the season. My first win of the season at the last round. So it's been a pretty consistent series, though. Like you say, just there or thereabouts each week, and banking points, and just being near enough.
Yeah, not throwing anything away, not giving up unnecessary points. If second's all you can get, you've been taking it, and if the 4th or 5th was all that was on offer, instead of throwing away and finishing 15th, you take the 5th, and that's what building a championship's all about.
That's exactly right. But I think we've come out this week and put our best foot forward. This car's been insanely good today, and James is just like of all the humans in the field. I think I've been able to go with all of them today, and I mean, James is just James. We don't need to worry about him. But
James.
Yeah, it's been a good way to
James.
been a good way to finish the season. You know, with a good car today, I feel like I drove well and I've earned it. I've done my bit for the team to get us to where we are now. It's not done yet, obviously. We got still got 40 laps to go or something, so anything can happen. But at the moment, we're in a good spot. Car's really good. James is obviously on fire, and yeah, I think that so far for the day, I've done what I needed to do to earn a good result, be it in the championship or just the race. So yeah, I can sit back and relax now and enjoy it. It should be good.
And any talk of James doing the quali series for the Pro Series?
I actually think he's going to be unavailable for some of it. So I'm not sure. I don't know. We haven't talked too much about that. We've literally only been a few days out from the end of the season, so I think everyone's keen for a bit of a break for a bit, and we'll have a think about it and regroup, you know, soon enough. But I mean, if he's able to make the Pro Series qualifiers, I don't think there'd be too many doubts that he'll be making it through. I mean, the guy's insanely talented and extremely fast, so there's no reason for him to not be a part of that series. He certainly qualifies as far as his abilities go, so fingers crossed he's able to figure out how to make himself available or whatever, so he can get himself a seat, because he certainly deserves one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, based on talent, yeah, he'd be there any day of the week. But the unfortunate thing about sim racing is sometimes real life interferes, and you got to do what you have to do in real life. And yeah, it'd be a shame if James is not on the grid, because definitely the series would be better for it if he was there. But it's still a great series no matter what, and yeah, hopefully we see James in that league soon.
If he isn't able to make it, you know who's going to be at the top of everyone's co-driver wish list at the time of year. So.
Yeah.
Of course, having him back here as well in East Coast next season.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I have no idea what his plans are, but I mean, it's good to have a few guys in here to go and bash door handles with each week. Like I said, I mean, I'd love to see a few more teams and stuff in here represented as well, but even just between the few of us in SSR, we get out here every week and have a good race. You know, we don't do the team order thing, and especially in East Coast, it's a bit of fun for us, so we come out and race hard, and it's a good way to keep your skills, you know, in check and sharp, and it's just a good way to enjoy driving the car, because, you know, you can come out and have a bit of fun and battle away with some mates, and it's good.
Yeah, that's right. That's the key, is enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I think that race that I had with Jordan at Road America last week was, or 2 weeks ago nearly now, was one of the most enjoyable races that we've had in the supercar in a long time. And, you know, it's just, it only needs 2 cars to have a good race. So, you know, we both had a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do a bit more of that stuff again next season.
Tom's got a run on here.
Yeah. Damien just a little bit sideways on the exit of Forest Elbow there. It's allowed Thomas to get a good run. We know how competitive Damien is. He's not going to give up this spot to anybody. Good racing from both of them there, giving each other plenty of room. Both live to fight on. Thomas is showing really good pace at the moment. He's been able to come from about 6th or 7th spot in that pit stop cycle, or even further back, and he's now made his way into 2nd. So yeah, Thomas has obviously got some good speed in that car.
They're doing very well.
It's good to see the 999 back up near the front after their mishap in qualifying, and then I think they had a bit of a rough start to the race too, if I heard correctly. So it's good to see them working their way back to the front. Yeah,
Damien and Christian have both done a really good job to get back up to the front of the grid here. Damien getting a little bit sideways there, but yeah, they've had an excellent recovery, and full credit to them for sticking with it and battling hard. Christian's a solid driver around Bathurst, got plenty of race miles around here, and he's done a good job.
Looking for another safety car, because I'm keen to see Tom in the 707 get the chance to get back into the queue. He's been one of the fastest cars on the track for the last sort of hour or so. So another safety car and he'll be able to get back in the fight. I'm not sure what happened to them in the 7.
Yeah, they picked up a black flag, and we think it might have been speeding or on the exit of pit lane. So,
I wondered
yeah.
what happened to them because they were just near the front and then disappeared.
Yeah. So it was an iRacing black flag, and you know how much they hurt.
Yeah, they're no good.
No.
Rookie mistake, that one.
Yeah, definitely a rookie mistake, because they were certainly looking good for a podium spot. And yeah, it's another pit stop plus the 45 seconds they throw on top of it is, you know, even around here, it's close to being a lap. You're losing nearly a lap, so.
Well, like I said, one more safety car and they'll be back in with a chance. They've certainly got good speed in that car, so fingers crossed we get another one for their sake so that they can get back in the fight.
Yeah, Damien Johnson just peeling off into pit lane. So they've still got 2 stops to make. They're not going to get home from here.
Seen a little bit of bad luck and strange stuff happening in the race today. It's been an interesting one. I hate that whatever happened to the 9.5 car happened because we're having such a good race with those guys.
Yeah, they had apparently they had some a hardware problem, and yeah, they just disappeared off the radar, which was a real shame because yeah, you and Dylan were having some good battles. You were able to kind of extend the gap a little bit before they disconnected, but yeah, it was a shame for Dylan and Sean because they were really competitive today and probably would have had a spot on the podium somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. They were certainly competitive, very fast, and had some really good racing with them all through the race. Every time I was in the car, I wasn't far away from theirs, so it's a shame to see that happen. Hasn't been without drama though. We had we don't even know when it happened. We're trying to figure it out, but we've found ourselves with an extra right rear tyre because we didn't take one at one of our stops. We're not even sure when it happened. we've done an extra stint on one of our right rear tyres in the race today, so that's been
weird.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've got a suspicion as to when it might have been because the car was horrible to drive at one stage in the race.
Yeah, you got the Ferrari engineers working for you, have you?
Yeah, it must have. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but we did double stint the tyres early, and the car was horrible to drive at that point. But
Briggsy must have popped in and clicked a few buttons.
yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, a bit of sabotage, that could be the go. But yeah, we're not quite sure when that happened. So, but yeah, we did double stint the tyres at that first sort of safety car or whatever it was, and I can confirm as the driver of the car at the time that I never want to double stint tyres around here in a supercar ever again. It was an absolutely horrible experience. It was not fun to drive in that second half of the stint there on those tyres. But somewhere along the lines, I think we kind of think it might have actually been in my second stint just then that I ran the same right rear tyre that James had on the car before that. So I've got no idea if the car's any good because I've been driving on old rubber for the whole race. But, yeah, a bit of a strange one. I haven't seen that happen. We've seen it happen before to teammates' cars, but I've never seen it happen to mine. Bit of an odd one.
It just goes to show you, you've got to make sure you tick all the boxes, literally.
Yeah, well, I kind of wonder if it's a bit of a bug or something because I do see it a little bit in team racing or spotters sometimes also trigger weird bugs in iRacing. Seems to happen a lot more when you're doing these endurance type races and things like that. But yeah, either way, a bit of a strange. We got away with it, but we're still going, so that's all that matters. We can stop and put an extra right rear tyre on now if we want at the end of the race.
Well, that was unbalanced car even more.
Probably. I don't think it would matter to James. Probably drive it with 3 wheels on his wagon. But anyway. But yes.
Yeah, well, James is still the quickest car on track by a fair margin. And he's almost out to, he's got a 55-second lead just about. So just goes to show you how much pace he's generating out of that car at the moment.
Well, the other car that's going really well at the minute is Thomas in P2. He just did a 2:05 on his last lap as well, so that's very fast, particularly for the end of the stint. He's 23 laps into his stint, so he's just about out of fuel So yeah, that's a very good lap time from him. So that car's very quick as well. So I'm assuming we will get another safety car. So the race could be on. It might not be done yet. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think like Thomas before the last pit cycle when he got in the car, I think he came out in around 10th or 11th spot, and he's just worked his butt off. Hit the whole stint to climb all the way up to second spot, and like you say, he's got plenty of speed in the car, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
Track temp now has dropped back down to 41 degrees. It's starting to back off. The 46 degrees we were at earlier in the race.
Yeah, the cars should just continue to get better and better from here on out. Track rubbering up nicely, and track temp coming down should be, the guys out there should be enjoying it pretty much in this last stint. I'd say the cars will be as good as they're going to be all day, and they'll be in the zone. Should be good fun actually out there.
Yeah, definitely going to be a battle.
Just keep it on that race line and you'll be right, because the amount of rubber marbles on the edges of the track is it's phenomenal at the moment. So you don't want to be running wide, especially at places like Forest Elbow, because it's just going to drag into the wall.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It becomes more and more important as the day goes on. Keep it on the racing line. You don't want to be experimenting with any strange lines, you know, places like Metal Grade or something like that, because you'll quickly find out that's not the thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's pretty much only one line for that part of the world anyways.
Yeah. You don't want to be experimenting there at any time, you're right. Anyway, I might go back and check in on my driver, and we'll hopefully get a chance to come back and talk to you guys a bit later.
Alright, cheers, Hobbo. Good luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Yeah.
No worries, thanks guys.
No worries. Always a great bloke to talk to, Hobbo.
Yeah, Hobbo's always good value. He's always bright and chirpy. No matter what happens, he's a really positive influence to have around the sim community.
Yeah, absolutely. Very talented at what he does too.
Not sure what it's happened to Blake Delaney. They slipped down to 12th place. I don't know if that's just a pit cycle thing. And
I think a few of them have made their sixth stop.
Okay.
But they're still circulating.
Yeah, so 34 laps to go. Still a lot of racing to happen yet, but we're starting to get towards that time of the day where everybody's going to start laying everything on the line. We're almost at the point where conservation is no longer what's required. It's all going to be about commitment now, and the last stop of the day, as we see James Scott just starting to peel off into the pit lane.
James Scott taking another stop.
So, yeah, we're going to see drivers are going to be about 10 laps short of fuel at this stage. With all this green flag racing we've had today, with virtually no safety cars, we're seeing the boys having to find other ways to save fuel, and I think we're going to see everybody having to make another stop within the last 15 laps of this race.
There's still a couple little battles. Josh Drage and Cam Veacock battling away.
Yep, and another one I'm just looking at, and a shout out to Michael Schroeder and Michael Quain doing a great job, currently in 15th spots for Old Mate and Sons. Car looks clean, and they're doing a rock solid job, and just thank you to the boys for turning up today and having a go. They've done a good job all day, managed themselves very well, so the car looks clean, and it's great that they turned up and decided to have a go in the 1000 today with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely love having them here. And speaking of loving having teams here, we've got Scotty Van Loon from Pecky Performance, Quantum Tinsolation, Pecky Performance entry in the box with us. We've removed all the pins, so we should be pretty safe to talk to him.
Good afternoon, Mixie. Hey, Mr. Duggan.
Hey, Bella, how are you, mate? How's your day been?
Mate, I just did a double. I'm knackered. Car now, who will take it home to the end, but yeah, Rex, I don't know. I mean, yeah, started with and then the needle, then the knitting needle, drilling pipe.
I did tell you this morning this is a tough race.
Oh, and especially, like, I know, really cliche, but it's the first race we've done with no aid, so with blipping ourselves. So it's yeah, it's quite a learning curve, to be honest. I mean, we are getting faster, but it's just taking time and be thrown in the deep end like this, but it's all good.
Well, Chris was saying you worked out that it helps your braking, though.
It does, yeah, it does. But it's just that the mindset and your muscle memory of getting used to it. So a few times I've gone to change and it won't change. I'm wondering myself why, and it's like I need to blip. So, but no, it's been a fun day, guys.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, you've both done an awesome job, man, and like to come in with pretty much zero experience in team racing. You've gone from, an auto blip to a manual blip, learning on the run in a competitive field, trying to do the right thing by other drivers and yourself. Can't commend you enough, mate. I think you've done an awesome job, and, you'll walk away from this with, a lot of information in the brain and a lot of information in, like you say, the muscle memory, and you'll just become better for it, like this is the sort of stuff that just helps you grow as a driver.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I think so too. And I'll put my hand up. Like, I still use the driving line. All the tracks are new to me. So coming in here, I know Bathurst is Bathurst. We all know the track, but first time actually doing it without the driving line as well. So it's a double whammy for me. Shut up.
No, I'm just going to say that. No, I think what everyone's really got to stop and remember too is that you've only done 24 races in vets.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think people
racing
with
since June.
Yeah, so for the pace that you've got, I think a lot of people forget that.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, iRacing puts these aids in to help people who are new to the platform come to grips with what they have to come to grips with. And it's not, it shouldn't be seen as, like somebody, doing something untowards. It's there as an aid to help people, progress through the system. And, as you progress, like you start unticking all them boxes and, you learn as you go. And it's the same for everybody, like nobody came in here and started, winning straight away. Everybody's gone through a learning curve, and that's what it's about. And, hats off to you boys for saying, no, I'm prepared to tackle it. I'll give it a go. I'm not going to shy away from it. And, here you are. And like I say, you will walk away from today and go, well, that was a lot of fun and I learned a lot, and I'm going to be able to implement that into everything I do going forward from here.
Going forward, yeah. And we probably would be on the lead lap if it wasn't for me, because I lost my internet. I come back in and Chris is like, I need to go to the toilet, so we had to jump out, and I did my pit limiter on. So I've got a 40-second stop and go, hold the speed in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's
that'll, yeah, I mean, that stuff really hurts. And again, it's just another one of them, hard lessons that, you got to make sure you've got your mind focused on everything you're doing all the time. I know for me, even in vets, the moment I start thinking about making a pit stop, I lose
that focus.
Yeah, I lose tenths and tenths and tenths every corner, because then I start thinking, do I really want to pit this lap, or will I hold off a lap? Or, like your mind just kind of wanders for a second, and it's easy to lose focus. So.
Chris was like, are you ready? I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to go. And then so I wasn't, yeah. But anyway, no, it's been a good day, and when I've had my break, I've been watching it on YouTube, boys. So you've been doing a great call. And appreciate you
thanks,
having
mate.
me in here.
That's all right.
Cheers, man. Yeah, I mean, it's been some good racing today. It's a shame we've had a few dropouts, unfortunately, with hardware and internet and whatnot, but still been a good day's racing. There's plenty of battles right throughout the field, and you know, we're seeing fast guys struggle with making errors. You know, again, like the Tom Frere, car 11, who probably deserved to be up the front of the pack. They got a pit lane speeding penalty, and it's been a really tough battle for them to battle back from it, because there's been no safety cars. Because the quality of the driving's been so good, like we haven't had.
Yes. We were hoping for maybe one or two more, but another kangaroo actually.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody thought they would have seen at least 4 to 5 to 6 safety cars during the day, but we've had we've only had 2, so I think everybody's in the same boat, hoping for a bit of a break,
And I think you're right, Marcus. The quality of the driving, it has been good, and we've been trying to be respectful for the leaders and stuff coming through, not blocking and out of the way. So boys, have their race.
Yeah, I think you guys have done an excellent job, and oh, there we go. Just as we talk about it, safety car. We got 30 laps to go, so it's not going to be.
This will make it interesting.
There's an echidna on the track, Mark.
Okay. There he is.
Kangaroo.
Hey, we got it.
It's all
All
happening.
right, Rattler, thanks for popping in, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. And like I say, he's done an awesome job today. Well done.
Good on you.
There we go. We've got wildlife everywhere.
Yep. Time to get the safety car back out.
Oh no, Michael Schroeder's just gone off it.
Where's Schroeder?
Murray's, I think. He's been able to get it going.
Yeah, that's all right. Recovered that one. Hopefully not too much damage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much damage. It just looked like he rolled into the wall, actually. So.
Noses there. How are you, Bruce? Jumped into the chat for the last bit. Saying you picked the perfect time to start watching. Is he referring to Scotty Van Loon leaving the combox? Steve Murray saying there'll be lions on the track next. This will put a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, but I think we're just going to be shy of everybody being able to get home, so I'm sure people will be thinking, if I can save enough fuel here, I might be able to make it if we get, depending on how many laps we get behind the safety car.
Bruce has been racing the Toyotas at Magnicor. We managed to grab a podium. Had a bit of a play with them on Thursday night. Very interesting little car.
Yeah, a lot of fun to drive them things. A lot more controllable than these V8 beasts, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you've got to play hurry up and wait when you put your foot on the lad pedal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it feels like you're going to the shop to get some bread when you're racing them, but still a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Safety car now, going across the top of the mountain, and getting waved past. Trying to work out where James is on track at the moment.
Yeah, James is just coming up towards Reed Park at the moment, the metal grate, so
Just gonna have a look. Johnston, what happened there when he went off track? Oh no.
707, when you catch, you can pass the safety car.
Oh.
707, you can pass.
Bit of a struggle, stalled it as well. Oh, stuck in the wall again. Sorry, Damien. Gonna get it off? Yep.
Oh, that's really frustrating after the battling so hard to get where they were today.
Kind of lucky though. No one got past him by the looks.
He'd be really annoyed with that. Alright, so James
tucked up behind the safety car now.
Yep, James has just picked up the safety car. So we'll probably get at least one more lap while the field is cleansed.
Very tight on fuel. Gonna try and stretch that.
Yeah.
James,
oh, no,
James
is going
to. Yep, he's going to try and stretch it.
Top it up and then try and get it home from here. So we've got 28 laps remaining.
Car 410, you can pass the safety car.
A lap under the safety car. Another lap under the safety car. So I think James will be able to get it home from here. Going to be a lot of fuel saving, but I think he'll be able to do it. So
86, you can pass the safety car.
James has topped it up, and he's still able to come out in the lead. So just goes to show you the racing brain behind these boys. They've done all their calculations, and they've been able to top the car up and still come in and hold a fairly comfortable margin.
Yeah, he's done a cracking job with that, hasn't he?
Thomas Freeman also in. Everybody's going to take advantage of this and top the car up and try and get it home from here. So the boys haven't had to take much fuel, but they've taken it. Paul Young's been able to, or is it James Chastaneuf in the car? James in the car. So they've been able to jump Thomas Freeman. Unsure whether they're going to have enough fuel to get home. Safety car's just about to go through the cutting there, so...
Up the rest of this group.
Tom Freer back in, Cam Beacock back in, everybody topping up to get this last. So I mean, it's still 28 laps. It's still going to be a hard ass to get home from here.
I'd imagine lucky. Everyone's been waved past, so I wouldn't be surprised if safety car even goes this lap.
Yep. Yeah, you're right, Bruce. Bruce Sayenhoff could get home from here, and I guarantee he could. I think he told us he was down to about 3.5 litres a lap. He was managing to use.
He was. Problem is, he's told us he's got some.
Yeah. He's got a shifter issue,
yeah.
and he won't be getting back in the car. So I'm sure he'll be doing some coaching.
Nathan.
Car 49, you can pass the safety car. Lead, stay on your left, please.
Still waving the cars past, so I don't think we'll be going this time. We'll help them for one more step.
One more lap on the safety car.
Yep, safety car's just giving us a call. They'll be doing one more lap. So definitely, if I was the back end of this field, I'd be going in again.
Yep.
And picking up another couple of litres of fuel to help get home. Like I can hear everybody.
This lap, safety car is going to pull away from the field.
Oh no, they've changed. No, they're pulling away this lap. So.
Oh, here we go. Game on.
Yeah, I could hear everybody clutching before, and now they're getting the loud pedal down so they can get back on the back of this train. I'd be still tempted if I was at the back here to pop in again, regardless of it going green, to top up the tank.
Be driving around in first gear, max revs. Try and get a bit more room in the tank. Not that it helped. He's away. James going early. Haven't seen that one all day. This is only our third safety car.
Yeah, I think, like James has probably caught everybody by surprise and is keen to get on with it. Doesn't want to give anybody a tow. Doesn't want anybody fuel saving behind him. Probably figures if he can get a gap, he can then go into conservation mode himself and get home. But yeah, 27 laps to go. It's going to be touch and go for a lot of drivers. So interesting final stint coming up here.
Final stint in a bit. Just noticing one did peel off. What was that, Richie? No?
No, there's no car. Oh, no, Michael Stewart might have hit it again.
Yeah, Michael Stewart did the peel off we talked about. So, someone thinking.
Yeah, but you've got to kind of roll the dice now. If you're in Michael's situation, you roll the dice with your strategy and just see if it comes your way. James Scott certainly not fuel saving at the moment.
Bruce McLeod saying there's been a change in this release where fuel saving is based on throttle position only. He's assuming that was also applied to the V8s as well.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Nor did I. And dare I say it, Roy Clark's had an accident. Got tapped up behind by somebody, one of the Synergy cars, I think, and then has lost control. Maybe stuck in the fence.
Oh no, that's a shame.
David Kirby, I know he's right off. I think David Kirby's coming down into Forest Elbow. Gone a bit hot into the wall. And Blanchard Maguire. So there's accidents happening everywhere at the moment. Just looking quickly. Let's have a quick look at the Blanchard Maguire incident. Side by side into the chase, never ends well. Leave that one up the race control, I think. Go back to live pictures.
Well, I did say this is the point of the day where everybody's gonna
be racy.
Go from, all right, I just want to get to 30 laps to go, to we're at 30 laps to go, it's time to go. So it's going to be the same for everybody.
Yep.
Nathan Brown in the pits, Troy Maguire just come out of the pits as well.
Yeah, trying to work out what the story was there. I suppose potentially he's in there a fair while though, Nathan Brown, but potentially you'd be up the back. You might think about a lap or two time getting that top up, but yeah.
Yeah, he's off the jacks now and underway. They've obviously got no fast repairs left because the car's still damaged. So, yeah, Nathan back on track.
And good little battling. James Scott already out to 4.3 second lead. Damien Johnstone and Blake Delaney here battling quite well. Warboys in the background looking quite racy as well with this group. Ben Morris involved as well. It's Dave Coleman.
Yeah, this is a pretty hot pack here. James Chastaneuf in second spot for Banner Alliance Racing. Boys have done a good job today. I'm not sure how their fuel strategy is. I know Thomas Freeman dropped back into the pits to top up, so they will probably be able to get to the end, but I still think everybody's going to have to do some measure of fuel saving.
Yeah, I think you still got to manage that. Here I'm trying to do that. Delaney's good at it, of course. We've got Brett Taylor in with us. How are you, Brett?
Yeah, good, mate. Good.
How did you find that?
Yeah, congratulations, Brad. Sorry to butt in, but I think you've done an epic job, and I think, you know, like, hats off to you stepping up and pairing up with Michael Stewart. You've done an epic job all day. I bet you've learned a lot, and yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed yourself.
I've had a ball. I've had a very tight sphincter all afternoon, but it's been outstanding. I've learned heaps. Scary, nervous, apprehensive, awesome fun.
Yeah, good on you, man. And you know, you paired up with a great guy who is an inspiration to everybody, and the way he approaches life. And yeah, really happy to see you guys out there. And I think you've done an epic job to step up and go through a massive learning curve in a very short period of time.
Huge learning curve. Like the track temperature to start with for me was a learning curve.
Yeah, nothing like bets.
No, very slippery.
Mm.
No, it was awesome fun.
It's good, mate. Glad you've enjoyed it. No. Track temperature now has dropped back to 38 degrees. So we were at 46 at one stage.
It was awesome. Awesome. I'm glad I'm done though.
Yeah, this is the time of day where you don't really want to be in the car.
No. Look, I think 135 we were looking for me to get out. So we're going to be tight, I think. But I'm sure if anyone's going to be able to do it, this bloke can.
Yeah, he's a bit of a legend.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have to manage this last phase at the moment, and I think what we're seeing at the moment with probably Thomas Freeman sitting behind Chastaneuf is, I think Thomas has got good speed, but he's probably just using James as a bit of a draft and rolling off the throttle a bit earlier than what he would till he gets to a point where he knows he can get home.
Absolutely, and this is the gameplay now. You've got to be smart.
Yeah, this is where you have to use not only your ability behind the wheel, but you've got to be able to use your head as well. And you've got to be able to do that. You've got to focus on your driving while you're focusing on your strategy. So it's not an easy task.
And then especially when you start throwing in, changing up your driving style by trying to clutch more or change your throttle aptitude and braking aptitude, and the car doesn't sound the same that what you've been driving all day, you're going to get caught out if you're not careful.
Yeah, well, everybody seems to be in that fuel saving mode. James Scott did a 2:04.6 on the last lap, and James Chastaneuf behind him did a 2:06.4. So that's a big difference in speed there. Maybe James is thinking I can get enough of a gap and pit again. But you'll probably find James is doing them times while he's fuel saving.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll do a couple of laps like that. He's out to 8 seconds. He could probably just put his foot on the clutch and just roll it down the hill, down gone right every time.
Yeah. So, but it's all to play for at the moment with 23 laps to go. James has already opened up a pretty comfortable gap, but the rest of the podium positions are really up for grabs here, and fighting hard. We've got James Chastaneuf, Thomas Freeman, Damien Johnson back in the car, in the 999 car for Synergy Sim Racing. Blake Delaney a couple of seconds back from there, and we know how good Blake is at saving fuel, so I guarantee you those boys will get home.
Definitely.
Is it wet?
So I don't know, yeah, I think I've got a feeling James Chastanet and Paul Young might be just a little bit shy, because they didn't go through that pit stop cycle the same as everybody else, so I'm only guessing, but maybe they've got a strategy they're working to and they're happy to stick with it, and they might get home. So
the Wall Boys on the move on Coleman.
Yeah, Blake recovering from a tough day at the office at some point. You can see Blake is well and truly saving fuel there. Didn't put up any resistance to Blake.
This is very interesting thought processes here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting watching it play out from, looking from the outside in, just to see what people are doing.
Of course, Delaney with a 2:08 on that last lap as well. Coleman with a 2:07. Everyone else is running 2:06s.
Yeah, I've got no doubt Blake Delaney has decided that he will get home from here no matter what. And he'll just drive to a number till he knows he's got what he wants, and then pick it up from there.
All right, boys, I love yous and leave yous.
No worries, Brady. Thanks for dropping in, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Brett, and congratulations, mate. You've done a great job today, and I'm glad you had some fun out there.
Awesome, thanks, mate.
Should be chuffed, mate.
Thanks.
So these boys battling well. Michael Tallianch coming out saying that clutching reduces engine braking. You just lift the car, slows down faster and increases your lap time. Definitely a battle on here as we've got 21 laps to go.
Yeah, well, we know how good Michael Taliantic is at fuel saving. We saw that in Vets, especially at the Indy Sprint round, where he just drove to a lap time and ended up winning a race because he didn't pit and the rest of the field did. So Michael's well versed in what needs to be done and got a lot of experience in it, and yeah, used it to his advantage.
He did very well that day. Right, we continue on here. James Scott now out to the 11-second gap, so he's not clearing out like we've seen him clear out in the last couple of safety cars.
Well, I'm not sure what happened to Thomas Freeman. He's gone from second spot back to 10th.
Went into the pits on lap 140.
Oh, so he's pitted again, has he?
Yeah, so I think he's pitted knowing he can get home.
All right, okay.
So expecting to try and charge through. And we've seen Dave Kirby go in as well.
All right.
And Ben Morris went in at 139. So a few of them grabbing that little bit of fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, some saying it was just a bridge too far.
Well, we talk about this being the time where you got to be racy. So I guess if you want to get the fuel, you can be racy.
Yeah, if you don't have the fuel, it's hard to be racy. But if you got the numbers in the tank, you can push on and make ground. But yeah, like you say, I think Blake Delaney with a 2:08. I think his last lap was a 2:06. So just wondering if Blake still feels like he can get home. Like if anybody in this field could get home on fuel, it would be Blake.
Hmm. Damien Johnstone now getting tucked up right behind James Chastanow.
Yeah, Damien showed good speed in this car all day, as has Christian Smart. So they're in the fight, in a fight right now for a spot on the podium, and you know these boys won't give up chasing. So Blake Warboy's not far behind these, and we know Blake's gonna try and make ground. And if it's just hard to know whether drivers are trying to save fuel with a car in front, or they still have to pit again.
Yeah, it makes it quite difficult. James Scott out to 14 seconds now. Warboys, he's closing up to these two in front of him quite quickly.
Yeah, I think Warboys has got some good speed in the car at the moment. Dave Coleman doing a great job too in 5th spot. And the other pairing that's been chipping away all day and have done a great job is Craig Schultz and Simon Chadwick. Simon's in the car at the moment for the 9.5 Sim Sport team in car 957, and they've been able to make their way up to 7th spot at the moment. So they've just chipped away and done their own thing all day, and they've had a good solid race. So good to see them up there.
Of course, the other thing to consider as well is incident points for some of these guys as well. I think most of them are pretty well balanced from what I can imagine. I don't think too many of them are too much difficulty at the moment.
No, I think most of them are looking fairly safe at the moment. I mean, we just haven't had any major pile-ups, no track blockages, stuff that sometimes you do see at Bathurst. We just haven't had that. It's just been clean racing, green flag racing pretty much all day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, been some awesome racing. Warboy's got that gap down a little bit. Chasty's still with Johnstone tucked up behind him, so
James Scott was quickest again that last lap with a 2:05 dead. And Blake Warboys was second quickest with a 2:06 dead. So James still a second quicker on that last lap. He might be going the opposite direction to everybody else and not fuel saving, and figuring if he can build a big enough lead, he might be able to pit again and still hold P1. currently 17 seconds ahead of James Chastaneuf.
Chasty here with Damien Johnstone looking at each side of his tail, getting right up in under the rear wing.
Of course, this would be really distracting for Chasty. You know, and that eats away at your lap times.
Well, not to mention if you're fuel saving, takes your concentration away, as we're just seeing Quayne and Josh Strage go into the pit for a top up.
Yeah, I think a lot of boys are realising that it's just too much work to save that much fuel. You know that I can tell Damien Johnson they haven't used a fast repair or anything on their car for quite a while. You can see the grime on that car at the moment is pretty caked on. Wouldn't want to be having to wash that one after the race.
Definitely want to be doing that. You see Wallboy starting to close that gap up a little bit too. He's got that down to just under a second.
Yeah, like absolutely right, John. I think, like I said, with Johnson up under Chasty's wing here, it's quite distracting for Chasty, and it would be affecting his lap times if he's trying to fuel save and hold a podium position.
Thomas Freeman now has bounced his way past Cam Veacock, moved himself up to 9th.
So yeah, this is it's a very interesting stage of the day now. Kind of heartbreak moments for a lot of drivers of now, whether they can get home, whether they need to pit again, whether podium's in sight and it's going to slip away if I pit. A lot of questions being asked in drivers' minds at the moment. Oh, James Chastaneuf grabbing the curb coming down through Skyline there.
Of course, these boys will have the hard charging Wallboys on the back of them very shortly.
Yeah, Blake not far away. Doesn't look like Blake's doing a whole lot of fuel saving at the moment. Johnson's pit.
Wallboys pits.
Yep. So
that's big.
16 laps to go. I don't think they're the only ones that are going to have to pit, personally.
I think we'll see Chasty in as well, I think. As James Scott continues, 20 seconds up the road. Looking very composed. Have a bit of a look back through. We've got Johnstone, Wallboys and Chadwick in the pits at the moment.
Blake Delaney still circulating.
Yep, consistently doing 2:07, so mid 2:7s. So he's the one I'm thinking might have the ability to get home. If anyone's going to throw a curveball with fuel, it'll be him on.
Yeah, well, we know how good Blake is at saving fuel. So Thomas Freeman, he's took an early stop. He's been able to jump Damien Johnston and Blake Wallboys while they pitted. So that little undercut that Thomas pitting that a little bit earlier has worked for him.
Yeah, the undercut definitely paying off here.
The final 15 laps, we're still unsure as to who's got the strategy to get home fuel saving and who's taken that extra shop and has just got pedal to the metal and making as much time as they can.
There's Chasty peels into the pits this time.
Okay.
So it leaves Coleman and Delaney. There's the only two not to have stopped yet, and Freer as well.
Okay.
Of course, the other thing too to factor in with all this is the fact that the limited tyres as well.
Thomas Freeman just comes across the line. So he's going to pick up another spot here, I think. Yep, so Thomas Freeman moves into 5th.
Cam Veacock's come into the pits as well.
James Scott currently 25 seconds ahead of David Coleman and Blake Delaney. Tom Freer in 4th for Synergy Sim Racing. He's 40 seconds back, 41 seconds back from James Scott. Then Thomas Freeman, who we know is definitely the first of the runners who have pitted again and have got enough fuel to get home.
Yep, running by himself, well ahead. Damien Johnstone and Blake Warboys were the other two that pitted. A little bit of a difference in gap there. Chasty's come out behind Warboys.
Yeah, I think Chasty probably would have had to take a little bit more fuel than them boys because those boys pitted under the safety car a couple of times and topped up their tanks.
Cam Veacock here hunting down Troy Maguire in front of him. So Blake Delaney's sitting in 3rd. Still a good 11 seconds up the road from Tom Freer.
Yeah, that's a big gap, but it can close quickly. 14 laps to go. Cam Veacock gets the job done over Troy Maguire.
Clear track in front of him now. He's going to put his head down, try and close that 14-second gap down to Chadwick.
Simon Chadwick in 10th place. Pretty sure they pitted again. Ben Morris in 9th. So Ben's been able to fight back a little bit after a few dramas during the day.
James Scott keeps going around.
Yeah, James is nearly 28 seconds out in front now. Dave Coleman in 2nd spot, doing a good job for Fishy, with Blake Delaney in 3rd. Still a question mark over their fuel, but
See how it rolls out. As we just jump on with James Scott, I can confirm with SDK that he has enough now to stop and get back out on track in front of Coleman. A 27-second gap paying off.
yeah, I think once again we see James just using his race mind to work out what is the best way to get to A to B, and looked like he just went from the get-go and thought if everybody fuel saves and I go hard, he'll probably make a big enough gap to give himself a window to pit and get home and still be able to hold the lead.
Absolutely. Ben Morris back in the 9th. Warboys now has worked his way back up to 7th. Damien Johnstone still just in front of him up the road by a second and a half. Johnstone now's caught up behind Freya.
Yeah, Damien with a little bit pressure tyres than Thomas Freeman, so he's probably been able to make some good ground over a couple of laps with fresh tyres. Still a question mark over Tom Freo, who's in front of these boys.
And Blake Delaney as well.
Damien Johnson with a blistering lap last time out with a 205 dead. Blake Warboys with a 204.9. James Scott doing 204.9. So plenty of guys out there pushing.
And of course, we go back to Tom Frere. He's only 2.3 seconds behind Tom Frere, one of the ones we're questioning whether he's got enough fuel. He's doing the 206s, so I'd imagine he'll be on the back of him in a lap or two. And then
yeah, it won't be long.
Delaney's not that much further up the track either, so going to be very tight when we get to the finish, I think. Of course, Freeman will be seeing Freo heading up mountain straight in front of him, dangling the carrot, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big incentive now. Not that there was no incentive before. They knew what was in front of them and the task ahead, and but yeah, just being able to be within reach, it just gives you that extra bit of motivation. I've got to say, Damien Johnson's been outstanding in this car today.
Yeah, he's driven really, really well.
As has Christian Smart. Christian's a great operator. Always performs around this place, Christian. Like, never seen him race here without performing well. And yeah, these boys have done a great job today in the 999 car.
Doing sensational job in the 999. Christian is a fairly handy driver at best, and a very strong team with these two. But Freeman, of course, a little bit further up the road from Freya, and Delaney comes in after that.
So Freeman on the back of Freya now, so it didn't take long for him to peg that back. I feel like Tom's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment. Of course, the thing that happens now for Tom Freer is that he gets out of fuel saving mode and he's trying to preserve his position.
Yeah, it makes life rather difficult.
Yeah. Good time to be in the commentary box.
Yep. It's Quayne and Miller have all gone into the pits as well, so everyone else now starting to top up. The other thing this does too, it slows up Freer and Freeman and Johnstone bringing Wallboys into the battle.
I think Thomas Freeman will be wanting to get the job done on Tom Freer here down Conrod. A little bit of a wiggle there from Tom Freer heading into the Forest Elbow. Of course, hard to know what wing everybody's running down here. Clearly the Synergy car's very good in a straight line.
Wallboys tucked right up behind Johnstone.
Yeah, this is where you don't want to make a desperate lunge. You can see Tom defending here. Freeman with the... no! That was... You could see that coming. Looked like there was a bit of neck code in that.
Didn't get too much of that one. We might just see if I can get a replay of that. These two battle away again up Mountain Straight.
We saw Thomas Freeman going for the over and under there.
Might just quickly go to the replay. So they went for the over and under. Freer got a bit loose. And I think Wallboys gave a bit of a tap to Johnstone as well. Of course, little battle has allowed Delaney a little bit more extra time, so he's picked up a second or two of safety.
Yeah, I don't know that there was any contact there. It's hard to tell, but...
James Scott now out to a 30-second lead, so definitely plenty of time to get in and get out.
So 9 laps to go, and we still don't know if Dave Coleman and Blake Delaney can get home. I can hear Blake with that clutch in an awful lot going around here. Still doing reasonable lap times.
Let's ride a lap with him. Have a listen. He might look like a spot on the surface, but he's definitely paddling pretty hard down below.
He's doing a good job out there, and he's still got 9 seconds over Thomas Freeman, so 2:07.3 for Blake on that lap and a 2:05.9 for Thomas. So at 1.4 seconds, 1.5 seconds nearly. So with 7 laps to go, going to be line ball.
Yeah. Forward to seeing how this plays out. Dave Coleman still holding his own 9 seconds up the road from Delaney. So
yeah, I don't know if Dave's saving fuel like Blake, but
let's have a listen.
definitely not rolling, not coasting, not clutching in like Blake is.
No, definitely not.
So I got a feeling these boys might have to pit again.
Yeah, definitely. No fuel saving at all going on there.
No. So 7 laps to go.
And you listen to Delaney coming through there. Big difference.
And as we speak, Dave Coleman enters pit lane.
There we go.
So James Scott, 40 seconds up the road just about. So
he's got plenty of time to get the job done.
Yeah.
So the $1 Million Man is going to be Brett Delaney. Can he hang on to that second spot?
Yeah, we've got Thomas Freeman coming across the line now, so they've all been able to get past Dave Coleman. And this little pack here is red hot at the moment with Thomas Freeman, Damien Johnson and Blake Warboys, with James Chasson not far off the black and Damien Johnson looking to move on at Griffins but not able to get it done.
Now, these boys can't get battling too much because they'll just buy time for Delaney. That gap's already down to 7.8 seconds.
I don't think there's much going on here other than full throttle racing with these 3 boys. It's all on the line for these.
Yep.
Of course, James Chasson just about to buy into this battle with the freshest tyres of all of them. We're just about to come up on Nathan Brown. Car looking a little bit second hand on the right hand side.
That'll be Nathan for you.
And Blake Delaney is within sight of these boys now.
Yep, getting under 7 seconds. And Chastity's starting to get a bit closer to the back of these boys soon.
Oh, Blake Delaney up the inside of Damien Johnson. Can he finish the job? Tricky part of the track to be too wide. No, Damien holds his line. There's a good bit of racing from both them boys at this stage of the day. Giving Thomas Freeman in front just a little bit of breathing space for half a second.
Of course, well, talking about Thomas Freeman, we've got his co-driver in the room, Mr. McKnight. How are you, Jamie?
Thomas Freeman. G'day, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good. Just biting a few fingernails at the moment. James Scott in for his bit.
To be honest, I mean, you know, the pace I was showing earlier today, mate, in that 150-degree track, I was pretty happy with that. And then the young fella's just been solid as. We've already got all the fuel in the world. We're good to go.
This group here looking very racy. That gap now down to 6.7 seconds.
Look, my biggest concern is my normal teammates, Damien Johnson and Christian Smart. I reckon they're in a pretty good spot. I know they've stopped again. And then you've got your mate, your boys, he's always a problem. So, yeah, there's nothing's finished yet, but with 4 laps to go, we're in the best spot we can be.
Oh, absolutely. It's just the $1 million question is does Delaney have enough fuel?
He does. He does have enough fuel. He saves like OPEC.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best in the business when it comes to fuel saving. We've seen that in the East Coast Series season after season, and yeah, he's doing a great job at the moment. But this battle pack here, it's on for young and old with this group of 4 cars.
Nothing's decided here yet, Mark, you're right, but I'm pretty confident Thomas can get the job done. We've got a bit of damage from Tom Freer, unfortunately, lost it and smashed in the side of us, which gave us a bit of damage. But the car still feels pretty good. Tom's pretty confident. As I said, Damien's always quick, and Blake's, you know, you've got to keep your eye on him. But it should be a good race to the finish, boys. I've enjoyed the day, I've enjoyed the broadcast. It's been a great day.
That's good, Jamie.
Yeah, been some great racing today, and then, like, here we are 157 laps in, and boys are going side by side up into the cutting, which is always dangerous. Damien's got the job done.
No, yeah, he's on the outside. Cool. Give me a bloody heart attack. Who needs mates when you got teammates like that?
Yeah, exactly. All boys now looking a bit racy on Freeman.
Yeah, it could be that bit of damage, I think, affecting Tommy here. But
on the grass.
Yeah, I think these boys' tyres are a little bit fresher than you two. I don't know how the track felt to you out there, but there's a lot of marble, a lot of build-up on the edge of the track, and you don't want to be getting offline anywhere.
No, and you got to remember too, it's hard to compare because earlier when I was driving it was stinking hot, and now it's a little bit cooler. But we're about 20 laps in on this set of tyres, so 24 laps in.
Yeah,
so then we start to feel pretty sketchy.
Track's only 34 degrees at the moment.
It's relatively cool, but not like a vet's room, but not compared to 47 it is.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, boys? Scotty's going to make it on fuel?
Scotty just went in and tipped up, so...
Oh, they just went in, that's why they've only got a 20 lead.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he did the opposite to everyone. He decided he wasn't going to fuel save and just went for it and built enough gap to...
Yep. Look, to be honest, if I had been in the car for the last thing, we would have definitely tried to fuel save it. But young Thomas said to me, he said, mate, I'd rather just go for it. So I said, all right, come in. We did a couple of laps after safety car, come straight in. Cleared that group we were battling in, which we're back in now. And I think without that little bit of damage, we would have been really fast. But yeah, he's carrying that damage now, so hopefully we can just get it in the top 5 and get it home.
Yeah, look, he's done a great job to battle back today. Like he was.
I was third last after I bombed the start, so after I forgot to get going when I was talking to Barbie.
Yeah, and let's face it, you've had to do it on the track because we've had no real interventions from the safety car.
Nah,
so.
and whenever we had, it's killed the 20-second lap. We had a 20-second gap we had behind us.
Yeah, exactly. So all the gains for everybody today has pretty much been on track because there's been very few driver errors that we've had to. There's only been one where we've had to call the safety car.
Making me sick. I mean, I used to rely on other people's mistakes to get ahead, Mark. When they're all so good, but what do you do?
Exactly. No, but you've done a good job to battle back to
No,
where you are. And
So
same with Damien Johnson and Christian
I
Smart.
was going to say, my normal enduro partner, Christian Smart, big shout out to him, mate, one of my best mates. He particularly drove out of his skin today. He drove brilliantly, and Damien's just been solid as.
Yeah, I mean,
and they had a lot of problems at the start too, so they were down with us at the back.
Yeah, they've battled back well, yeah, and as you know, like Christian, always rock solid around this place.
Bathurst and Phillip Island, you got to watch him.
Yeah, he's dangerous, and yeah, they've done a good job.
Yeah, and War Boys are doing a great job, and so is Chassis, and they've had their share of bad luck. Paul Young and that, we unfortunately came together with them with that bit of net code at turn 2. And considering they had that damage and they've come back, mate, you know, like, everyone's driven. Like the quality.
I think Tom didn't pull up in time for the corner there. I think that was half the issue.
I'm a little bit behind you, boys, so you've surprised me before I know about it.
I'll just see if I get a replay up on that one.
Yeah, we're looking good.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame.
The person who's benefited out of that is James Chestnut. A little bit of luck come their way.
That's just a racing incident as much as it stinks. Blake didn't mean anything there.
No.
Yeah, you don't want, you know, a couple of laps ago, it's not how you want your day to
No,
end.
like, I can't blame him for it. We just tried to outbreak him and it just came together.
Yeah.
I wish I could blame him, but we can't. Well, look, we're looking good for a top 3 or 4, but top 7 will do.
You've driven well all day, you boys.
Yeah,
considering how it started for you, yeah.
Oh, it could have been a lot worse, boys. Could have been a lot worse.
That's
happy.
Yeah.
And it's my first run with young Thomas. We get to know each other.
Yeah, Thomas, great driver, plenty of speed. He's found good home at Fishy, and yeah, he's going
he's a
great.
good kid too. Real good
Yeah.
kid. Fucking fast. Sick of these young blokes being so fast, mate.
Yeah. That's why I only race in vets.
Yeah, I'm sick of the vets these days too, mate. Makes me feel better. But I mean, really, like, you look at the quality of driving today, there's been bugger all mistakes from anyone. It's a long, hard race, hot track, restricted tyres, unknown safety cars, and that's a pretty good result. I think overall the driving's been really good.
Oh, the standard today's been as good as
first class.
anyway. Yeah, like, you know, normally you would see at least half a dozen safety cars around here at a minimum, and we've had only one safety car through a driver incident, so it just goes to show you the quality of the driving.
Bloody good.
Yeah.
Big shout out to some people in the chat too, my old mate Bruce McLeod and Ben Anthony, mate. How are you, mate? Michael Schrader, he's a legend, Schrader. He comes from Penrith, out where I grew up. Good bloke. And of course, Big Stephen's always in the chat. So thanks to all the YouTube followers too for taking a bit of interest. Stephen Murray, how can I forget Stephen? He's the best. He's on every chat, YouTube chat, eh? He's a busy bloke, Stephen.
Yep.
Big supporter. Thanks to all the guys in the chat every week. He's awesome.
Yeah, it's great to have some solid support out there.
Bloody oath. You're welcome, Stephen. Went to school with a bloke called Stephen Murray. He's one of my best mates, but he spelled it Steven. This is Stephen. P-H-E-N. Bit of useless trivia for you. No, thanks for agreeing with me.
A lap and a half to go. Looking like Blake Delaney has probably got
He's pulled up the move.
yeah, absolute miracle. The only one that's been able to do it. So he's got about 4 seconds over Damon at the moment. He's still clutching and coasting and lifting across the mountain. So very smart operator.
He is. It's like you, as you know, Mark, you race these blokes. Like, if they don't make a mistake and you do, that's generally the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just be perfect, inch perfect every lap. Get your strategies right, get the safety cars right. Like, we came in 3 times on that last safety cars out to try and knock off that last stop, but we just couldn't get enough fuel in. But it was worth a try.
Oh, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, if Blake Delaney pulls this off, this will be my driver of the day.
No, I'm telling you now, I'm in Discord, but he's going to pull it off. No problem. He got heaps. He's doing 3.9 litres laps somehow.
I mean, Hoff came in earlier. He reckons he got it down to 3.5 or something. So.
No, he's bullshit. He was down under 3.
Well, I think it was 3.8, wasn't it?
No, it's 2.9. He drives left-footed.
No foot on the throttle.
No, it puts a tennis ball behind it, so he only uses 70%.
That's the trick.
And he's got some good fuel numbers off.
All right, we're on the right flag now.
Nice race today, Hoff. Shame it didn't go your way.
So, James now heading up the mountain.
I'll have 100 on James Scott for the win.
Yeah, commanding victory from James Scott and Brenton Hobson. It's been a absolutely dominating run. It was unlucky for Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara from 95 Sport. Yeah, to have a hardware issue. And I know you've been struggling with hardware as well.
I know all about that, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I've got my old pedals in. That's why I didn't do too bad today. Put the old Ultimates back in, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Sent the other ones off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're on a good thing, stick to it.
Mate, they're the ones I used 3 years ago. I had the Sprints that I gave away, but the Ultimates I had at work, those ones are still, and they're better. Oh, I forgot how good they are because I haven't used them for 10 months.
Yeah, no, they're a great
Solid
pedal.
pedal.
Yeah,
Really nice
absolutely.
feel. Oh, geez, he's looking good, Scotty, and he just nails it. Well, I don't know how he does 205s when it's 45 degrees. Like, he just, the throttle control he's got's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
I've got his data. I just look at it and I'll cry.
He's a top operator,
He
and
never gets flustered either. He's very cool. Like under pressure, he just stays calm. Not that he feels pressure, he's normally given the pressure.
Of course, it's not just James Scott bringing the car across the line. There's Brenton Hobson
No,
in there
Hobart
as
too.
well.
How good did he drive?
It's not just that. Brenton Hobson is now
Yeah, Hobart's
our
unbelievable.
season 4 Super Cheap Auto East Coast champion.
Congrats,
Yeah.
Hobart. Well deserved. And mate, that skin on that car looks fantastic today too.
yeah, we've been saying all day how good that livery look. It's outstanding. It looks.
He does all
Here we
400.
go.
Chris, you know that, but there's no Hobart does all 400 skins at Synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a. He can't even remember all the names of the people he's doing skins for.
Delaney's gonna just make it.
That's a great job, Blake.
Reckon she'd be
Awesome drive, man.
coughing and spluttering, but he's across the line.
Well done,
And,
Fishy.
Oh, what a job from Blake Delaney.
Open teams, mate, 1-2. How good?
yep. And Damien Johnstone brings it home in third.
That's a belter of a drive. Well done, Christian. Well done, Damien.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well done, Chastity, as well for fourth.
Chastity in fourth. War Boys will bring it home in fifth. Coleman sixth.
Yep.
Freeman in
People's
seventh.
champion
And seventh. Great recovery from the start that they had. Ben Morris in eighth. Chadwick in ninth. And Cam Veacock and Luke Holland sneak home in the top 10. Wow.
Your little teammates, well done, boys.
Yeah, top job from them boys. As usual, a lot of heartbreak at Mount Panorama for some drivers, and yeah, but some good stories coming out of the day. Blake Delaney and Damien Johnson, Christian Smart battling back from a difficult start. So yeah, there was some great racing today.
Of course.
I've got to run, boys. I've got to go see me team, but great broadcast. See you next time.
All right, thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, cheers, Jamie.
And thanks for your support of the league too.
Yeah, thanks for your support of all the leagues and teams you help out and help out personally with drivers and setups. It's been great. James Scott, Brenton Hobson, what a drive!
Yeah, that's pretty damn dominant what they've just done.
Yeah, even without James in the car, I think Brenton's drive today was outstanding with the championship on the line. He never put a foot wrong. He was quick, and I think he would have been hard to beat no matter who his co-driver was.
Brenton Hobson on
Absolutely. That's
quick
the
race there. Blake Delaney and Jamie Dyke in second. Also saved a fair bit of.
Oh, wheel button's not working. I'm gonna try that one. Yeah, it was a pretty epic drive, really. Pretty epic series for Brenton. Just shows you got to be consistent and you got to be fast, which is what he's gone and done. Like really, we've seen a great race. I know it wasn't a super big field, but it was a great race. We've seen guys come for their first time in the mountain and do really well and finish. In Funky Miller and Scotty Van Loon in 18th. Those guys have done well. Brady Taylor for his first one.
Yeah, Brady Taylor with Michael Stewart, that's an absolutely awesome effort. Yeah, stepping up when somebody asks for a driver in a series they've never run in cars they've never driven, in conditions they've never driven in. They've done an awesome job.
Yeah, I think you got to be pretty impressed with that, to be honest. And hats off to everyone else. It was
Nathan Brown just sneaking home in 16th in front of Roy Clark in 17th.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That one I wonder would have been an incident there, maybe. Roy? Incident point related. But you'd take that. Nathan will be happy. Let him come and drive again next season. And we'll grab our third place man, Damien Johnstone, and have a chat. Damien, mate, well done. What an epic Bathurst.
Yeah. Cheers, boys.
You would have been driving going, I don't think he's going to make it. There's no way known he's going to make it.
Yeah, well, I had the fuel save as well. I wish I didn't because we probably would have got to him. But what a good final race for the season, eh, boys?
Oh.
Yeah, there was some epic racing out there today. You guys had a bit of hard luck at the beginning, but you just chipped away all day and gave yourselves an opportunity to get up on the podium, which you took with both hands.
Yeah, well, it was a couple of bad moments. I'm not sure if you've seen, but I parked it up at the pit wall for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, if you rewind the broadcast, you'll be able to see that.
Oh, thanks, boys. So what could have been, maybe possibly that P2, but we'll take what we got today. So good job to everyone else.
Yeah, you and Christian both, you were outstanding today. You both drove extremely smart. You were quick when you needed to be quick. You kept the car clean, and you've done an awesome job considering the rough start you had, and just keeping your mindset that there's a long day ahead, and you made the most of the opportunities that came your way.
Yeah, definitely, and Smarty's just awesome. We've done a lot of enduros together, and another podium for him. So what an awesome teammate and an awesome team.
Yeah, team's done great. Christian's always rock solid around this place. He never fails to deliver around here, and it's great to see him up on the podium.
Yeah, the guy's a dead set legend, aren't you, Christian?
Thanks, guys.
Dearie me. I won't worry about giving shout-outs because these boys can all do those at the end because it's the same team. But what we will do, we'll jump into our second place guy and driver of the day, and that Blake Delaney and Jamie Dyke. Blake, how did you save fuel?
Well, we've got to do something to catch the two blokes at the front. Brenton and James are just ridiculous. There should be two categories in this. Those two can have their own category and they can win their own championship. They are just lightning fast, and the rest of us can play for the minors. But no, just same as everyone else. A bit of clutch and lucky enough to get to the end.
It was good to see these boys have a great result, particularly you, Jamie, considering sort of had a bit of a rough run with the Pro Series. That was great to see you P2 today, mate.
Yeah, I made a little bit of a mare of it in the middle stint. We took a road of tyres in case the last safety car didn't come when it did, and I think I got swallowed up by the pack and struggled a little bit, but it turns out put us on the perfect strategy. So, I'll take that. And Blake drove awesome. He's one of the best fuel savers I know, and to do this with him and come second, that was very good.
The only other option I had for a safety car was a streaker, and McKnight was putting his hand up, so I was saying no.
Yeah, please no.
Yeah, I mean, look, the standard of driving today, one safety car due to a driver incident, just goes to show you how on song everybody was today, how respectful everybody was with their drive, and there was a few mistakes here and there, but generally over the course of the day, like, the driving was outstanding. So congrats to everyone, and awesome job, Blake. In awe of you to be able to take that risk and take a punt on yourself and say, no, I can do it, and get home in second spot. Yeah, it was awesome work.
Cheers, appreciate it. We really only had one option. Like I said, James and Brenton were just way too fast. I thought Coleman was going to do the same thing. He's been driving unbelievable all day and probably for the last few months, incredibly fast. Thought Tommy was going to get us at the end there with his late stop, but didn't end up getting back. But yeah, I think the whole team drove unbelievably well today, and Jamie torched it again.
Yeah, he has. And we might now have a bit of a chat to... Oh, sorry, I'll let you Fishy Boys shout out to your sponsors.
Yeah, okay. So thanks very much to all the boys, first of all, for sensational race. Troy, Michael, Jamie, obviously, Thomas, Jamie McKnight for jumping in. Mr. Kirby, sensational. Matty Whitaker, awesome job. Great from Coleman and Mr. Warwick as well. They did a hell of a job. Thanks to West End Motor Group, Parramatta Peugeot Professional, Parramatta City Great Wall and Haval, West End Mazda Parramatta, Parramatta Isuzu Ute, DC Shades, Relax Marine and Game Fishing, Precision Sim Training, Infinity Designs, and Adrenaline Images. Appreciate you boys as well. Don't let me forget Battery Warehouse, Airlie Beach. Thanks to you boys for putting it on. It was a great race. Well done in race control as well, and thanks to the admins. Have an awesome night.
Thanks, Blake. And we move over to the boys that came first. I think it was one of the most dominating performances I've seen in a long time. So, first of all, hats off to James Scott. Well done, James and Brenton. That was an awesome drive, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. The car was a rocket ship all day. We knew that. We just had to play our cards right. We didn't have to be going flat out the whole race, so we just sort of conserved the first, I don't know, bit more than half of the race, and then just had the car underneath us to be able to go fast at the end there.
Right, mate. You should be pretty chuffed with yourself. You've when you have come in the season, you've delivered some outstanding results, and I think today just highlights, mate, that the standard of driver you are, which is, as someone else called you, alien. But no, it was a fair effort. And to you, Hobbo, mate, it's not just winning Bathurst; it's winning the championship, mate. You're now officially crowned the 4th champion of the series. Congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Good way to do it. And yeah, like I said earlier, it was car was really good. Co-driver was pretty alright, and yeah, it was an enjoyable day. It was a good race, a lot of fun. James we take it easy for the first half of the race. That was the half of the race that I was in the car for, driving the wheels off the thing. But that's all right. I mean, it's he's right though. The car was rapid. It was really, really good. And I mean, when you put someone like him in it, that can actually demonstrate just how good it is. You can see like the lap times he was putting down at the end there were just ridiculous. Like back to back to back to back, thousandths of a second apart, and then put some fresh tires on and melt everyone's timesheets with a a 203 at the end. So. The guy's rapid and a pleasure to drive with every time. So thanks to him for jumping in with me and helping me wrap up the championship. It was a great day.
Congratulations on that one, mate. And I think Jordan hangs on to second now to memory. Ash might be able to help me out there.
And I'll go through them in a sec.
Yep. Oh, I might.
Just a quick word to Christian because he was a little bit late jumping in. Congrats, Christian. You had a great drive today. You boys hung in there all day, and you're always a weapon around here, and I'm never surprised to see you on the podium. So well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I appreciate that, and I've got my main man Damo to thank for that. Thanks, partner.
All right, bud. It's a good day.
And how about I'll let you give a big shout out to the SSR sponsors, mate.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, thanks to all the guys in the team. I mean, there's a bunch of us that race, not only today, but in the series week to week. And like I alluded to earlier, it's just a great, fun series and a great bunch of people to come and race with every week. You know, SSR's a neat team to drive for. So thanks to all the guys in the team. Obviously, thanks to the sponsors as well. Wave Runner Performance Center, Smith & Sons, JK Signs, Aftershock PC, DGD Custom, Dave Oliver Photo, DM Cinematography, Speedway Shop. There's a whole bunch of them, and they all help make the wheels go round for us over in the team. And yeah, thanks to everyone involved in the series as well that get it up off the ground and run it every week, and the sponsors and all that are attached to it as well. It's a good fun series to be a part of.
Absolutely, mate. It's a fun series to broadcast as well. Before I hand over to Ash to say a few words, I'll just quickly also say a big thank you to Mark, who jumps in and helps me commentate and help me do these broadcasts for the series. I think I'd be a bit lost without him doing it now. Been going for over 8 hours today, so it's been a fair effort in itself. But I'll hand over to the main man of the series, Ash.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, before I get into the formalities,
firstly, I'd just like to thank all the sponsors and everyone that helps behind the scenes. Obviously, West End Motor Group, DC Shades, WK&P, TV, Pool Guys, Complete Pool Care, and Barella Cabinets. Obviously, without those guys behind scenes, makes it pretty hard to get enough time and effort put into making a series run. So can't thank them enough. Johnny and Mark with the broadcast. You guys do a fabulous job each week, and Nate, when you jump in there, mate, you bring the laugh, which is good. To everyone else, all the drivers that take part in the series, we obviously can't thank you enough. Without you guys, the series doesn't go ahead. So hopefully season 5 we can make bigger and better. That starts on the 10th, and most of you guys come back and chase Hobbo down for the season 5 championship. So in 5th place, Jamie Dyke came in on 1,620 points. Jamie, well done, mate. In 4th place was David Coleman on 1,629 points.
That's a great job from Dave. He has been driving really well. So yeah, congrats to Dave. That's awesome.
100%, very consistent in every week, which really shows the commitment level of Dave, and obviously being a sponsor of the series just goes to show that good things come when you put the time and effort in and do the things behind scenes and put the effort into driving as well. So can't thank you enough, Dave. 3rd place is SSR driver Kenneth Latta with 1,633 points. 3rd.
Yeah, great job from Kenneth to jump a few spots today and get into 3rd.
Jordan Ross does hold on to 2nd place with a drop round today. Unfortunately, with his couldn't make it, unfortunately. So which would have really given Hobbo a challenge at the top. But on 1,684, Jordan Ross in 2nd. And the man of the hour, Branton Hobson, on 1,723 points, a clear runaway in the end, but with consistency showed today around Bathurst with James Scott as his partner, they definitely deserve the accolades and a deserving winter for Hobbo.
Yeah, well done, Hobbo. You finished off the season mightily strong with 2 race wins, so congrats, man. You're a worthy champion.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, that's everything from me. So we'll have a few beers now and get ready for season 5.
Absolutely. After Christmas, entries forms are out and available. So if you haven't registered yet, make sure you get yourself registered, because same thing again, limited to 50 spots, I think it is. And it's first in, best dressed.
Yeah, just checking now. I think we got 37 entered, so there's only 18 spots left. So make sure you get in quick and get your name down. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely. And of course, the last bloke who we didn't think was yourself and Josh and Richie as well. Richie was in race control, doing safety car and everything else. And the other man to thank as well was Seb, who wasn't with us today because of the health issue. But yeah, just got to say it was an awesome broadcast. And I think, as I said, it's just about beer time. So I'm gonna say my last words and say a big thank you to everyone who's raced in the series, a big thank you to all the sponsors that Ash mentioned, and of course a big thank you to everyone that jumps on and watches all of our races as well. And of course a big thanks to Mark.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Thank you for having me, and it was a great way to finish the season. It was some awesome racing today and some good quality driving, and yeah, the series is looking strong thanks to all these great drivers who are turning up every week racing.
Bring on next year.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everybody.
You too.
On that note, we'll end the broadcast. I'll say thanks to everybody, and we'll see everybody next year.
Thank you. Thanks for
Cheers.
everything,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks, guys.
There's no arguing that people love their cars.
We weren't arguing.
They talk about their cars, sing about their cars. Some people even look like their car. Whether it's an old car, new old car, fast car, family car, electric car, race car, two-wheel car, no-wheel car, or a car you know's parked around here somewhere. People who love their cars love to tinker with them. Some people tinker big, some people tinker small. Some people tinker some degree between those two variables.
Whose voice is that?
And that's where Supercheap Auto comes in. We've been helping people tinker for 50 years. For people like Bill, Lucy, Kevin, other Kevin.
Oi, get off my car!
Didn't catch this guy's name.
It's Kevin.
Not Patrick. He doesn't shop with us. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, we'll help you make it super. Because super is our middle name.
Shutters are a great option for a window treatment in that they're more practical than, for example, a roller blind in most cases, because it's not just open or closed. You do have the benefit of being able to close them for your privacy and also open them to allow light and air.
For a homeowner who's trying to get educated on what plantation shutters are right for them, the 4 things that I think are the most important are: 1, what material it's made out of; 2, the quality of whichever material you choose; 3, the paint finish; and then 4, the construction quality of the actual shutter itself.
High Profile is a solid timber product for a start. A lot of our competitors use a composite or what they call a laminated style or a laminated louver.
Timber is very inherent with distortion and bowing, so we engineer the product, we finger joint the product to get maximum yield from the material, plus also to reduce the distortion.
Probably one of the main differences with our product is it's actually a solid wood.
You can rely on the fact that what you're buying is not a veneer and it will not fall apart.
We then coat the material in a polyurethane top coat.
The benefit of the polyurethane is it's quite flexible and it looks great and it's very long lasting. So the product has the benefit of light control and privacy.
Whenever you're looking at your timber shutters, you want something that has been made from scratch and then finished as a whole unit. Will give you the best quality finish for the product as a whole.